The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Good evening. Welcome to Nighttime Radio Shows. I am Matt from the past, and I would like to begin this episode with a bit of housekeeping. Over the weekend, there were 2 episodes of this show that jumped around quite a bit, and they didn't exactly match the timestamps. This is because a company I've never heard of started claiming the content in those episodes and blocked them worldwide. Now, as far as I can tell, they did not actually own the content, but that does not matter to YouTube. I'm sorry. And also, I've been busy with various things, and I simply didn't have the time to re-download the episodes and then completely re-edit them from scratch to remove the offending content. I have only just dealt with this situation here, and the only thing I could do was use YouTube's system to automatically remove the claimed content. That was the only way those episodes were able to air. I apologize for the problem. In future, I will try to do a better job of editing and planning out times that I have time to edit if a last-minute copyright claim is made, but for those 2 episodes, it was the only way I could get the episodes out on time. I just had too much other stuff going on to go back and re-edit the episodes from scratch. But anyway, let's get on with the show. It's July the 13th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1521 AD, Spanish conquistador Hernan Cortez captures Aztec Emperor Teutonic in Tenochtitlan, marking the end of the Aztec Empire. In 1536, Buddhist monks from Kyoto's Enroku Temple set fire to 21 Nichiren temples throughout Kyoto in the Tenbun Honk disturbance. Traditional Japanese date July 27th, 1536. In 1642, Dutch astronomer Christian Huygens discovers Mars' southern polar cap. In 1788, Prussia joins Anglo-Dutch alliance to form Triple Alliance to prevent spread of Russo-Swedish War of 1788 to 1790. In 1937, Second Sino-Japanese War. Japanese forces begin Battle of Shangali, a conflict that will last 3 months and involve 1 million troops. In 1942, the Manhattan Project commences under the direction of U.S. General Leslie Groves. Its aim to deliver an atomic bomb. In 1967, Bonnie and Clyde, crime film directed by Arthur Penn starring Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, is released. In 2013, Crash My Party, 4th studio album by Luke Bryan, is released. Billboard Album of the Year 2014. In 2008, American swimmer Michael Phelps wins 3 gold medals, all in world record time, in the one day at Beijing Olympics. 200 meter in 1 minute 54 seconds 23 milliseconds, 200 meter butterfly in 1 minute 52 seconds and 3 milliseconds, and the 4x 200 meter freestyle rally in 6 minutes 58 seconds and 56 milliseconds. And that was this day in history, and I thank you all for your understanding of the technical difficulty I ran into this past weekend. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right. Costello. Costello. All right. Here I am.
I put you there.
All right. Why are you so late? Why are you late again?
Why am I late again?
Yes.
Well, I've been helping my Uncle Tom Zizimers in his butcher shop in Baltimore. He's having a sale on lamb chops for $4 a pound.
Wait a minute. He sells lamb chops for $4 a pound? What does he pay for them wholesale?
About 6 cents apiece.
Then what makes the lamb chops so high?
It's them little paper panties. The Garment Workers Union don't work for nothing, you know.
Right.
Neither do our writers. We pay money for that!
Well, that talk says, why are you limping?
Well, when I was coming to the studio tonight, a big dog in the parking lot bit me on the leg.
Costello, that dog might have rabies.
Oh, gee, I hope he does. He'll name one after me.
Stop, you dummy. Was there ever anybody in your family that wasn't an idiot, Lou?
Oh, sure, my great-grandfather. When George Washington crossed the Delaware, my great-grandfather, Valley Forge Costello, was the first man to jump out of the boat.
He was?
Yes, but Washington made him get back in the boat and go across anyway.
Well, never mind that. What makes you look so tired? Didn't you get any sleep?
Oh, I snored so loud last night I kept waking myself up.
Well, if you snort so loud, why didn't you do something about it?
I did. I moved to another room. Then I dreamed about Marilyn all night long.
By the way, how are you getting along with Marilyn?
We're hitting it off pretty good.
You are?
Yep. I keep putting my head on her shoulder, and she keeps hitting it off.
Costello. All right. Costello, why don't you go back with the rest of the baboons?
Okay. Any message?
Get them out of here. shut up. What are you yelling about?
Boy, are we having trouble.
What do you mean?
My Uncle Mike and my Aunt May, they bought a houseboat on Lake Arrowhead, and they moved in Monday, and now Aunt May is missing.
What happened?
Last night she forgot and went down in the cellar for a jar of preserves.
Have there been any signs of her at all?
Only one clue. This morning her apron came out of the water faucet in Pismo Beach. She didn't have any cellar on the houseboat.
Oh, that's too bad.
No.
That's too bad, Costello. You know, my uncle was lost at sea. He went down with a ship. We felt terrible about it.
I know how you feel, Abbott. My great-grandfather went down with his schooner.
He did?
After 3 beers, he couldn't stand on his feet.
I'm talking about ships at sea. Have you ever been to sea?
Oh, sure. I go to sea every Saturday night.
You go to sea every Saturday night?
Yeah, they have a burlesque show at the Burbank. I go to sea.
I thought so, you coward. You'd be afraid to go out in the ocean in a boat.
How dare you call me a coward? I haven't got a cowardly bone in my body.
You haven't?
No, but there's some flesh I'm not sure of.
Your whole family are cowards, Costello. I don't think any of them have ever went to sea.
Oh, no. My brother Pat was in the Navy. Him and 5 other sailors were shipwrecked on a desert island. There was only one girl on the island. My brother married her. One night he killed her. He shot her, strangled her, beat her, he poisoned her, and then he threw her in the ocean. But it could have been worse.
It could.
Yeah, she could have married the wrong guy.
Did any of the rest of your family ever go to sea, Lou?
My whole family was sailors. My Uncle Tom used to be on a tanker.
Where is he now?
On a bender.
You talk sense. Now, take me. I love the sea. The sea is in my blood, Lou. Sailboats, steamboats, tugboats. They're all in my blood.
What, everybody's got boats in their blood?
Boats in their blood?
Ain't you ever heard of blood vessels?
But... I should be working with a girl instead of you. I worked with a clever girl once, I remember. She wanted me for her husband.
Yes, I remember, too. Her husband wanted you for target practice.
Well, anyway, I'm not like you. You've got your eyes on every girl you see.
I have not got my eyes on every girl I see.
You haven't?
No, only those I can't get my hands on.
The trouble with you, Lou, is that you're not serious about women.
No, and I'll never get serious about women.
Never?
Never. Well, I may get married and have 8 or 9 children, but that's as far as it'll go.
Costello, without a doubt, you have the lowest IQ of any man in California.
I know it, Abbott, but I try not to act conceited.
Right. Costello, why don't you find a girl and get married?
I found a new girl last week.
You did?
I call her my little pale face.
Is she an Indian?
No.
Then why do you call her pale face?
She's got a face like a pail.
Oh, let's talk sense. Well, what is the girl's right name?
Amber.
Amber. Was she named after the book?
No, she was born on her way to the hospital between a red and green light.
Costello, no wonder you can't get a girl. You're too fat. Why don't you go to a Turkish bath and get some of that weight off?
I spent all afternoon in that Turkish bath across from the studio. I put a quarter in a slot and hopped in.
That's not a Turkish bath. That's a laundromat. Yes, a laundromat where women rent machines to wash their clothes.
I wondered why the manager came around and made me hang a towel over that little glass window. I heard someone say, what a bundle.
Yeah. You should keep in shape, Lou.
Wrap that joke up, can't we?
Yeah. Why don't you be like me, get in shape? Get exercise. Years ago, I started planning. I planned the things in my backyard, and it's kept me young.
What did you plant? Your birth certificate?
Costello, you are an idiot. You know absolutely nothing.
That is not so. I was one of the smartest boys in my school. When I was in the 5th grade, I set a record.
You did?
Yes, I was the only kid in the 5th grade that was old enough to vote.
Always bragging about your school days. I'm the smart one of this team. I remember when I started in high school. Well, I wasn't like the rest of those 15 and 16-year-old boys.
Oh, you were 37.
Hello, boys.
Well, look, Costello. It's our singing star, Marilyn Williams. Hey, Marilyn, you're late tonight.
Oh, I'm so sorry, old boy. I was home listening to the shortwave radio from England. My favorite British program was on. It's called The Solitary Bovine Attendant and His Horse-Pound Sterling.
The solitary bovine attendant and his horse-pound sterling?
Yes, that's right. You know, over here it's called The Lone Ranger in silver.
I get it. I listen to one of those programs every day. It's called Strike the Jonathan Receptacle.
Strike the Jonathan Receptacle?
Yeah, hit the jackpot. I had a couple of English laughs there.
Oh, yes.
They was in parentheses. I didn't say them.
Oh, rather. My favorite British program on the wireless is called Seize the Condensers.
Cease the condensers.
Yes, stop the music. Clever and all that rot, eh?
Boys, you talk like a couple of typical Britishers. Costello, have you spent much time in England?
Well, no, I haven't been in England since my great-grandmother died. I went to London to bury her.
You buried your great-grandmother in London?
Had to. Dead, you know.
Oh, Costello, you are so clever, Costello.
You're making a big hit with her, Costello, so go ahead and ask her for a date.
Okay, go ahead. Marilyn, how about you and I going to a nightclub after the program, eh? What?
A nightclub? What's that?
Well, in Hollywood, a nightclub is a place that's got what it takes to take what you've got.
All right. Now, suppose I do go out with you, and when we get home on my front porch, suppose I were to throw my arms around you and hold you real tight, and then start to kiss you like this. What would you do?
As soon as I see the script, I'll let you know. I'd just lay there on a porch until a pulmotor squad came.
Never mind, Costello. You asked Marilyn to go out with you.
Yes, Costello. Why don't you take me out to some swanky place where we can dine and dance?
I would, Marilyn. I would, Marilyn, but I couldn't go to a place like that. I haven't got a decent suit to my name.
Oh, no, Costello, I can straighten that out. I'll loan you one of my suits.
Just a minute.
What, all right?
Just a minute. Do you think I'd wear one of your old suits? Do you? You think for 1 minute that Lou Costello would wear second-hand clothing on his back? Do you think I'd stoop so low as to clothe myself in one of your castaway suits?
Yes.
Well, don't stand there, you dope. Help me put it on!
And that's the halfway mark in tonight's laugh race. Time for an intermission.
Now, let's get going.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Let's turn on the spotlight. Let's turn it on our singing gal from England.
Oh, that's great for us, and it's great for everybody listening. Here she is, folks, Marilyn Williams with Matty Malnick's music.
I will gather stars out of the blue loved you. For you, for you. Over the highway and over the street, carpets of clover I'll lay at your feet. There's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, for you. Over the highway and over the street, carpets of clover I'll lay at your feet. There's nothing in this world I wouldn't do for you, dear, just for you.
Hey, Costello, where were you last night? I called your house and,
Well, I went for a drive.
the drive.
You should see the car I'm driving now. The motor is in the back. The clutch and the brake pedals are on the right-hand side, and the steering wheel is on the back seat.
Hey, say, how can I get a car like that?
Easy. Just run into a Sunset bus.
Well, now you'll have to get a new car.
I already bought one, Abbott. It's got 2 searchlights, 2 sets of seat covers, bumper guards, 3 heaters, twin radios, and fog lights.
Well, never mind that. How's the motor?
I didn't take the motor. No dealer is going to stick me with extra accessories.
Is it a good car?
Oh, you couldn't get a better car for $10,000.
What did it cost you?
$10,000.
Let's get on with the detective story. What case have you picked for Sam Shovel tonight?
Well, Abbott, it's one of my most interesting cases. I call it the case of the grocer who fell in the wet concrete while building his new store, or he's stone cold dead in the market.
All right, let's get on with it.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. I've been up all night working on a case. As I sit here in my little office, I'm tired. I start to doze. I'm taking a cat nap. It's a miserable night. It's raining a regular California rain. Out here, it rains the hard way. The hard way. Up. Just listen to that rain. Coming down in buckets. Outside, there's a heavy Los Angeles fog. I can't wait for the fog to lift. You get such a beautiful view of the smog. When the smog clears away, you can see the rain. When it stops raining, you get a beautiful view of the La Brea tar pits. That's when you start praying for more smog. I walk to the window. I can see the mechanics in the garage across the street working on my car. They're tuning up my motor. Well, it's time to get back to work. On my desk is a file on one of my famous cases. Willie the burglar. He was a Cracker Jack thief. He died broke. There ain't much money in stealing Cracker Jacks. And there's another case, the case of murderer A.C. McGurk. I put him in an electric chair myself. I strapped A.C. McGurk in a chair and turned on the current. But it didn't kill him. I found out why. He was A.C. and the current was D.C. Suddenly I remember, I've got to make a phone call. I have a party line. I think I'll switch on my police radio.
Calling Patrolman Nichols, Patrolman Owen Nichols. Go to 49635 Elm Street. 15 gangsters are holding up a bank with machine guns. Attention! Car 71, 59, 106, 83M. Tear gas car number 7. Rush immediately to Sunset and Vine. A car is parked in a passenger loading zone. That's all.
It's a good thing it wasn't parked near a fire hydrant. They'd have called out the National Guard. They got a fine police department here. One of the best is my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. I'll never forget the time Chief wanted to make a mounted policeman out of Abbott. A mounted policeman. He wanted to stuff him with cotton and hang him over the fireplace. Lieutenant Abbott used to be a hotel house detective. They fired him because he was too noisy. He's got a glass eye, and every time he put up the keyhole, it would rattle.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
It's my pal, Lieutenant Abbott. Abbott, I haven't seen you for days. Where have you been?
On the trail of Verillo gang. That Verillo gang, that tough gang. What a time I had capturing them. I nailed one of them in New Orleans. I nailed another one in Chicago. I nailed another one in Boston.
Lieutenant Abbott never carries a gun, just a hammer and nails.
Sam Shovel, you've known me for years. You've got to admit one thing. They don't come any tougher than Lieutenant Abbott.
I have to admit he was right. Lieutenant Abbott is plenty tough. He's got muscles of steel, an iron fist, and he smokes nickel cigars.
Sam, being a cop is no bed of roses. Remember before I was a detective how I used to pound a beat?
Lieutenant Abbott used to pound a beat the hard way. The hard way. He pounded it with his head. That's when they made him a detective. Now he's the most famous gumshoe on the force. Every place he goes, he gets gum on his shoes. I should have went with him. I got stuck myself. How are things at headquarters, Lieutenant Abbott?
Well, we're having a little trouble, Sam. There's a guy trying to get revenge on the police force.
Who is it?
The guy that runs the fruit stand on the corner. Every time he passes the station, he swipes a policeman.
Now I got a new case on my hands. I got to find out who's smuggling jokes for Abbott into the script.
Sam, there's something I've got to tell you. It's something that is an encumbrance to my equanimity. To my equanimity.
What are you trying to tell me, Lieutenant?
Well, Sam, I don't know how to say this.
You didn't know how to say the last line either.
Why, you concerned, gosh dang, bing busted, confounded.
Lieutenant Abbott has a foul mouth. But that's understandable. He's got a nose like a chicken, too.
Sam, I'm going to give it to you straight. Your brother's a crook. Your brother is the leader of one of the toughest mobs in this town.
Okay, Lieutenant. 10, Jack, King, Queen, Ace.
What are you talking about?
I'm giving it to you straight. That's the biggest straight you can get.
This is serious, Sam. Your brother's a crook. You've got to do something.
I've tried to do something. I used to say to him, Joe, go straight, Joe. Get out of the racket, Joe. Joe, you're going to get in trouble. But Joe, he wouldn't listen.
Why?
His name is Pat. 3 times I tried to put my brother Pat on the right track, but he wouldn't let me.
Why not?
The train was always coming.
Sam, your brother Pat is a thief.
Yes, he's been stealing ever since he was a kid. Even in school, he'd steal paper from the supply closet. He stole so much paper that when the teacher wanted to give an examination, she had to bring the class over to our house.
Sam?
She left 3 kids after school. They've been with us ever since.
Sam, I know you're a brave man. And you're on the side of the law.
Right, Lieutenant.
That's why I came here. Sam, I know the headquarters of your brother's mob. I want you to come with me, Sam. You are going to arrest your own brother.
Lieutenant, you mean you want me to arrest my own brother? A little sad music, please. I said sad. That's pitiful. Would the trumpet player please help out Matty Malnick, please? That's enough. Try using two lips now. All right, Lieutenant. You want me to arrest my own brother, my little baby brother, the little brother that laid in the same crib with me, my little brother that shared his candy with me when we were kids, my brother, my own flesh and blood, my own brother.
Sam, there's $1,000 reward for him.
Let's go get the rat.
We're almost to your brother's mob hideout,
Just a minute, Abbott.
What?
Sound man has another block to go.
Sam, why don't you get inside the car? You'd be more comfortable.
I'm okay, Lieutenant. I'm riding on the running board.
This car has no running board.
Now he tells me.
Sam, Shovel, this is the place. We're going in and arrest your brother. When we get inside, identify your brother. Point him out to me. Come on.
Lieutenant, that's him over there behind the desk. The one with the ladder sticking out of his head.
Why does he have a ladder sticking out of his head?
Well, he's really my stepbrother.
Come on, what are you two mugs doing in here?
Just a minute.
Well, if it ain't me brother, me kid brother Sam.
Pat Shovel, my own flesh and blood.
Well, Pat, it's 8:15.
That was swell, Mabel. Thanks.
I'll be back at 8:30.
Hey, wait a minute. Who was that dame?
Oh, just one of the gals of my mob. She's our morale builder. Every 15 minutes, she goes around kissing all the boys in the mob.
You mean you have girls in this mob?
Sure, lots of them. Look through that door over there. See them gorgeous redheads, all 10 of them there? When the gang gets through with a job, the girls sit in the fellas' laps. They stroke their brows. They make love to them. They soothe their noise.
All right, Sam Shovel. Tell your brother why we're here.
Brother Pat?
Yes, Brother Sam, what do you want to say?
Could you use 2 more guys in your mob?
There's a curtain call coming up, folks, but first you'll be interested in hearing this.
What are you going to do tonight?
I think I'll sneak over to the Palladium and get me a girl.
Oh, girls, girls, girls. That's all you think of.
Well, a man is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of women.
No, you mean the pursuit of happiness.
You chase what you like, and I'll chase what I like.
Good night, folks.
All right, everybody,
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda, and featuring Marilyn Williams and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
I want to see a man named Joe Kidd. No, I got 3 warrants on Joe Kidd here.
If you want trouble, he's Joe Kidd. Who's Joe Kidd? Clint Eastwood is Joe Kidd, and Joe Kidd is trouble.
You want Louis Chama? I told you the deal, $500, and I don't care who pulls the trigger on it.
The price will be $1,000.
I'm not gonna permit some sheep herder by the name of Louis Chama to get away with stirring up the Mexican population and talk about land reform. Or am I gonna waste time arguing in court? Mingo, I want him alive.
When Mr. Harlan doesn't want me around anymore, you let me know, huh, boy?
Kid, you're fired. Take his gun, Mingo.
These people are looking for trouble. Harlan, Lamar, Elma, Chama, Helen, Mingo. And the trouble they're looking for is Joe Kidd.
You hit one of my men! I'll kill 10 of your people!
Straight up or draped over the saddle, either one.
Clint Eastwood is Joe Kidd.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Here we are, Durbin. We'll be listening to you and Gary tomorrow.
What are we going to do today, Bing?
Well, why don't we get some music rolling here, huh? Hey, buddy.
Keep it gay, keep it light, keep it fresh, keep it fair. Let it bloom every night, give it room, give it air. Keep your love a lovely dream and never wake it. Make it happy, be happy as you make it. Let it sing like a nightingale in May. Keep it gay, keep it free, or you'll frighten it away. Take it easy and enjoy it while you take it. Keep it gay, keep it gay, keep it gay. Let it sing like a nightingale in May. Keep it gay, keep it free, or you'll frighten it away. Take it easy and enjoy it while you take it. Keep it gay, keep it gay, keep it gay.
Rosie, what would you like to find in your Christmas stocking?
Christmas stockings?
I'm serious, Rosie.
Well, so am I, Bing. Any girl would love to find Mojud Seamless Supreme in her Christmas stocking. They're the most lavish seamless made.
Why?
Well, in the first place, Mojud Seamless Supreme really fit.
Don't all stockings fit?
Well, yes and no, Bing. Ordinary stockings may fit when you sit, but stand up and your stockings sag down. Only Mojud Seamless Supreme have magic motion for flawless fit at the ankle and calf all the time.
Anything else?
Mm-hmm. Mojud Seamless Supreme have proven snag resistance and elegant lace tops that stop garter runs. It's so easy to give Mojud for Christmas. Just go to the nicest specialty stores in your town.
And ask for Mojud Seamless Supreme?
Right, Bing.
I sing a song of love. When I speak your name. And when I dream of us and hope that you will do the same. When I cry, it's 'cause you're far away. When I laugh, it's 'cause you're near. And when I sing of love that grows each year, a love that grows each year. It's 'cause you're far away. When I laugh, it's 'cause you're near. And when I sing of love that grows each year, a love that grows each year.
One of the unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those colds, miseries fast.
Like this. Listen.
Imagine a famous singer trying to make a hit recording when he feels miserable from cold and sinus trouble. He needs relief in a hurry, right, Frankie Lane?
Cold, sinus, and singing sure don't mix. To feel better fast, I'd take the newest medicine for those miseries. New, improved 4-Way cold tablets. New 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
You're so right. 4-Way's really great and really fast.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Very nice, Buddy and boys. That thing moved nicely, didn't it, Rosie?
Oh, it sure did.
Now, I suppose Bing really should move in here, shouldn't he?
A very logical suggestion, Ken.
Bing, will you contribute a song to the proceedings?
Oh, of course I will, Ken. I'm glad to do it anytime.
I guess I'll have to change my plan. I should have realized there'd be another man. I overlooked that point completely until the big affair began. Before I knew where I was at, I found myself upon the shelf, and that was that. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back upon good ground. I've lost the one girl I found. I guess I'll have to change my plan. I should have realized gonna be another man. I overlooked that point completely before that big affair began. My boiling point is much too low for me to try to be a fly Lothario. I tried to reach the moon, but when I got there, all that I could get was the air. My feet are back upon good ground. I lost the one girl, she was a good girl. I lost the one girl I found.
I was down at one of those beatnik places last night, Bing, and got a great idea.
Don't tell me you're going to raise a beard.
Well, no, hardly, but I heard him read poetry and decided to tell the shoe repair story in rhyme. Here I go. If you're run down at heel or sole, there's someone who can make them whole. Sing praises for the craftsman true, the man who turns old shoes to new.
Shakespeare will never recover from this blow.
I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Rosie, Ken. I just prefer the old-fashioned way.
You mean tell him straight out that the shoe repairer with his modern equipment and years of know-how could make a family's budget stretch further? Well, that's not hep, man.
No, it's not hep to discard shoes with lots of wear left. As a matter of fact, it's downright wasteful.
Well, especially when it's so easy to find a shoe repairer who gives you quality products and first-class service at budget prices. All you got to do is look for the famous cat's paw sign in the window.
Outstanding products like cat's paw twin grip soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlight soles by Cat's Paw guarantee you the best underfoot.
What these squares are trying to say, Cats, is... For shoes that look and feel divine, play it cool at the Cat's Paw sign.
Translation, folks, visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous Cat's Paw cat. And add many miles of walking comfort to your shoes. Economically.
Be sure to ask for Cat's Paw products by name, and look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too.
You gotta win some, lose some, maybe have the blues some, cry some or jump with glee. That's how it is with lovers. That's how it is with me. You gotta give some, take some, pretty up the cake some, stop some and start anew. That's how it is with lovers. That's how it is with you. Don't look at me, my darling. is just a game our comedians are fools. You gotta help it, nurse it, better off or worse it, plus what I said above. But no matter how it is, my darling, it's worth it all to be in love. That's how it is with lovers. That's how it is with me. You gotta help it, nurse it, better off or worse it, plus what I said above. But no matter how it is, my darling, it's worth it all to be in love. It's worth it all to be in love. It's worth it all to be in love.
I got a new Sarah Lee limerick for you, Rosie.
Shoot, Bing.
A man named John Ebenezer, who once was a nasty old geezer, is now sweet as spice. Treats everyone nice.
Thanks to Sarah Lee cakes in his freezer.
How'd you guess?
How could I miss? Friday's the day everyone makes sure they have enough Sarah Lee cakes on hand for special weekend breakfasts.
Sarah Lee all butter pecan coffee cake?
Of course.
And cinnamon nut coffee cake, too?
Wouldn't be without it.
Makes breakfast worth getting up for.
Makes breakfast so easy, too, because all Sarah Lee cakes are completely baked and iced. All you do is serve them and enjoy them.
Oh, it sounds good enough to sing.
Merrily, merrily, only Sarah Lee tastes so good.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Crosby and I would like to sing Meredith Wilson's very nice love song called Good Night, My Someone from The Music Man.
Yeah, Good Night, My Someone. Say, did you know, folks, maybe you did, that this tune is really 76 trombones slowed down? I'm going to tell you something. I'm for anything that's slowed down these days.
I'll drag my foot.
Please do. Things are moving too darn fast these days.
Good night, my someone. Good night, my love.
Sleep tight, my someone. Sleep tight, my love. Our star is shining, its brightest light for tonight. My love for tonight.
Sweet dreams be yours, dear, if dreams there be.
Sweet dreams to carry you close to me.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good night.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good night.
Aloha for today, folks. Rosie and I now relinquish these facilities.
Until tomorrow, that is. Same time, same station. Shall we get together?
Thanks for dialing us in. See you tomorrow.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Pris, and it's part of you. Like I am. You can't get away from us, Pris. We're both in your blood.
Judy, please.
And we'll never let you go. To plan. To fight. But you can't fight marriage. Marriage, is it? To that washed-out little Yankee. Pris is mine.
I expressed an opinion. There was nothing personal about it. Take it as you like.
Well, if it wasn't personal, I'm satisfied.
Just understand, Cantrell, the question of your being satisfied about my opinions is of no importance to me.
Gentlemen.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie. You've made up my mind.
Well, then, goodbye, Pris.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Martha, come on out, honey. And now, where's Martha Roundtree? Here she comes. Well, Martha, Mrs. Dixon was a very interesting guest. Thanks very much for bringing her with you.
It was my pleasure, Bob. Did you like what she told you?
Well, I'm not so sure. A few times there, I was going to steal that crystal ball, bore holes in it, and use it for bowling. Say, what do you have dreamed up for tomorrow?
Tomorrow, Bob, you're going to be put on a spot that has frightened many big men. You're going to be the victim of Leave It to the Girls. The panel will be Mrs. William Randolph Hearst, Jr., who is known as Austin, who writes a column here in Washington, Ruth Montgomery of the New York Daily News, a very beautiful girl named Dina Clark of Reader's Digest, and the vivacious wit Eloise McElhone, and myself as moderator.
You mean I'll be up against 5 attractive ladies? Isn't that wonderful? And what other racket can you get odds like that? No, it's wonderful. Martha, we'll be seeing you and the girls tomorrow. Martha Roundtree, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I don't want to bore you with any of those serious speeches that we do on this show, because we got a lot of stuff to do here that I think you'll enjoy, and we'll just keep going ahead. You know, that was a show that goes on next Wednesday morning, if you want to hear it. A week from, what is it? What town are we in? What day is it? Where are we? What happened? This is what today? This is Wednesday,
yes,
isn't it?
It is.
Wednesday. Don't yell at me. I know where the hell I am. This is Wednesday, huh? What is today? It is, isn't it? Yes, it is. What is it? Yes, it is. The 6th. That's what I say. Okay, fine. What year is this? Yeah, we'll be all right. Christine, the only soldier ever went abroad and came back abroad. I have one. I didn't want to tell you that early, see? I slipped out. This is, John, this is the second show, and we open up with some truth or funnier than fiction things here. And so just enjoy these, because this is the little thing, department where the people send in jokes to us, and we send them money for the jokes we use. It's just a little piece of larceny we have. I think, so you just give me a head start with some applause, and we'll go right into it. A little applause right there. Bill. Thank you, Bill. And hello, everybody. Well, here we are with some more true funny stories sent in by our listeners to help us prove that truth is funnier than fiction. Mrs. Walter Cook of Bryan, Indiana, has a 7-month-old daughter named Deborah. One evening, some friends dropped over with their 4-year-old boy, Stevie. Little Deborah was in her crib, jabbering away in baby talk, and Stevie just stood there in amazement listening to her. Finally, he turned away slowly, shook his head, and said, "Poor little mixed-up kid." And Mrs. Cook gets a $50 United States defense bond for sending that true funny story in. Now, Mrs. W. Kindle of Saskatchewan, Canada, writes us that one day her husband took their 4-year-old son, Billy, out hunting, and they came across a den of baby skunks. And here's Billy's version of it as he told it to his mother. He came rushing in and said, "Hey, Mommy, we found a nest of little kittens, and boy, had they been eating onions." That's rather sweet. He's only 4. He'll be writing for me next week. And here's a true funny story sent in by Mr. Jack Borima of Chicago, Illinois. Mr. Borima was trying to take a nap on the couch one afternoon, and his 2 kids, Bruce, 7 years old, and Boots, 4, were doing their best to see that he didn't make it. Mr. Borima finally got the idea that he'd make believe he was asleep, so he closed his eyes. He thought he'd gotten away with it because all was quiet. Then all of a sudden, little Boots slowly lifted up one of his eyebrows, turned to her brother, and said, "I know he's in there someplace. I can see part way in." Isn't that sweet? Ooh, say, Mrs. Helen Rennie of Fulton, New York, writes that she's always taught her son Paul to show appreciation when he receives a gift, even though it's something he may not be too excited about. On his 4th birthday, somebody gave him a present of several 50-cent pieces, which were in a box between 2 layers of cotton. Little Paul opened the box, and all he could see was the cotton. He tried hard to put up a good front. He forced a smile and said, "Oh, boy, fuzz." Mrs. Rennie receives a $50 United States defense bond for sending that in. Another one goes to Mrs. Anna Schaefer of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Schaefer saw this sign on a nightclub marquee. The sign said, "Good, clean entertainment every night except Monday." And that handles the Truth is Funnier Than Fiction department for this morning. Say, if you haven't tried Jell-O pudding... What happened? Somebody fall down? Say, if you haven't tried Jell-O puddings and pie fillings, you're missing out on some wonderful treats. Every flavor is delicious. Chocolate, vanilla, butterscotch, lemon, and coconut cream. And you can take it from Old Rob. Jell-O puddings and pie fillings are plenty nourishing. Old Rob tells you this. And they're thrifty, too, and mighty quick and easy to prepare. You get perfect pies in half the time with Jell-O puddings and pie fillings. And you know those puddings are delicious. I can tell you about them, but one taste is worth 1,000 words. So get some today and treat your family. Jell-O puddings and pie fillings.
Here again is Bob's hostess for this week in Washington, creator and moderator of Meet the Press, and noted Washington hostess, the attractive Miss Martha Roundtree.
Say, it's nice to see you again, Martha.
Nice to see you, Bob.
This is the day we leave it to the girls, right?
That's right. We're going to do a complete Leave It to the Girls show with 4 beautiful girls on the panel and you on the griddle.
Well, that's the way I always wanted to go, I'll tell you that. And they're beautiful, all right. You don't have to leave it to these girls. They've already got it, boy. They brought it with them, I'll tell you that.
And now let me introduce you, Bob.
All right.
And now, folks, we're going to leave it to 4 of the most glamorous and successful girls in America to tell you what they would do and why if they had your problems. Facing the girls will be Bob Hope, whose job it is to defend the men of America. Mr. Hope will be given a special horn so that any time he wants to interrupt to defend the men, all he has to do is blow the horn and
What's Rudy Valley doing?
And that will stop the show. And now to introduce our glamour panel. First, Mrs. William Randolph Hearst, Jr., who is Austin Hearst, writes Washington Whirl, syndicated column, and one of the best 10-dressed women in the world. Austin. And now, a young lady that most of you have heard on Leave It to the Girls and many other popular television and radio programs. She's one of the most vivacious and witty stars in television, Eloise McElhone. Miss Dina Clark, considered to be one of Washington's most beautiful and glamorous girls. Dina writes for Reader's Digest. And last but not least, Ruth Montgomery, who writes the syndicated column D.C. Wash, political columnist of the New York Daily News. Ruth. Now, Bob, your job is to defend the men any time that you want to put in a word for your sex. If you'll blow that horn, the girls have to stop immediately, and you can say what you want. And now, girls, our first...
I'm just practicing, Martha.
Our first letter today comes from a man, and he writes, I understand you're doing a special Leave It to the Girls panel show with Bob Hope from the Bethesda Naval Hospital. My girl refuses to marry me until I'm successful. I have ambitions to be a comedian, and I'm presently trying to get a job. Will you ask Mr. Hope if he is naturally funny, or does he have writers? And if so, are they expensive, and how could I contact similar help? Any other advice would also be appreciated, as I'm very serious about this.
You want to ask me that or the girls? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think the question was directed to you. They might be able to help the man out with some suggestions, but suppose you answer it first,
No,
Bob.
let the girls go. That's all right, Martha.
Austin.
Well, I understand that Mr. Hope has been getting some very good gags from that man he was playing golf with this afternoon. I mean, President Eisenhower. Maybe this man could get Harry Truman. He's free now, isn't he?
I think Mr. Hope had better watch out. He'll join that other army of Washingtonians who've been forced into the FBI, fired by Ike.
That was Dina Clark, Ruth Montgomery.
Well, I think anybody could be funny if he played golf as often as Bob Hope does with Ike, from what I hear of Ike's golf score. And as for expense, I'd like to say that if Bob doesn't pay his gag writers any more than he pays us, he should be called Jack Benny.
Will you run down to General Motors and have this fixed, please?
Did you have a comment to make there, Bob?
No, I'm just piling it up. Let Eloise go, and then we'll work on it.
All right, Eloise.
Well, frankly, after all the comments that have been made to you, Bob, I think this boy should change his mind. Forget about being a comedian. It's too tough. Actually, I think that as far as Bob is concerned, I think he's naturally funny, even when he doesn't play golf. And I think this other boy should be very careful, you know, of the life of the party type that only Aunt Esmeralda, you know, is the one who thinks he's funny, and not be a copycat. Don't try to copy any of the other comedians. So often, the life of the party, you know, the lampshade on the head. Well, now it's a whole new vogue. If you noticed, you go to parties, now all the men imitate Marlon Brando. You know, you sit down and suddenly they give you the bash on the back. Hey, Stella!
Yes, I do, yes. I think that, thank you, Eloise, for coming to my defense there. I certainly needed it after those three other lovely ladies chopped me up pretty good. I didn't expect to meet the Hatchet girls tonight. But I want to tell you that you're absolutely right. Everybody is turning. In fact, Marlon Brando is so successful, I understand he's having his sweatshirts monogrammed now. Is that true? But I can tell this boy, if he really wants to know, Martha, that he needs a lot of help with writers, just like I have, because I do all these shows. And to answer these kind of girls, you need some kind of help or adrenaline or something, believe me. And I'm sorry my writers are not here, but they're in the Mayo Clinic for the summer.
Our next letter comes from a woman, and she writes, Dear girls, my husband does not seem to have any ambition. He has been in the same job. He has been in the same job for 10 years. I want him to get out and better himself financially. He says it doesn't pay to make too much money because it all goes to Washington in taxes. Is there any argument that I can give him against this in order to spur him on to bigger and better things? Who has the answer for that? Dina Clark?
Well, I think that the husband, instead of complaining about the wife trying to make him more ambitious, should thank her. I know a multimillionaire, and he gives his wife complete credit. Oh, you think I don't know Crosby?
I see. I thought you just said a multimillionaire.
And he gives his wife complete credit for his fortune. He said that if it weren't for her, he never would have made so much. He was desperately trying to see if there was any income that she couldn't live beyond.
Ruth Montgomery.
Well, I think the easy solution to that is just to send her husband to Washington to get a job in Washington, because if you're taking it all from the government, you don't mind giving some of it back.
Eloise.
Well, I don't know whether you get it back. I think that's the reason Bob is down here, trying to get some of his back. Now, actually, I think that this woman doesn't have really, nothing much is going to happen. She says for 10 years now she's been trying to instill ambition into this man. Frankly, she says she's trying to spur him on. After 10 years, either his flank or her ankle should be pretty tired.
Sounds like my old Chevrolet, doesn't it? Martha, I'd like to answer that. I think this woman has a case, but I think it's the case of a lot of people in our country. We all have to pay taxes. In fact, I had a serious business talk with President Eisenhower this afternoon about taxes. He had 2 words for me, pay them, but... And when Dina mentioned Crosby, I went...
Did you ask permission to call me by my first name, Mr.
No,
Hunt?
I didn't, Dina, and I won't do it again. Anyway, I'll just call you Clarky. Say,
Make it Clarkopolis.
Pardon, honey?
Make it Clarkopolis.
Clarkopolis? You want a sugar bowl?
Don't try to get General Foods into this program.
Oh, are you, honey? Well, go, because they're with our tent, you know. You can go. What would you like to get in? What would you like to get in?
Don't let me interrupt you. Go ahead.
A bowl of Jell-O
we
for
were
dessert.
talking about
What
this
else?
man making all the money.
Yes, how did we ever get away back to General Foods? Isn't it? Man, this kid's got a commercial mind, huh?
How did we let that man with all the money get away?
Why don't we all talk at once? Just see how it sounds.
I always say all work and no play makes Jack.
Yes, I like that.
That was Austin. I think we'll go to our next question.
I had more to say, but I guess it's no use. I want to tell you, I want to warn everybody that this thing is on tape and can be edited. When you finally hear this next Wednesday or Thursday, these voices will not be in it. You'll just hear me. Thank you very much.
Well, all right. If it isn't recorded, may I ask a question? May I interrupt, Martha?
Go ahead.
Why is it that before the program began, Mr. Hope's assistant said there should be no whistle? He asked the boys not to whistle. Now, I like to hear wolf whistles.
You do?
Yes. You see? It's just like a train whistle. Even if I'm not going anyplace, I love to hear it.
That's nice. Now you started it. We'll have to have our ears retreaded before we
Let's be serious, though.
I think so,
We
Martha.
have some letters here from people with very serious problems.
Broke my whistle! Go ahead, Martha. Oh, yeah.
This comes from a very young girl who seems to be very unhappy. She says, she writes, think I can have a cigarette? I am engaged to be married in June. I am a rank sentimentalist and would like a double ring ceremony. When I suggested this to my fiancé, he did not seem to react the way I had hoped. I thought he would be happy to wear a wedding ring, too. But his only comment was, "It's all right with me if you feel that insecure." Girls, what is your reaction? Austin.
Well, I think she should call the wedding off. Because, Martha, the only way that this man is ever going to make a good husband is not to put a ring on his finger, but to put a ring through his nose. He probably feels that a wedding is a funeral where you smell your own flowers.
Ruth, listen, girls, let's face it. A married man has such a discouraged, beaten-down look about him that even the most avid husband hunter can recognize that a ring wouldn't help.
Fix this, will you please? Why? I want to ask one thing, Martha. Why does a married man have that beaten-down look?
Listen, Bob, it's because he can't take us out anymore.
What, honey?
It's because other married men can't take us out anymore.
No, I don't agree with you, Ruth. I think they probably wish they could. It would save them a lot of money. Your husband never takes you out anyway.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think it's the most flattering thing to ask a man to have a double ring ceremony, to think that you could buy 2 rings and keep up the payment. They're plenty confident. I think it's great.
Oh, go ahead, Eloise.
Well, Martha, at the end of the question, she said, what was our reaction? My reaction to the fiancé is, ugh. I go along with Austin in saying that she should, get rid of this boy because a ring isn't going to hold him. Let's face it, he can always take it off, if he wants to have a little hanky-panky on the side. And, anyway, I think that she should give it serious thought because,
Let me
for
ask
heaven's
you,
sake, no, I'm not finished,
Wait a minute.
Bob.
I know, I want to know.
It's his program.
Is that,
what can you do?
is that General Foods, hanky-panky?
Well, if this young lady is listening in, I think the advice of the panel would be not to marry this young man if he doesn't love her enough to wear a ring.
And get some hanky-panky.
And now, girls, let's turn the tables. This is our guest's chance to strike back, to ask the questions that have been puzzling him. From now on, it's every girl for herself. And, Bob, Hope, you're on your own.
All right. Martha, the facts show that the women in this country control almost all the money. They also spend almost all the money. That's for sure. They live much longer than men, and they don't have to fight for their country. What I want to know is, when are we men going to get equal rights?
Everybody's so happy. Men must realize they aren't equal or you would be fighting so hard. Dina.
Martha, I think that Bob Hope should quit all this talk about money. Sure, you men make the living, but we make the living worthwhile.
Ruth Montgomery.
Has Bob Hope ever heard of the National Press Club in Washington when he talks about equality? Do you know that we cover stories here all week long, and we can't even, when the man who we've been covering goes there to make a speech, we can't go? Do you know that we pay dues to the White House Correspondents Association, and then once a year they have a party for the president that Bob Hope came down for it, and they use our dues to put on the party, and we can't go? Hello, dear.
Well, I think it's a shame that we have one night to ourselves.
With our money.
Austin.
Well, Bob, I don't think that women want to be equal. The way things are, the way you describe it, I think we just keep it the way it is. We better stop all this crying for equality.
No, let's just keep our superiority.
Yes.
Yeah, oh, well. We have no competition. We have no competition as far as that's concerned. Actually, I don't think that it's a question really of equal rights. I think it's equal attitude. You know, now if you're working in an office or working any place all during the day, you know, you're supposed to push open the doors, do all the work and everything. Then when night comes, you're supposed to turn into a dream of divine glamour girl. What does a man turn into at night? Duffy's Tavern.
I think you're absolutely right, except for one thing, girls. I mean, when I say equal rights, I mean after a gal sits around all afternoon at some tea party, dunking her bag. While we're working over a hot sewer, and we come home, and what do we have to do? Have to beat up the Jell-O by ourselves. But I have another question, Martha. Said if women are prettier than men, why do women have to hide their skins under all kinds of makeup, change the color, length, and wave of their hair, lengthen their legs with high heels, and add other improvements too humorous to mention? While men seem to do fine just the way they are.
Austin. Well, men wear pads in their shoulders.
Scared me to death. May I say that was a nice delivery. Thank you.
Dina Clark. Not to mention the Adler elevator shoes and the toupees. Yes.
Ruth Montgomery. Why does Crosby wear that wig?
Well, what would you do if you can't pull anything else over you?
And Eloise will give you the last word.
Well, I think that the girls do it because, you see, we've got a lot of good basic material to start out with. Now, with the man... Thank you. The men, you know, there they all sit with their bare faces hanging out, and there's really not much you can do about it. There's no point for a man to try to use any makeup or anything because, you know, why strive for the impossible? With a man, you've already got the impossible.
Oh, I have a deep gash here. In other words, you mean we men have nothing to start with, huh?
Very little.
I don't know what men you've known, but I have to introduce you to a few of them.
I'm sorry we can't go longer. I want to thank you, Dina Clark, Austin Hurst, Ruth Montgomery, and Eloise McElhone. And this ends up our special session of Leave It to the Girls today. Thank you, Bob, for defending the men of America so ably. How do you feel?
I feel as though I'm in heaven, Martha. I really do.
Honestly?
Well, I hope it's heaven. All I know is I've just been murdered.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way, Bob. Now I'm afraid to tell you who your guest is going to be tomorrow.
Well, you can tell me. Maybe St. Peter won't let him in.
It's Mr. T. Coleman Andrews, United States Commissioner of Internal Revenue.
I didn't make heaven after all. It's the other place. Well, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, the four lovely ladies who made up Martha's panel today. Mrs. Ruth Montgomery, Mrs. William Randolph Hearst Jr., Mrs. Dina Clark, and Miss Eloise McElhone for being so wonderful. Weren't they great? How about that? And Martha, we'll see you and the commissioner tomorrow.
We'll be here, Bob.
Miss Martha Roundtree, ladies and gentlemen. You know, You know, some things seem better than they really are. For instance, they tell of a Persian king once who had 500 beautiful wives. Pretty nice until one day he caught a cold. Then it was horrible. Imagine 500 women shouting Gesundheit every time you sneezed. It was deafening. On the other hand, some things are even better than they seem. An example being chocolate pudding made with Jell-O chocolate pudding and pie filling. Yes, sir, maybe pudding seems an ordinary sort of dessert to you. Well, it won't once you taste Jell-O chocolate pudding. Here's a pudding that's so tasty, so extra chocolatey, that the youngsters call it candy good, and how they love it. I know, my youngsters think Jell-O chocolate pudding is wonderful, and yours will too. How about treating them today? Pick up several packages of Jell-O chocolate pudding and pie filling at your grocer's.
Remember the babies? They found a place to put them. Now they're growing up. And they want to come home. And they're hungry. It's Alive, Part 3, Island of the Alive. Don't see it alone.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. An elderly woman in your city has disappeared. There's no lead to where she's gone or why she left. Your job, find her.
It was Wednesday, July 14th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:47 a.m. when we got to 654 Kenmore Avenue.
Yes?
Miss Crocker?
It's Miss Crocker, but I'm her.
Police officers.
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thank you. It's my partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Oh, how you doing, ma'am? Just sit down there on the couch. Move that Afghan. I was laying down when you got here. Terrible thing. I just know it.
Yes, ma'am. If you tell us about it, please.
You just bet I will. First off, can I get you something? Maybe a cup of coffee, a little piece of cinnamon toast?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. If you change your mind, you just let me know.
Yes, we will. Now, if you just tell us about Miss Gillespie, please.
I hope if anything ever happens to me, I get this kind of service.
Yes, ma'am. Are you a friend of Mrs. Gillespie?
Her best. That's why I know something's happened to her.
Uh-huh.
She wouldn't just take off like this without telling me. Matter of fact, she didn't tell nobody. Just all of a sudden, she was gone.
All right, if you'd start right at the beginning and just tell us the whole story, please.
Well, Bertha Gillespie and me been friends for years.
I see.
Her and me been friends for years, ever since her husband died and she opened up the Tea Cozy. That's the little tea shop she has.
Yeah.
Nice place. She's done real good with it. All the ladies in the neighborhood go down there for afternoon tea. Serve those little tiny cake rolls with a pot of tea. Ladies' fingers, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, a couple of days ago, I went down there to see Bertha.
Do you know what day that was?
Hmm?
I say, do you know the exact date?
Oh, now, let's see. This is Wednesday. I guess it must have been Saturday. Yes, that's it, Saturday.
All right, would you like to go ahead, please?
Well, I went down to the Tea Cozy, and there was a sign right on the door telling how Bertha was sick and she'd gone away for a couple of days.
Was she in poor health?
Bertha?
Yes, ma'am.
Bertha was as strong as an ox. Nothing wrong with her. Besides that, I saw her only Friday night. She didn't say nothing to me about being sick, not a word.
I see.
That's what made me figure that there was something wrong. For the past 10 years, if there was anything on Bertha's mind, she told me about it. You just bet she did.
Well, isn't it possible that she just used the pretended illness as an excuse? That she just went away on a trip, maybe?
Oh, Bertha wouldn't do that.
Why do you say that?
Well, because she just wouldn't do it. Not with Saturday coming up. There isn't anything in the world that could make Bertha leave.
Well, what's happening Saturday?
Scrabble.
Beg pardon?
Scrabble. You know, the word game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, the ladies in the neighborhood have a sort of club. We meet down at the Cozy and play our tournaments. Bertha's the champion. Hasn't been anybody that can beat her real good. You know, not regular.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's why she wouldn't leave. This Saturday was her first big match outside the club. A woman from West Los Angeles was coming out here to challenge her. Bertha's been in training all week. Well, she wouldn't just walk out on the match. I'm telling you, officers, there's something wrong.
Well, has Mrs. Gillespie any relatives here in Los Angeles?
No. No, she's got some people back east. Mississippi, I think.
Possible she might have left to go see them?
I told you. Not with the big match coming on. Ain't nothing in the world that could keep Bertha from playing in that. Nothing, and you believe it.
Yes, ma'am. Does she have any men friends?
Oh, you mean romantic?
Yes.
Well, there's Chester, but that's not what I'd call a real romance. Bertha'd go out to the movies with him once in a while. Maybe he'd come over to the tea cozy of an evening, and they'd sit there and watch the television. But there'd always be somebody else there, mostly me. No, you couldn't say that it was any kind of a romance with Chester.
Do you have his address?
You going to talk to him?
Yes, we'll have.
It won't do you any good. I already did. He don't know where Bertha is.
If you'll just give us the phone number of this Chester, we'll check on your friend.
Yeah, you check. You'll find out what I said is true.
Yes, ma'am.
I think somebody done Bertha in. She wouldn't just take off like this without telling me.
Well, now, ma'am, did she have any enemies in the neighborhood? Anybody that you think might want to do her harm?
No, not a soul, not a single one. Isn't anyone who didn't like her. Well, maybe Mrs. Ruman didn't care much for her, but I think that was kind of a jealous thing.
Well, what do you mean?
Scrabble.
Well, what's that?
Mrs. Ruman, Helen. She thought she could play the game. Then when she challenged Bertha to a match, it was pretty terrible. 4:57 to 2:14. Helen was pretty upset. She tried to make out like she was a good loser, you know, kind of smiled and laughed. But I could tell. She didn't like being skunked.
Yes, ma'am. Can you think of any reason why anyone would want to harm Miss Gillespie?
Well, not right off unless it was for money.
What?
Last time I saw her, she was carrying a lot of cash money around with her.
Yeah?
$2,500.
10:33 a.m. We put in a call to missing persons detail and checked the name Bertha Gillespie through the files. There'd been no report filed on her, and her name did not appear in the Gaga file. We checked the name through R&I, but she had no criminal record in Los Angeles. 10:47 a.m. We drove by the Tea Cozy restaurant. On the front door, attached with cellophane tape, was a hand-lettered note reading, "Taking a short vacation. Watch for reopening." Through the glass pane, we could see the interior of the shop. Everything appeared to be in order. Frank and I checked the rear of the building, but from what we could see, there was nothing out of line. 11:28 a.m. We put in a call to the missing woman's boyfriend, Chester Avon. He told us that he'd talked to the Gillespie woman on the previous Friday night, and she'd appeared in good spirits and had said nothing about leaving. We checked at her bank. We found that she'd made a withdrawal from her savings account to the amount of $2,500. This left a balance of over $12,000 in the savings account, $6,000 in the checking account. The manager of the branch told us that he'd spoken with Mrs. Gillespie when she'd taken the money, and that she told him that she was thinking of taking a short vacation. We got in touch with Miss Crocker and told her what we'd found. We asked her if she wanted to file a missing persons report. She said that she'd wait until the end of the week, and if her friend hadn't returned by then, that she'd come into the office. A month passed before we heard from her again. On the morning of Friday, August 20th, she called to tell us that she still hadn't heard from Mrs. Gillespie and asked that we conduct a formal investigation. She came down to the office and filled out a Form 316. Frank and I drove out to the restaurant to check it again. It was exactly as it had been when we'd last seen it. We tried the doors and found that they were still locked. 1:43 p.m. We went back to the office. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, that's kind of high, isn't it? Yeah. Well, did your people check into it? I see. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. If you find out anything, we'd appreciate it if you'd give us a call. Right. That's Michigan 5211, extension 2521. Yes, sir. Either Officer Frank Smith or Sergeant Joe Friday. That's right. Thanks for your help. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that finishes up the utility calls.
Well, what do you got?
Telephone bill for the past 30 days is just the service charge, no toll calls. Same with the electric lights.
Uh-huh. They received payment in the last month, did they?
No. Telephone company says they haven't been paid in over 60 days. Says they've sent a couple of reminders.
Uh-huh.
Only reason they haven't cut off the service is the bills have always been paid promptly in the past.
I see.
I checked with our business office. Girl tells me the bill usually runs around $10.
Possible, then, that the phone hasn't been used at all, huh?
Well, it shapes up that way. Same with the lights. The one thing doesn't match.
Yeah, what's that?
The water bill. I checked with them. Normal bill's about $4 for the place.
Yeah.
The last 60 days, it's been $79.
It's a lot of water, isn't it?
Yeah. I talked to one of the engineers at the company, a fellow named Jones.
Yeah, what'd he tell you?
Well, he told me there was only one thing that could cause a water jump like that.
Yeah.
A water tap.
Yeah.
Running for about a month. 2:06 p.m. We called the bank where Mrs. Gillespie had her accounts. The head cashier told us that since the date she'd withdrawn the $2,500, there'd been no deposits or withdrawals made. We telephoned the missing woman's friend, Mrs. Winifred Crocker. From her, we got the name and address of the owner of the building where the Tea Cozy restaurant was located. Frank and I signed out of the office and drove out to see him. The address we'd been given was a large house in the Silver Lake district. We rang the bell to the front door, but we got no answer. We walked around to the back of the property to a large garage. Now, Joe, if we find this guy, we can find out if she gave him some indication she was going to leave.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's somebody there.
Yeah.
In here, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Yeah? We'd like to see Virgil Medina.
I'm him. What do you want?
Police officers. We'd like to check out a few things with you if we can.
What about?
Well, it might be easier if we talked inside.
I got no truck with the cops. I got none and I want none. Now you can just ask your questions from out there.
All right, sir. That's the way you want it.
Well, that's the way it's going to be. Now get your questions asked and go about your business.
You own a building located at 687 Kenmore Avenue?
Why?
Look, Mr. Medina, we're trying to conduct an investigation. We'd like to have your cooperation. If you don't want to talk here, we can go downtown.
I own the building. Why?
You have a tenant named Bertha Gillespie?
Yes. Why?
When'd you see her last?
Well, about a month ago, at least that.
Do you remember the exact date?
I don't know. It's a long time ago. What's all this about Bertha anyway? What are all these questions? You got something you want to know about her? Go ask her yourself. Anything I can tell you that she can't, go talk to her. Leave me alone.
Where'd you see her last?
Down at the restaurant.
What time of day?
Nighttime.
Would you try to remember what date it was? It's pretty important.
Wait a minute. I'll try to figure. See, I guess it must have been on a Saturday night. Yes, I'd say it was Saturday, the 10th of July.
Do you have any way of being sure that that's the date?
Now, look, you come around here asking questions, and I'll give you an answer. You can take it or leave it. I got no way of being sure. That's the day I think I saw her last.
She seem in good spirits?
What do you mean by that?
Well, sir, was she happy, or was there something worrying her?
Well, she seemed happy to me. I didn't pay a lot of attention. What are you cops trying to find out? You come right out and tell me what you want, and maybe I'll have the answer. But I haven't got time to stand around and waste time with you. Now, you tell me why you're asking these questions, or you can leave.
Mrs. Gillespie's been reported missing. We're trying to trace it.
Well, who done that? Who says she's missing?
Well, that's not the important point here. We got the report. We've got to check it out.
Well, whoever told you that's crazy? If Bertha's gone, there's a good reason for it. I guess she just finally got fed up and left town.
What do you mean?
She made a mint of money from that place. Regular mint. She used to tell me that when she had enough, she was going to just take off and see the world. Go around the whole world on a tramp steamer. She told me when she signed the last lease that she thought this would be the last one. She ain't missing. She just gone.
Did she say anything to you about the fixtures in the place?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, the furniture, all the fixtures. They belong to her, don't they?
Yes, I guess so.
Will she make any arrangements to dispose of them?
Not to me, she didn't.
What if you have a key to the place?
The Tea Cozy?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
You own the building and you don't have a key to the restaurant?
Well, no, I had one, but I lost it. Never had another one made. Why? What do you want with the key?
We want to check the premises.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you got no right to do that. The place belongs to Mrs. Gillespie. You got no right to go tromping around in there.
Afraid we're going to have to.
Then you're going to do it without my say-so.
All right, sir, if that's the way it's going to be.
I'm telling you, she ain't going to like it. She ain't going to like you going in the place when she isn't there.
Well, we take that up with her.
Well, you better, because I'm not going to take any responsibility for it.
We're not asking you to, Mr. Medina.
I'll give you this, though.
Yes, sir, what's that?
You go nosing around, you're liable to come up with something that you ain't looking for.
Well, thanks for your help, Mr. Medina.
Don't mention it. Just remember what I told you about finding trouble when you ain't looking for it.
Well, that doesn't happen often.
Huh?
We're looking for it. 3:14 p.m. Frank and I drove back to the Tea Cozy restaurant on Kenmore Avenue. We checked the front door of the place. It was locked. While Frank covered one side of the building, I took the other side, looking for open windows. How about it? No luck.
Me neither. What do we do now?
Well, we'll have to try to force one of the windows in the back.
All right.
Come on. I think maybe we can get in here.
You gonna break it?
Well, we're going to have to.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Huh?
You hear water running? Sounds like it's coming from inside.
Yeah, might be. Well, let's get in there.
You want my gun?
No, I'll use the handcuffs. See if I can knock a hole in the top half of the window here.
Wait a minute. You better use your handkerchief.
Let me borrow yours.
Here.
All right. All right, look. There, that does it. I'll go in and open the door.
Yeah, I'll meet you out in front.
All right. Frank?
Yeah, here.
Come on in.
See anything?
No, I haven't looked yet.
Well, this must be the living room.
Yeah.
Everything looks okay here. A little dusty.
Yeah. Water's running someplace. Wait a minute. Sounds like it's come from over there. Yeah. Better turn it off.
Yeah. Better call the crime lab, huh?
Yeah. Kind of a rough one, isn't it?
Yeah. Looks like she put up quite a fight. Bloodstains all over the place.
Yeah, look here.
Huh?
I guess this is what killed her.
Yeah.
Butcher knife. From a picture and the description that we'd gotten from Winifred Crocker, we identified the victim as the missing woman, Bertha Gillespie. We put in a call for the crime lab. Lee Jones and his crew came out and went over the place. The rest of the restaurant seemed to be in order. There was no sign of a struggle of any kind except in the bathroom where the body had been found. The murder weapon, the butcher knife, was dusted for prints, as was the rest of the restaurant, but the partials that the crime lab came up with were worthless for classification. They would be sufficient, however, for comparison if we caught the killer. A search of the personal effects of the dead woman revealed no further information to aid us in apprehending her killer. The $2,500 that she was known to have had when she was last seen was missing. 6:21, the men from the crime lab finished their investigation on the scene, and the coroner's office was called. They came out and removed the body. They also locked the door and affixed the coroner's seal. 6:45 p.m. Frank and I got back to our car to go down to the office. Now, let's go, Frank.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
Hold it, Frank.
Huh? That's a little kid.
You guys the cops?
Yeah, son, what's the matter?
A lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Something we can do for you?
No, I figured maybe there's something I can do for you.
What do you mean?
You know who did the murder yet?
Well, why do you say it was a murder, son?
I know who did it.
The working detective has learned by experience that approximately 60% of all homicides are solved within 20 minutes after the arrival of the authorities. Two things are necessary in establishing the identity of a killer: motive and opportunity. In the present instance, we had the motive. $2,500 that the dead woman had withdrawn from her account was missing. However, a month had passed between the time the actual murder had taken place and it had been discovered. Ample time for the killer to cover his tracks. Now, before we could leave the scene, we had a witness who stated that he could name the killer for us. We asked the boy to get into the back seat of the police car while Frank and I questioned him.
What's your name, son?
Good, Eric. Kids always call me Gordy.
Uh-huh. How old are you?
7.
Now, what's all this about you being able to tell us who killed Mrs. Gillespie?
I can.
Well, who was it?
Mr. Medina.
You mean the man who owns the building?
Yeah, that's who I mean.
Well, that's a pretty serious charge, Gordon. Do you have any way to prove that?
Guess I really can't prove it, but I know it's true.
Well, how do you know?
I just know, that's all. I seen him there. I just seen him going in and out.
Well, when was this?
3 weeks ago. Maybe a month. But he used to go in and out all the time. Argue with Mrs. Gillespie.
What do you mean by argument?
Loud. Mr. Medina screamed at Mrs. Gillespie.
Will you ever hear any of these arguments, son?
Sure. My mother's a friend of Mr. Gillespie. We just live a couple blocks away on Dewey Street. I play over here all the time. I've heard Mr. Medina yell at her.
What'd they argue about, son?
Mostly about a lease or something. Seems like Mr. Medina wants Mrs. Gillespie to move out. She didn't want him. Made him pretty sore. You gotta talk to him. He'll tell you the same thing about how he used to fight with her.
All right, son. Your mother ever hear any of these fights?
Sure. You ask her. She'll tell you the same way just as I did.
Okay, is she home now?
Should be. Maybe she went out to the store or something. She should be home.
Okay, son. Let's go, Frank.
Yeah.
Guess this is about the most excitement we've had for a long time.
Yeah.
Poor old Mrs. Gillespie. Sure a nice old lady. Real nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't hardly anybody that didn't like her. Hardly anybody.
How about Mr. Medina? 7:04 p.m., we drove young Gordon Eric to his home and talked with his mother. She verified his story about the arguments between the victim and Medina. She went on to say that Medina had threatened Mrs. Gillespie, saying that if she wouldn't vacate the premises, he'd take care of her. We had their statements taken, and at 8:40 p.m., we went by Medina's house and asked him to accompany us downtown. He finally agreed, although he was sullen and uncooperative. When we got him down to the office, we checked his name through the record bureau, but we found that he had no criminal record in Los Angeles. His prints were rolled and sent to Harlan Stahl for comparison with those found on the murder weapon. While we waited for the results, we talked to him in the squad room.
You're going to regret this, you know that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you're dragging me down here with all these questions. You just wait till my lawyers get here. He'll put a stop to all this foolishness.
You want to tell us what it's all about, Medina?
Tell you about what? How one of my tenants got himself killed? Now, listen. I got property all over town, a lot of tenants. If I worried about each one of them, I wouldn't have no time to do nothing else.
We understand you had some pretty big arguments with Mrs. Gillespie.
Who said that? Who told you that?
Is it true?
Why, it's a lie. You bring the person in here who said it, and I'll tell them it's a lie right to their face. You just bring them in here.
We can't do that, and you know it.
Well, of course you can. You know why? You want me to tell you?
Go ahead, you tell us.
You can't show the person who said that because there ain't no such person. Anybody in the world who says, I'll argue with Bertha?
Uh-huh. You try to get her to break her lease with you?
That's none of your business. I told you before, I'm not about to answer a lot of questions that aren't none of your concern.
A couple of things we better set you straight on, mister. You're a suspect in a murder. Now, if you're smart, you're going to realize that and give us some straight answers.
You just wait till my lawyer gets here. He'll take care of all this, and he's going to fix you for taking my fingerprints. I still don't think you had any right to do that. No right at all.
Oh, yeah. Homicide Friday. Yeah, Harlan. How many? All right. Thank you. You want to tell us why you killed her, Medina?
What are you talking about?
That was our fingerprint man. They checked your prints against the ones we found on the murder knife. They match perfectly.
Oh. You sure, are they?
They're sure.
I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't mean to, honestly. Just all of a sudden, I got so mad. I was standing there smiling. You should have known it. She had a way of smiling at you, and you knew that there wasn't anything that you could do. You just stand there smiling. I didn't mean to kill her, though. You got to believe that I didn't mean to kill her.
Want to tell us how it happened?
Have you got a cigarette?
Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks.
Here's a match.
I had a chance to lease the place to some other people. More money. I tried to get her out.
Go ahead.
I tried to talk to her. I tried to get her to retire. She had enough money. She didn't ever have to worry. All I wanted her to do was to get out. But she wouldn't. She said I'd signed a lease with her and she was going to keep it.
How much difference was there between what she was paying and what the new people were going to give you?
$50 a month.
You killed her for that?
Oh, yeah, you don't understand. You got to try. Now, really, this is important. If you knew Bertha, you'd know why I did it. You see, I went to her. I told her that I'd give her a lease on another piece of property. I'd give it to her at less money. I was trying to be fair. You can see that. I wanted to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that Saturday night, I decided to have it out with her. I went over to talk, tried to convince her. But she wouldn't listen. She just wouldn't listen. I tried everything to make her listen, but she wouldn't. She just stood there and told me that she had the lease and that she was going to keep it. She just stood there with that superior smile of hers, like she knew it all. Makes you want to hit her as hard as you could. If you knew her, you'd see what I mean. You'd see.
Did you take the money?
Yes. I don't know why I did that. Just all of a sudden, I got so mad at her, I picked up the knife, and I killed her. I didn't mean to, honest, I didn't. As soon as I saw her, I was sorry. I was real sorry.
Yeah. Did you turn that water on?
Well, I guess so. You see, I don't remember too good. I washed my hands after I'd killed her. I remember that. I guess I did leave the water on. I guess I did, yes.
All right. You want to get the stenographer, Frank?
Sure.
Thanks.
You've seen the way she thought she was so much better than anybody else, you'd know.
Is that right?
Sure. All those old hens clucking around her all the time, building her up, making her feel superior, real superior.
Mm-hmm.
If she just moved out, if she just let me have the place, it all would have been all right if she'd just done that. That's a lot of money, you know. $50 a month. That's what I stood to make on the deal.
Yeah.
It was worth it, don't you think? $50 a month without turning a hand? Everybody'd figured that way, wouldn't they? Well, everybody'd think so.
Now, when you get where you're going, you can ask him.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 10th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Virgil Emil Medina was tried and convicted of murder in the second degree and received sentence as prescribed by law. Murder in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of from 5 years to life.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's alive. It's alive.
Can you hear me? It can't be saved. It's gotta die.
It's alive. It's alive.
Why are you so anxious to be the one to do it?
It's alive.
Doctor! Medina's out of here!
It's alive.
Now, nobody knows how this thing happened. It's really a matter of speculation, and I think perhaps that's for the best. After all, if we find out that the cause is medication that we manufacture and it was administered over a long period of time, well,
what do your interests recommend?
Absolute destruction of this thing.
It went down the storm drains.
That's how it can travel the length of the city without anybody seeing it.
Don't touch me. Don't you touch me. They stole my baby. Come on, get down.
Did you see it? Did you see? What does it look like?
What are you
Get
afraid
those
of?
cameras out of my face, please. I got no comment. I had nothing to do with this.
Will you get that thing out of my face? Get out of the way!
He could have killed you. You know why he didn't? You know why he didn't kill you?
Look out, Charlie!
You've never been exposed to radioactivity in radioactive material or undergone extensive x-rays? No, Doctor, I told you. Well, we can't rule out genetic damage.
Let go
My department has already cautioned the police about excessive violence. If it could be dispatched with a bullet or better still, some kind of a gas. Undoubtedly, it is very small and any kind of bodily harm, especially from gunshots or explosives.
In other words, you want me to sign away the body, is that it?
Well, it's your right. After all, you are the child's father.
You
Drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Business? Staggering. The customers? About the same. By the way, Duffy, we got some mail here. An advertisement in the mail from a new paper towel company. Huh? I know we bought them last month, but they go fast. I think the customers have been blotting instead of rubbing. Any more mail? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a letter here with a black border around it, Duffy. Open it, huh? Let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Hiram Cavendish of the Cavendish Undertaking Parlor announced the engagement of their daughter Lucy to Dr. James P. Briggs, prominent surgeon. Boy, that Cavendish is certainly a go-getter. Yeah, and there's another letter here for... Hey, wait a minute. This one is for me. I'll call you back, Duffy. Puzzled about, Miss Arthur? Well, I got a letter here from a Morton Q. Poggenberg on Newtown Road in Astoria, Long Island. Well? Well, I used to know a Morton Q. Poggenberg on Newtown Road in Astoria, Long Island. I wonder if it could be the same one.
Don't be silly. Newtown Road is probably just crawling with Morton Q. Poggenberg.
Oh, let me see. Well, sure enough. It's from me nephew, Morton.
Really?
Yeah, little Morton. The aunt's kid.
On the distaff side?
No, on the riprap side. Let's see what he has to say. Dear Uncle Archie. Eddie. Look how the kid spells uncle. U-N-C-L-E. Oh, dear. Ain't that cute?
Yeah, cute. And right, too. How old is it?
Well, let's see now. Morton was born the year that Uncle Joe went on release. It was 1932. This is 1945. It's 32 into 45. Counted at 2. Must be quite a young man by now.
What do the letters say?
Let's see here. Dear Uncle Archie, my family have gone to the Catskills, and they thought it would be nice if I came and stayed with you until they return. Holy cat, Eddie. We're going to have a kid.
Ain't it wonderful what them vitamins can do?
Yeah, let's see. I will arrive Friday after school. That's today. P.S. Congratulations on being the first millionaire in the family. How does it feel to be living in a 14-room penthouse?
Where did you get that idea?
We've been corresponding.
Attention, letter writers. Does your fountain pen leak at high altitude?
All right, Eddie. So I took a little liberty.
That wasn't liberty. That was AWL. Hey, where's this little Morton going to live?
He's going to live with me.
Oh, yes. I forgot. In the 14-room penthouse.
Well, it ain't quite 14 rooms.
It ain't quite 2 rooms, unless you count the pigeon coop. And where are you going to feed him?
Feed him here at the tavern.
If you feel that way about the boy, wouldn't it be simple to just beat him over the head with a club?
Look, Eddie, there's worse things in the world than the food in Duffy's Tavern.
All right.
Oh, hello, Finnegan. I was just telling Eddie here, my little nephew Morton's coming down tonight, and I'm wondering what to do with him. Finnegan, do you know anything about young growing children?
Well, I don't know. I never grew any.
I can see that you and Morton will be nice playmates.
Oh, sure. I love kids.
You do, huh?
Yeah, there's something about them that's so childish. And kids love me, too. I got a knack for not making them feel inferior to me. I don't know how I do it.
Yeah, come to think of it, you ran a baby watching service once, didn't you?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to it?
It didn't turn out. You know, things would go along all right for a while, and then as soon as the kids learned to talk, their mothers would fire me. How old is your nephew?
Oh, about 11.
11, huh? That's a nice ripe age for a child.
Yeah.
He's a lucky boy. I often wish I had an uncle.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. Mother and father never had no brothers, huh?
No, just. I'm so tired of being a niece.
Well, it's a little late to change. Finnegan, I'd better explain this to you. Now, how many sexes are there?
Don't be absurd, Art. 3.
Huh?
Men, women, and children.
Well, I guess Morton will be safe with you. Now, let's see.
Hello, Archie. Hello, Finnegan.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Sorry, Miss Duffy, you look perfectly beautiful tonight.
Oh, no, I don't.
But, Miss Duffy, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
See, maybe I was wrong.
Miss Duffy, I think you should have quit when you was ahead. But there is something different about you tonight.
Yeah, I'm using a new shade of lipstick.
So, is that it? I thought you cut yourself shaving.
Honestly, Finnegan, sometimes you act just like a man.
What you getting sore about? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, no, but, with that face of hers, she's rather sensitive.
Oh.
Why don't you apologize to her?
Well, okay. Miss Duffy.
What?
I'm awful sorry you're so homely.
Finnegan, did your parents ever have any children that lived?
Please, Miss Duffy, try and be a little more ladylike tonight. We're expecting a stranger in our monk. My nephew.
Your nephew, huh? Well, that's nice. What's he like, Archie?
Miss Duffy, there is no use taking your hook on this one. You'd have to throw it back. He's only 11 years old.
Huh. To listen to you, an individual would think that all I ever do is chase men.
So?
Suppose I told you that I have as many girlfriends as boyfriends.
Miss Duffy, we have as many employees as customers, but that don't mean we don't want to do business.
Look, Archie, just because I show a little interest in your nephew, you don't have to go through a whole Magilla. And if you keep your mouth shut, maybe I could give you some advice on how to take care of them.
Where did you ever learn about taking care of children?
From my mother. After all, she brought me up.
You got any other references?
It so happens that I was very well raised. Mama always tells me how, even before I was born, she made it her business to think beautiful thoughts and to listen to beautiful symphonies and concerts and operas.
Somewhere along the line, somebody must have sneaked in a Spike Jones record.
Yeah, I've just been thinking.
A likely story. About what?
What to do with your little nephew when he gets here. I think I'll take him to see a burlesque show.
Burlesque show? Finnegan, Morton, it's just a child.
So what? I'll explain it as it goes along.
You can't take a kid to a burlesque show when he's only 11 years old.
Don't worry, he'll be older when he gets out of there.
Well, maybe you've got a point. Okay, but leave us not rob this kid of his illusions, you know. Don't let him sit too close to the runway. Oh, Eddie, look, Morton's going to be here any minute, and I'd hate to have him see the place looking so crummy. Ain't there something we can do about it?
Yeah, we could blindfold him.
Eddie, if a certain waiter continues to crack wise, there is liable to be a new porter in the house on 92nd Street. Now, leave us clean the place up. And by the way, who is that uncouth-looking stranger sitting over there in the corner?
I don't know.
Well, ask him to leave. We've got enough regular bums here without catering to strangers. Go ahead, throw him out.
Just a second. You mean that thick-set, powerful-looking gentleman with the cauliflower ears and the brass knuckles sticking out of his pocket?
Yeah, that's the one. What are you waiting for?
Now, I just want to be sure that we were thinking of the same man. You do mean that fella about 6'4", weighing about 300 pounds, reading the Restless Weekly?
Yeah, that's the guy. Throw him out. He ain't bought a beer for over 2 hours anyway.
He's having one on me right now.
Eddie, quit stalling. I'm telling you, for the last time, I want the guy ejaculated. Let's see, where could Morton sleep tonight?
Okay.
Yeah?
How about him sleeping in our parlor?
Your parlor? Well, Miss Duffy, don't you usually have a date on Friday night?
Yeah, but tonight I got a date with a fellow who's interested in me for my mind.
Oh.
Morton could sleep on the horsehair sofa.
So, horsehair, but that's the one your mother faints on when your old man comes home sober.
So what?
You think I want the kid crushed to a pulp? No, I guess he'd better be off sleeping with me after all.
Doctor?
Yeah?
That muscular gentleman that you asked me to throw out.
Oh, yeah. Is that big lug still here?
Yeah, he said this is a free country.
Never mind what the bum says. You throw him out.
And he further said if you want him thrown out, why don't you do it in person?
He's lucky this is a free country. Look, I'm going to let Morton sleep with me tonight, so I'd like you to go over and clean up my room, Eddie. And don't forget to take my socks off the radiator and stand them in the closet.
Yeah.
And another thing, you know that autographed picture I got of Beefy LeVere, the striptease queen?
Yeah.
Pin a handkerchief over her from the neck down. Or better still, use me Harvard pennant. Yeah, that'd be a nice touch. And another thing, tell me landlady that I have a house guest and will need an extra pitcher of water in the morning.
Okay, Coach, I'm on the way.
Wait, you better wait till I get back, Eddie.
Where are you going?
Well, I got to go down to the laundry and tell Chin Lee to hurry up with my other shirt. I'll be back in a minute.
Sweep up the floor, clean out the room, throw out the customers, hang up my socks. Eddie Green, you was out of your mind when you said not interested to the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Where would it all end?
Well, I beg your pardon. Can you tell me where I can find the owner of this place?
The owner?
Yes, a gentleman named Archie.
Oh, him? Well, he'll be right back. He's out transacting a big deal that's something to do with China. You is Morton, ain't you?
Yes.
Well, Morton, I'm Eddie.
Eddie? Oh, yes, Archie's valet.
Well, not the head valet. No, I'm working up to it, though.
Oh. So this is Duffy's Tavern here. Sorry I had to come when you're rebuilding. What weird-looking people around here. Who's that tall, stupid-looking fellow with the apron and just coming in?
You mean the one with the big ears?
Yes.
That is Uncle Archie.
Well, Morton.
Hello, Uncle Archie.
Morton Parkenberg. You know, the last time I seen you, you were about this big. I'll never forget that day. I picked you up from your little crib. My, you certainly have grown. I I suppose you go to school now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. At 11 years old, I know how you must feel about school, Morton, but, kid, listen to your Uncle Archie. Stick it out for another year or two. Little extra education never hurt nobody.
Another year or two. Why, Uncle Archie, I'm planning to go to college.
Morton, I see you've inherited the family thirst for knowledge. When do you think you'll go to college?
Well, I'm eligible now, but Mother doesn't want me to matriculate too young.
And she's right. Go to college first, then marry. By the way, what's that book under your arm there?
Oh, this? Oh, it's the biography of the Ocelot Molotov.
Yes, what other books have you been reading?
Oh, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, James Joyce's Ulysses.
Oh, yeah, that's Ulysses. Yeah. Did you like that?
Oh, I thought it was splendid.
Yeah. Remind me, I'll take you up to Grant's tomb someday. We'll drive up in me Cadillac limousine with the fleet-foot body.
A Cadillac limousine? You must be awfully rich, Uncle Archie.
Rich as a crocus, kid. But, you know, it ain't tough to make dough if you got the right connections. You know, Rockefeller says to me, buy 50 million shares of that. Henry Kaiser says, sell 60 million shares of this. First thing you know, you got $100 in your pocket.
It must be wonderful to know all those people. Uncle Archie, do you know anybody in radio?
Oh, what is?
Well, I'd like to get an information, please.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I know all of them guys personally. Oscar Levant, FOB.
Do you know Clifton Fadiman?
Oh, I know him for years. In fact, him and me was cockneys together in London.
Maybe you could get me on the program.
Well, Morton, I'll see what I can do, but don't forget them people are several years your Magee, you know. I'm afraid to them you'd be just a little quizzling.
Well, that may be so, Uncle Archie, but just the same, I've listened to that program every week for the past 3 years, and I've never missed a question.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wait a minute. Quick. Name me the first president of the United States.
George Washington.
Maybe we got something here. Tell you what we'll do, kid. We'll start training tonight. We'll get a board of experts around the place and set up a quiz show. You know, it'll be good practical experience for you. If there's any bugs in your head, we can iron them out.
Archie.
Yes, Morton.
Aren't you tired of massaging my head?
Look, Morton, before a fighter goes into the ring, what does his trainer do? Massages his muscles. You know, he makes them supple. Now, let's get started. I'll introduce you to your fellow experts. Miss Duffy. Morton, this is Miss Duffy, our expert on maritime relations. Miss Duffy, this is Morton.
Hubba. You're cute.
This dame don't throw the age limit nowhere.
Why, gee, Uncle Archie, she's attractive, isn't she? Oh, thank you, Morton.
I'm afraid the studying you've been doing has ruined your eyesight.
All the nerve. Oh, please, Miss Duffy. Uncle Archie sometimes carries his jokes too far. I hope you'll accept my apologies in his behalf.
Look, Morton, when my behalf has said something that's ashamed of, it'll apologize for itself. If you don't mind. Now, next, I would like you to shake hands with Mr. Clifton Finnegan.
Hello, Morton. Here. Have a Tootsie Roll.
Well, I'm afraid I must decline, Mr. Finnegan. Experience has taught me that excessive consumption of carbohydrates is deleterious to the proper functioning of the body.
Hey, Duffy, you don't even want to touch his own.
You heard the kid as well as I did. Give him a Tootsie Roll. Now, leave us get going with this quiz. Now, folks, for each question missed by the experts, Duffy's Tavern will pay out to the SC of said question 25 cents and free lunch tickets. I was only kidding, Duffy. Experts, the first question is in 3 parts. Who said of the people, for the people, and by the people? Mr. Finnegan?
We the people.
I'm afraid this time you're wrong, Mr. Finnegan. Morton.
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln is right. That gives us 3 out of 3. And now, a scientific question. How does the process of pasteurization get its name? Morton?
From its inventor, Louis Pasteur.
Sorry, Morton. Better luck next time.
But, Uncle Archie, it is Pasteur. Oh, Pasteur and pasteurized.
Morton, you've heard of Hodgemized milk?
Yeah.
Is there such a guy as Hodgemy?
No.
Touché. Mr. Finnegan, where did pasteurization get its name?
Was it from a moving picture with 12 munis?
Oh, could you be a little more specific? What was the name of the picture?
Green Pastures.
Correct. Well, better luck on the next question, Morton. Now, this question comes from Miss Fern Pepnick, East Orange, New Jersey housewife. What is meant by the reconversion plan? Morton?
Well, as I understand it, the plan's reconversion lies in the general reduction of corporate and individual levies, which should, through economic compulsion and consumer goods demand, result in absolute parity of distribution.
Morton, will you stop talking like a child? How about you, Miss Finney? I see your hand up.
Anything I could add to the previous answer would be mere repetition.
Oh, you don't know, huh? Now, anybody else? Okay. Miss Pepnick will receive 25 cents and free lunch tickets. Good luck, Miss Pepnick. Now, the next question is a musical question submitted by Mr. Sam Steinway. Now, the first part of the question is, what season does the following song suggest? Miss Duffy.
Leap year.
What month?
Who cares?
Well, I think I'll only have to give you full credit on that. Morton, by the way, did you recognize the song?
Oh, yes, it was Mendelssohn's Wedding March.
Yes, that's correct. From Richard Wagner's famous opera, Das Lohengrin. Well, that's a little better, Morton. Now, for the last half of the question, what state is suggested by the following song? Morton?
Carolina.
North or south?
North or south? What's the difference?
What's the difference? 50 million lives was lost in the Civil War, and he asks what's the difference. Morton, I'm afraid you're hopeless.
Uncle Archie, I've been thinking so, too.
Well, I'm glad we agree.
Yes. You've got a 14-room penthouse and a Cadillac limousine, but I'm convinced that it pays to be ignorant.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at this same time next week. And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern. Oh, hello, Duffy. Did you hear the kid? Yeah, he's a bit of a moron. Yeah, I think when they named him Morton, they just threw the T in so he wouldn't feel self-conscious. But, you know, he's a sweet kid, Duffy, and I like him. You know, Einstein's theory of relativity, blood is thicker than water. Well, I'll see you next Friday, Duffy. So long.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ici. Regarde autour de mon pied. Ça giscle. Regarde. L'eau est empêchée, mais elle est là. Quand je pense qu'il a laissé perdre cette fortune. Alors, c'est toi qui hérites?
Non, c'est Florette.
Et qui c'est cette Florette?
Regarde, Manon, regarde. Regarde toutes ces fleurs que tu vas me cueillir. Regarde la maison. Ni acheté, ni loué. Et pourtant, je suis ici chez moi.
Eh bien, si vous étiez né ici, comme votre pauvre mère, on vous appellerait Jeanne de Florette.
Je suppose que tu passes près de la source avec un sac de ciment sur le dos. Tu glisses, tu tombes et paf. Le ciment va tout juste boucher le trou.
Et dans les terres dont nous avons hérité, il y a une source.
Une source? Quelle source?
Eh oui. Elle figure sur le cadastre dont le notaire m'a donné une copie.
Il vendra. N'importe plus, mais ça fait moins d'ampoules qu'une pioche. Puis, c'est souvent qu'un paysan devient bossu, mais c'est rare qu'un bossu devienne paysan.
Mais jamais de la vie! Jamais je ne vendrai le mât où ma mère est née! Et où j'espère finir mes jours, fortune faite.
Papa, il y a plus d'eau.
Gadinette, si nous avons encore quelques belles journées comme ça, c'est pas avec 2 ou 3 bidons qui pourra sauver le maïs, le potager et tout le reste. Hein.
Je suis bossu! Vous croyez que c'est facile? Mais y a personne là-haut! Y a personne là-haut!
Quand on a commencé d'étrangler le char, il faut le finir.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Captured by a notorious band of pirates near the mouth of the Canton River, Jimmy, Speed, and Fanny Cheapside are in a desperate situation. Their position is rendered even more precarious when Jimmy's plan of signaling for help is discovered. A plane, searching for the boys, or for the lost French pilot, Duroc, flies high over the island stronghold of the pirates. Jimmy conceives the idea of signaling to the airman by flashing a mirror in the sun. But just as hope rises high in the hearts of the captives, the maneuver is discovered by Jack Loon, lieutenant of the pirate chief, Simoy. Leaping upon Jimmy from behind, a stout club lays high, Jack Loon smashes the mirror into 1,000 pieces. Listen.
What's it, Jim? Hey, you! Quit that! I'll kill you! Look out, Jimmy's going tonight. I think first. Hey, put that down. I'll kill you all the thing. What's that noise, Jim? Drop that money, or I'll let you have it. Now I'll kill you. Move, Jimmy, move. All right, then take it. Oh, wait, what a shot. Oh, you knocked him clean off his shoes. Hey, get up and say it. Watch it, boys. All these men are throwing knives and closing in on us. Hey, you. Keep back there. We're all. Take Jim into the house. You stand around for him. Here. On three, you can let. Come, right. Push it on. I've got hold of him. Turn him, shut. All right, Harold. Find that bar over there, quick. Got it. Water back the front door.
Yeah, you better close and bar that, Benno. You'll be around there in a second.
Right out, Governor. Oh, boy, we're in for it.
Yeah, we're in a tough spot now.
Well, we couldn't help ourselves.
I guess I shouldn't have hit that Jacqueline.
Well, if you hadn't, he'd have killed Jimmy. I'll say he would. That knife only missed you by a minute.
I'm afraid this is going to ruin everything. Well, I don't think it's any use.
You open those doors real old, you did.
Yeah, Benno's right.
What are we going to do? Something won't take them very long to paddle those doors down.
Well, they can't do it with a bare fist. Those doors are finished out.
They'll go for a battering ram. After they get one, those doors will fly open as though they were made of matchwood.
Listen. I think they're holding a conference outside now to determine what to do.
Well, suppose they do start to break the doors down. What are we going to do?
Well, I don't know, Stanley.
We'll have to run for it.
Well, the chances are we wouldn't get more than 50 yards from the house before we were shot down.
And even if we did get away, where could we go?
Well, we couldn't go anywhere. We're on an island. They'd catch us sooner or later.
Well, we might get to the other side of the island and then swim for it.
No, I don't think we'd have a chance, Stanley. The pirates would launch boats and go after us. If they didn't get us, the jellyfish and the sharks would.
Oh, gee, that's right. I've forgotten there are sharks in these waters. Yeah. Well, then we won't swim for it. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it, Jim. They won't have an easy time doing this. These walls of brick and roofs of tile. The only part that would burn are the doors.
You give us a minute to open the doors.
Well, it's a minute more to decide what to do.
Well, if we're going to be killed, we might as well put it off as long as possible. Hey. Listen, there's somebody at the front door.
Yeah, probably some of Jock Long's men that went around to the front.
Hear that? I know it.
That's who it is, all right. He's at the front door. Come on, Jim. Anna, let's go over near the front door. I'm going to talk to Simon. Listen, Simon. That fellow Jock Loon tried to kill Jimmy Allen.
Oh, I'll bet they've got room now. He's coming out of the house.
Yeah, that's what he's done.
Well, tell her all about it. I wonder what she'll do.
I don't know. But it's up to her now. She holds the trump card. Well, there's no use trying to deny it. Yes, that's right. What do you want us to do? What about Jock Loon and his men? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll let you in, but no one else. Simon is in a tough spot. If he protects us against Jock Loon and his men, that'll make her more unpopular than ever.
I think she'll do it, Governor. You know, after what Jimmy did today, saving our Tom's life.
Yeah, I think so, too. What about Jock Loon?
Well, I guess the safe open the door then.
Now, let's be careful. Might get touched.
If it might fit. There's still a crack in the door. Poison line look out. Go ahead. Oh, help me. Jock Loon and his men are leaving. They're going down the street.
Yeah? All right, Jim. Open the door.
Okay. Come in, Simon. Why, hello, Archon. How are you feeling now?
I'm all right now, Mr. Allen.
We're awfully sorry about what happened, Simon.
You're not so right. You should not try a signal airplane. I should let Jock Loon and his men see you.
Well, Simon, put yourself in our place. If you were in our position, wouldn't you do your best to escape?
I'll be very good to you. You can go about village, can go fishing.
And we certainly appreciate all that too, Simon.
You say you appreciate. You're not exo. You, Mr. Allen, very good to my boy, Aton, saved his life. Only for that, I let Jock Loon and his men see you.
All I can say is, Simon, that we thank you very, very much.
You do me injury. Jock Loon tried to take command away from me, defeat himself. Perhaps pretty soon he succeed. Then everyone be killed.
He obeyed you a minute ago.
Yes, but not always. I warn you, I'll go now. But if you not be very careful, you lose life.
All right, Simon.
I'll go now. Tom, Aton, yes, Honorable Mother. First week, Jimmy Allen.
What is it, Archon?
This afternoon, Pirate Fleet, sail on stage, the four sails, big ceremony. You like to see?
Why, sure, we'd all like to see it.
Then you come down to wharf, 3 o'clock.
All right, Archon, we'll be there.
All right. I'll see you later.
Gee, what do you know about that?
Why, the whole village must be here. This force is absolutely jammed.
Oh, say, Governor, look at them junks. Each one has got several cannons.
And look at the cutlasses on the deck. To say nothing of rifles and pistols.
Well, they certainly go well armed.
I wonder where they're going.
It must be an important raid. Looks to me as though all the junks are getting ready to go.
Might be even them 2 junks at the entrance to the Abbot will go.
No, I hardly think so. But they might.
Gee, what's happening on the deck of that junk there?
Well, there's some kind of a ceremony before they leave. There are those priests and Seymour.
That must be Seymour's own junk. Probably the flagship of the fleet.
Here comes our tongue.
Have you come down?
Yes, we came down, our tongue, and it's very interesting. What's going to happen?
Always before go to sleep. Must have ceremony. Must worship Loon Moo.
And who is Loon Moo?
Loon Moo, Dragon Mother. You see, on junk, Our Mother and bow.
Yes, I see her standing there. What's she going to do?
Now, she kneel down for a little altar. You see 3 cups in front?
Yes, I see them there before the altar. What do they contain?
Cup, hot wine. Now, you see, Honorable Mother, kneel down. You take up wine cup, one by one, overhead. Still wine on deck. Now, you see, chicken.
Yes, the mother's taking the chicken in one hand.
What's she got in the other hand? Looks like a knife.
It is nice. Now, you see, she's got quarter chicken. Sprinkle blood of sacrifice on deck.
Look at that fellow coming up. What's he got in his hand?
That is silver paper. Now you see, Honorable Mother, sprinkle blood on paper.
Well, what's he going to do with the paper?
Paper fastened over door of captain cabin. When do like that, they must good luck on race.
Oh, so all that means good luck, huh?
Yes, that means good luck. Kind God protect Joy. Devil, keep white.
You don't believe all that, do you, Tom?
No, I not believe. I like American boy said I know. Stand on, mission school. He has good expression.
Yes? Well, what is it, Tom?
You say business like that or hooey.
I'll say, Arthur, what happens to the chicken?
Who of junk is chicken?
I was afraid of that. If nobody else wanted it, I wouldn't have mind having it myself. I'm about fed up on fish.
Well, what happens now, Tom? Very soon we go to sleep.
And are you going along?
Yeah, I go with Honorable Mother.
How soon do you set sail?
About half an hour.
Hey, did you hear that? By God, there's another ship in the air.
He's flying low, too.
Look, he's coming down right over the harbor. By God, he's circling around. It's a seaplane. See the pontoon? You're right, kid. The find him is at all. He's getting ready to land. It's not the ceremony. Everybody's working the airplane.
Yes, he's going to land.
Now he's coming in over the harbor entrance.
And headed straight for us. Do you think he's got anyone up?
Oh, I think so. We won't have any to spare.
Why, it's an open cockpit plane.
Wait, let me see. Look out there in the harbor. One of those junks out there. See those men with guns? Oh, by God. The plane will have to go right by that junk. Look, they're raising their rifles.
Oh, great heavens.
Look, by the king of Deuce's motor. He's not going to land.
Those pontoons are already on the water.
I don't think he can make it. Oh, look, Jim.
Spanner, that ship's going right at us.
There's going to be a crash. He's cut his motor.
So he hasn't a chance.
Oh, there.
He's hit.
Come on, quick. We got to help him. The wreck's piled up on the shore right next to the work.
All right, come on, you fellas. Hurry up,
Spanner.
Spanner.
Down here. Hurry.
Oh, great heavens, the planet's unconscious.
Here. Let's watch this fellow in the rear cockpit. Wait. Stop, please. Look. It's Flash Lewis.
Flash Lewis. How did he happen to come to this faraway island? Greater surprises are in store for us. Don't miss the next air adventure.
program has come to you through the facilities of the World Broadcasting System.
We have great news for you. The forecast is for bright days ahead in this theater. Happiness for everyone. Because MGM is bringing you a new musical to lift you right up to the blue skies.
never dies. And I know that just like me, they are all feeling a wee bit misty. Bless you.
You're about the prettiest program coordinator I've ever seen. You know, a fella isn't safe alone in a cab with a girl these days.
All right.
Feeling so unlike myself, always used to dislike myself.
Baby, you knock me out. You're the fraud I put in the Crosby show. You're the chick with the kick like a rodeo. Money bunch got the bunch, the lazy low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, boy.
Thanks for losing your mind, and thanks for Fort Knox sealed and signed. But I've got a guy who's Clifton Webb and Marlon Brando combined.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. During this coming week, your kitchen will probably get a little extra use. So it's a good time to give the floor a protective coat of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. That will make it bright and cheerful, show it off to best advantage when your friends drop in. And it'll protect it against the extra wear. If you're not already using Glow Coat, this will give you a chance to see how easy it really is to use. Glow Coat is self-polishing, needs no rubbing or buffing. It's especially useful on linoleum surfaces, on asphalt and rubber tile. Floors in kitchens, entrance halls, bathrooms. Spilled things are wiped up in a jiffy. And I guess you know that the regular use of Johnson's Glow Coat will make your linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. ordinarily good-natured husband starts stalking up and down the living room and throwing his weight around like so much confetti, it's a good time for the little woman to get out of the way. Unless, of course, the little woman knows how to cope with it, like Mrs. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
The dad-ratted thing anyway. The dad-ratted... Of all the dirty breaks. I could fall in a diamond mine and come out with a bucket full of broken glass. Why does everything have to happen to me? Doggone the doggone luck anyway. Of all the rackets...
McGee, stop kicking that piano. You have your new shoes on. McGee, stop it.
Well...
Heavenly days, there's no use flying into a rage just because you spilled a little ink on a letter.
A little ink? Look at it. Smeared the whole page. Now I'll have to write the whole dad-ratted letter over again. Can't read what I wrote and don't remember what I said. Of all the dirty
McGee.
Well, gee whiz. It wasn't just spilling the ink. It's been one of them days. Everything's gone wrong. I couldn't get my pajamas off this morning. The cord was in a hard knot. Busted my shoelace. I fell off the porch getting the morning paper. Stuck my fork in my eye eating my waffle.
Well, I've warned you about eating and reading the paper at the same time, dearie.
And that's another thing. There was a big hole tore clear through the morning paper. If I ever lay hands on the knucklehead that did that...
I did that.
I'll break every bone in his... Huh? You did? You tore a hole through the morning paper?
Yes.
What for?
So I could see you. I get awfully lonesome for you at breakfast, dearie.
Oh, sure.
And for goodness sakes, now stop stomping around. Beulah has a cake in the oven.
Well, if I had the dad-ratted sense of a dad-ratted horsefly, I'd...
McGee, stop swearing.
Oh.
Heavenly days, you can get more real profanity into a dad rat than the average mule skinner has in his whole vocabulary. My goodness, a woman doesn't like to see her own husband...
Oh, my gosh. Hey, now, Molly, you got tears in your eyes. Don't cry. Gee, I didn't mean to get so tough.
Well...
I'm sorry. I got a nasty temper.
Yes, you have, dearie. You have. You fly off the handle like a 10-cent tack hammer. You should learn to control yourself.
Yeah, I know. But, gee, you mustn't cry about it. Ain't that serious. Here, let me wipe your eyes. There. Now. I'm sorry I made you cry.
I wasn't crying. I was peeling onions in the kitchen. But I don't like to see you get into those tantrums.
Yes, it is silly. The idea of me going all to pieces like a donut in a coffee cup.
Sure.
I'm ashamed.
Well, now, don't worry about it. I wouldn't want you too easygoing. It would mean you lack character.
I know, but my temper's too ragged. I'm about as much fun to live with as a second mortgage. I'm going to turn over a new leaf.
Well, that's nice. Though if all the new leaves you've turned over were made into a bonfire, we could barbecue a rhinoceros.
But this time, I mean it.
Splendid. Here now, go sit down and read this book you started last week.
What is it?
The Rover Boys in Southern Waters.
Oh, I can't read that. There's a big bully in it named Dan Baxter that gets me too mad. I'll read the paper here. And don't cry anymore, Molly. I'll be a good kid.
All right, dearie. Shall I turn that light on for you? I don't want you to ruin those merry blue eyes.
My merry blue eyes will do okay, thanks. Ah, to think that I should get so upset about little things like a blotted letter. Pretty childish when you stop to think about things.
Oh, hello, Alice. Come in, dear.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. I just wanted to tell Mr. McGee I was sorry.
Huh? Sorry about what, Alice?
About ruining your electric razor.
My electric razor? Doggone it, what in the name
McGee!
Oh, forget it, Alice. Gee whiz, why get excited over a little electric razor? What's the fun of shaving if a guy can't bleed a little bit?
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. McGee. I'd have it fixed for you, only some of the pieces flew out the window into the snow. And when I find them in the spring, they might be a little rusty.
Yes, I flew all to pieces, eh? Must have been quite a sight. Like to have been there when it happened. Like to have been there before it happened.
Say, Alice, what were you doing with the electric razor?
Shaving a coconut.
Shaving a coconut? Well, I'll be a... Well, it was a fine idea, kid. Anything I love to see, it's a nice, clean, shaven coconut.
Is shaving coconuts a hobby with you, Alice, dear?
Well, no, but it looked so uncouth, Mrs. McGee. You see, it was sent to me by a boy in the South Pacific, and I wanted it to look nice.
And a very good reason, Alice. What's a little thing like an $18 razor compared to a great romance like yours?
Is the boy a flyer, Alice?
Yes, and he's had some exciting experiences over there in the jungles, believe me. One time he was lost for 3 weeks in a swamp with nothing to eat.
Nothing?
No. All he had with him was a roll of maps, but they saved his life.
You mean he studied the maps and found his way home?
No, he ate them.
He ate the maps? Now, wait a minute, Alice.
But he did. He was just about to die of hunger when he suddenly thought of it. He held the maps up and turned them around backwards and ate them.
I don't get it, Alice.
Creepers, don't you see? Maps backwards is spam. Well, I'm sorry about your razor, Mr.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the Parade of the Wooden Soldiers.
Magee.
Great, kiddo. Great.
Your nerves stopped jumping around like a ping-pong ball?
Yep, under strict control. Been sitting here reading the morning paper, as cool as an iceman's shoulder.
Well, good for you. Then maybe it's safe to break a little bad news. Beulah smashed your wristwatch.
Really? Well, I hope she didn't cut her hand on it.
Why, Magee, you're marvelous. You love that watch.
Yeah, but it was a lot of trouble, too. Had to wind it every day. Tell Beulah not to worry about it.
Magee, I can't get over this. There was a time when you'd have screamed with rage.
Yes, I know, but that was before I learned self-control. I figure you live a lot longer if you don't get too excited about things.
Yeah, or else it just seems longer.
Now, you'd be surprised how much better I feel already, Molly. Just an hour or so of controlling my temper, and I'm a new man.
Well, would the new man care if we had lamb stew for dinner?
Lamb stew! Again? Doggone it, I've had so much lamb stew lately, I'm afraid to make a U-turn. I'm getting so darn sick of lamb stew. That's how I would have reacted this morning. Ah, but I'm different now. Sure. Let's have lamb stew. Probably very nourishing.
You give a very convincing imitation of yourself in a bad temper, dearie.
Ah, and to think of all the years I've been through making a chump of myself flying off the handle.
Sure.
When I might have just been sitting here just like this, calmly reading the paper.
Hiya, Molly. Hiya, pal. Heard the news?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
What news, Junior?
Well, it isn't confirmed yet, but I've got it on pretty good authority that the new superhighway goes right through this block.
Heavenly day.
How that affects us, Waxy?
Oh, hardly at all, except you'll just have to find another place to live, that's all. All these houses will be condemned and torn down.
Now, just a darn minute. You mean we're going to be thrown out of our own home?
That's the general idea.
You hear that, Molly? We're being tossed out on our clavicles. Ah, boy, is that rich. Just get the house almost paid for, and boom, out we go. Funniest thing I ever heard.
Well, I'm glad you're so happy about it, McGee. Personally, I think it's an outrage of all the dirt.
Temper. No use flying off the handle over a little thing like that. It's time we moved anyway. Imagine moving into a new house with an empty hall closet.
Well, I must say, pal, you're taking this like a sportsman. Personally, I'd be so darn mad I'd blow up the courthouse.
Not a bad idea. Where's my hat? I'll go down.
Now, Molly. Why, shucks, Junior. No use getting your blood pressure up on account of something you can't do anything about. Relax and live longer, I always says. Take it easy.
Take it easy, he says. And us about to be thrown out in the street lugging luggage.
Oh, well. Ah, what a day, what a day. Stick a fork in my eye, wristwatch busted, electric razor ruined, thrown out of our own home. Ain't that a panic?
Fibber, permit me to shake your hand.
Huh?
No, don't get up. Thank you. And look, will you accept my congratulations on rising to a difficult occasion with such savoir-faire, such aplomb, such sang-froid?
Is that good?
Well, it's marvelous. I never knew you could restrain yourself like that, pal. And to think it's all a matter of internal control.
How else would he do it?
Well, external circumstances sometimes help. Like a woman I know who was always in a foul temper. Nerves were ragged. Her name was Mimi Perkins, and everybody called her Screaming Mimi. And you know what cured her?
What did cure her? Asked little Fibber innocently, as if he hadn't heard the answer every week for 10 years.
Why, Johnson's wax. When she found out how easy Johnson's wax made her housework, she was a different woman.
Oh.
The very fact that every piece of furniture, all the lampshades, windowsills, woodwork, and leather things gleamed and sparkled with a new beauty and cleanliness. Why, it just did things for Mimi.
And Screaming Mimi is now known as Peaceful Perkins, I suppose.
Well, it changed her whole life. Moved her family from Hell Gate, New York to Lake Placid.
Oh.
And all because Johnson's wax had smoothed the way.
Well, that ain't how I do it, Waxy. With me, it's just willpower. I look myself right in the eye, which is quite a trick in itself. And I say, now look, McGee, old man, I say, there's an old Chinese saying you ought to keep in mind. Fong gui sing a, sing ho, ling hu.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't understand Chinese. Well, thanks for the information anyway, Junior.
No, don't mention it, pal. As I say, it may be just a rumor, but I thought you ought to know. Hey, Fibber, it's getting pretty dark in here to read a newspaper. Don't you want me to turn on that light for you?
No, I don't. Doggone it, if I wanted that light turned on. No, thanks, Junior. I'm okay. Perfectly all right.
Won't you sit down a while, Mr. Wilcox, and enjoy this new era of peace and happiness that has come to our little nest?
No, thanks, Molly. And congratulations on your new outlook, pal. I guess people were right about you after all.
What have they been saying?
Well, they've been saying a guy like you ought to go a long way.
Isn't that nice?
Yep. They say they can hardly wait for him to get started. Well, so long now.
There goes one of the nicest men I know, McGee. He has such wonderful manners and all.
No, don't let that bowing from the waist fool you, Snooky. That's just his way of sneaking a peek at the floors and woodwork. Hey, there's a picture coming to the Bijou I want to see.
What is it?
Winged Victory. That army picture. I understand it's not only colossal, but very good. It's got everybody in it but Edwin Booth.
I'd like to see that, too. Oh, you don't know how much good it does me to see you sitting here so calm and collected, McGee. Don't you want me to turn on that light for you?
No! No, thanks. I'm perfectly all right, thank you. Don't worry about it. I like it this way. Only got to finish Barney Google and Chief Wahoo anyway.
Well, I'll go see how Beulah's coming along with dinner. See, did you tell her about raising your salary $2 a week?
My gosh, I forgot all about it. I'd better call her. Oh,
Somebody about to call for Beulah?
Yes, Beulah, I wanted to tell you that I've took the matter up with the War Labor Board and got a confirmation to raise your salary $2 a week.
Well, for goodness sake. Thank you ever so much, sir. Who's going to be here?
What do you mean, who's going to be here?
Well, it's been my experience, ma'am, that when folks raises my salary all of a sudden like that, it usually means they's planning some big wing-ding whereby I loses my Thursday off or something.
Now, there's no catch in it, Beulah. You've been doing a good job, and we appreciate you, that's all.
Thank you very much, sir. Sure is good news. One more raise like that, and I can afford to quit.
Heavenly days, Beulah. Aren't you happy here?
Oh, yes, ma'am. This is the most compatible place I ever worked. Oh, only me and Ira, we may get married.
Is Ira your current admirer, Beulah?
Current? That man is 1,000-watt, million-volt, direct, and alternating.
Alternating?
Yes, ma'am, between me and Lily Robertson. She worked for Toopses.
Oh, but you got the inside track, eh?
I got the inside track on the rail, closing fast, in a photo finish, I win. That Lily, she'll take a bad picture.
Has Ira proposed yet, Beulah?
Oh, no, but I know the signs, man. When a gal straightens a man's necktie and he don't slap her hand away no more, she might as well start selecting her torso.
It's true so, Beulah.
It's true so, help me, sir.
Well, Beulah, we'll hate to lose you, but never let it be said that the Magees ever barricaded the middle aisle.
Yeah, let us know when it happens, Beulah. We'd like to give you a shower.
Mr. McGee, you just trying to make me blush.
Now, Beulah, he means a gift shower.
Yeah. You better read up on the customs, Beulah. You know, when you get married, you got to wear something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue.
Mr. McGee did, Beulah. Yep. He wore an old suit, a new hat, and borrowed $2 from me for the license.
And what was blue, sir?
4 of the prettiest gals in Peoria.
4 of the prettiest gals. Mad about that little character.
The King's Men sing Accentuate the Positive.
Gather round me, everybody. Gather round me while I preach some. Feel a sermon coming on. I must deliver this message before the old year's gone. You gotta accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. You gotta spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum. Have faith or pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the whale, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? They said they better accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with this good in between. You gotta spread joy up to the maximum, bring gloom down to the minimum. Have faith, the pandemonium, liable to walk upon the scene. To make it clear, let me show Moses in the big Red Sea and Joshua at Jericho. What did they do when the spirits were sagging low? Man, they started into accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. Just accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between.
McGee, dear, it's getting pretty dark. Don't you want me to turn that light on for you?
Doggone it, how many times have I got to tell you? No, thank you. I'm fine. Perfectly all right. Just reading the want ads, anyway.
Sorry I disturbed you again. You've been so wonderful about not letting things annoy you, I ought to leave you alone, I guess.
Oh, forget it. Nothing bothers me. Hey, how do you like this want ad I just come across? Wanted. Man to work around small farm with 6 cows and 1 horse who can drive half-ton truck and help with housework.
Well, if they close all the racetracks in the country, there'll be a lot of horses looking for housework.
Yeah, I guess what they really want is a longer morning line at the ammunition factories.
Speaking of ammunition, dearie, I never told you about your shotgun.
You mean my new single-barrel 12-gauge? What about it?
Well, I was trying to get into that old trunk in the attic, and the lid was stuck, and I didn't have anything to pry it open with, and your shotgun was standing in the corner, and, how far can you bend the barrel of a gun before it's really damaged?
You mean my new shotgun? You bent the barrel, so... How bad is it bent?
Oh, not more than 2 or 3 inches. Mm-hmm. It curves up slightly now.
Just bent the barrel 2 or 3 inches, eh?
Yeah, but in another way, it's better than it was.
How's that?
Well, that little bump on the end of the barrel broke off. Now it won't get in your way when you aim.
That was a sight.
It certainly was. You know, it spoiled the looks of that whole gun.
Oh, Molly, you're terrific. My gosh. Worrying over bending a gun barrel a mere 2 or 3 inches. Oh, I'm going to love it that way. Now I can shoot around corners.
Really? And you're not angry with me?
I'm not angry with anybody. Relax, kiddo. Just as soon as I finish reading this paper, we'll be...
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, it's Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. And a Happy New Year to you, too, underslung.
Oh. I can't stand this. Good afternoon, Dr. Gamble.
Dr. Gamble? Why this sudden attack of formality? Don't you know me, Magee? I'm your friend. I'm your family physician. The magnetic personality with the $12 stethoscope who has to assure you 5 times a week that a wart on the thumb is not necessarily fatal. Remember? What is this, Molly? Has little rubber puss got a grouch on?
On the contrary, Doctor, he's decided to keep his temper under control after this. And I must admit he's been doing a magnificent job.
No kidding. Well, he's probably lengthening his own life, but the shock will kill a lot of his friends. Not that I believe a word of it, of course. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. And he's one of the oldest dogs that ever sat up and begged for a poke in the nose.
But I tell you, Doctor, it's working. Everything has happened today, and he's been as sweet-tempered as an angel about it all.
He better drop in my office and let me tune in on his peristalsis. With him, 10 minutes of good nature is pathological. Ordinarily, he's just a nasty little sourpuss with the temper of a bilious buffalo.
Do give him credit for trying, though, Doctor.
Why not? I've given him credit for everything else, including my valuable services. As a matter of fact, dear, if he keeps this up, it'll be very beneficial.
Oh, you mean his health will be better, huh?
Oh, indubitably. Anger, you know, releases adrenaline into the system.
Oh?
Adrenaline is highly toxic. That's why he's always been such a poisonous little character.
Oh, now, Doctor, please. He's been such a good boy. Don't spoil it.
All right. You win. Well, I better run along before I say something I might regret, as if I could.
Well, maybe it would be better if nothing happened to bother him.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, Happy New Year to you, Molly. If you can manage it, living with stupid little beetle brain over there. I hope little droopy drawers won't take it amiss. I hope he won't take it amiss if I make a slight suggestion in the best interests of his well-being.
What's that, Doctor?
Getting too dark to read in here. Let me turn on that light. There you are.
Get your big fat hands off of that light, you nosy old bone scraper. Can't a guy read his paper in peace without every busybody in town butting his big bald head into what's none of his business?
Oh, dear.
All I ask is a little peace and quiet, and what do I get? Yammer, hubba. Turning on the lights all over the place.
But, my boy, I was merely...
Well, go merely someplace else, you big lemon head. Have all the dad-ratted nerve.
McGee, stop kicking that piano.
I'll kick the dad-ratted jukebox all over the house if that's big... You're obsolete. I've everything old. I've stricken on scram out of here. Fire crossing.
Most men, like myself, take a lot of things around the house for granted. Few of us really realize, for example, how much our good wives have done to make our homes attractive, to keep everything in good running order, and to take special care of our household things for the duration. Why is it you don't have to spend much money refinishing your floors? Well, because they're probably protected from wear with regular applications of genuine Johnson's wax. Why is your dining room tabletop so beautiful, so rich-looking? It's probably polished with that same Johnson's wax. Then look at the windowsills and Venetian blinds, the woodwork and baseboards. Don't forget that wax protects them, too. So you can thank the lady of the house for looking after your interests, just as she thanks Johnson's Wax for helping her so much in her daily work. Regular waxing really saves work all through the year, makes cleaning easier, as well as making precious furnishings last longer.
From the Johnson Wax people, Billy Mills and his orchestra, the King's Men, Alice, Dr. Gamble, Harlow Wilcox, Beulah, us, and the man who slams the door, a very happy new year.
May your 45 really be loaded. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This knight is no stranger. Only one Saxon could ever fight like that.
This black knight's tricks bear watching.
I think I know that knight, Rebecca. But how do you?
By all that's wonderful, I almost see myself grown young again, Rowena.
Your name, Sir Knight? Or your degree?
My name I withhold. My allegiance is to Richard, King of England.
By the laws of chivalry, you have earned the right this day to choose who shall be queen of love and beauty at our sport.
It is our pleasure you shall appoint her, so that one at least shall mourn you when you lie cold beneath your shield.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
WABC, New York.
Mr. Allen!
I'm ready, Portland. Let's go.
It's Texaco time with George Jessel, Josephine Hewson, Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Workshop Players, Al Goodman and his orchestra, and starring Fred Allen.
Wellington saying hello for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to enjoy Fred Allen in the Texaco Star Theater as a special guest of the Texaco dealer in your own neighborhood. It's his way of telling you that you're welcome. Welcome to all the skilled help he can give to keep that car of yours delivering your essential transportation. Make your tires last longer by letting your Texaco dealer give them a regular checkup on pressure and condition. And make your car last longer and run more economically by seeing that it gets regular, systematic lubrication and maintenance from your Texaco dealer. It's his job to help you care for your car, for your country. Folks, December is the month of cold weather. Don't forget to let your cat in on winter nights, or you will wind up like this program with a frozen puss. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, I must say from that introduction tonight, you are as sharp as either end of a boiled potato tonight. Frozen puss. Are you kidding?
Well, I'm from Hollywood, Fred. I can't stand cold weather.
Well, you guys from California, Jimmy, every time you're all alike. Every time Claude Rains gets east of Chicago, he turns to sleet. Claude Sleet, they call him around Indiana. A little cold, and Veronica Lake starts looking like a rink when she gets here. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, you're just in time to participate here. How does your family react to cold weather?
Well, my Uncle Phil went to a football game last week.
Yeah?
It was so cold in the stadium, one team froze in a huddle.
Frozen a huddle, huh? No kidding.
The other team was using the iced tea formation.
The iced tea formation. Yes, they say that after this, all the cold spells will start from Washington. They've frozen prices and they've frozen wages. There's nothing left to freeze now but the people. So the weather from now on will all emanate from a certain point. And speaking of frosts, did you hear Jack Benny's program tonight? Did you folks hear
Why, no, Fred.
What happened?
Well, very little, but I shall give it to you in the order in which it didn't occur. The program opened up with a commercial about grape nuts. You see, a program like that you can't take on an empty stomach. They give you a little grape nut commercial. And the first part of the show was a farewell to Phil Harris. You know, Phil and his whole band have joined the Merchant Marines. I guess after working... thank you very much. Phil's commanding officer waiting for him to get here. But after working with Benny 6 years for peanuts, I guess navy beans look pretty good to Phil. And the second part of the program, Benny was packing up to come to New York. You know, he's taking all of his heavy clothes in case it's cold here. Why should Benny worry about the cold? He's the only man I know who can take off his hair and use it for a muffler. So And the program finished with a sketch. In the sketch, Benny caught 2 Japs this week. Remember last week he caught Rommel on the program? Well, next week when he gets here to New York, the next thing he catches will be something from the sponsor, but we won't know about that. That won't be on the air. Well, so much for the old Beverly Heel, and now let's turn to the news.
What's the newsreel for tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, during the past week, Portland, the president and the mayor of New York have both given the country their recipes for stretching coffee. You've perhaps seen it in the paper, huh? Well, tonight the question is, who makes the better coffee, President Roosevelt or Mayor LaGuardia?
Whom are you going to ask?
Well, whenever I want to know how America is reacting to an important issue of the day, I just drop around to Allen's Alley, Portland. It's Allen's Alley, Portland.
Now what happened?
Well, I just knock on 3 or 4 doors down here and see how the people feel about this coffee question. I'll try this house here.
What is it, another one of them surveys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I know the whole routine, mister.
Well,
My name is John Doe. I'm married. I have 1 wife and 2.6 kids. I give all my scrap into the scrap drive. Half of the scrap is still laying over in Flushing. I hear the mayor is going to have a come and get your scrap back day.
But
I keep my lights dimmed, I'm conserving my rubber, and my favorite radio program is Major Bose.
In other words?
I am the average man.
I see.
Now, what is it you want to know, brother?
Well, last week, President Roosevelt and Mayor LaGuardia...
Yeah, I know. They both give their recipes for coffee.
Well, what I want to know is...
I know. I tried them both.
Well, which coffee did you like better?
The president. But I won't admit it.
Why not?
I'm a Republican.
I'll see who's in this next house here.
No.
I'm taking a survey, madam. What is your name, please?
The name is Mrs. Pansy Nussbaum.
Did you read about the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee hens?
Both coffees I'm trying.
Well, which did you like better?
Both coffees you can keep.
They are both bad?
The president's coffee is tasting like low tide at Coney Island.
And?
The mayor's coffee could be somebody's putting shellac in the Pepsi-Cola.
So what are you using for coffee at home?
I am mixing old coffee grounds with Lux.
Old coffee grounds. Well, how does the Lux work out?
The coffee has a head on it.
Yes?
And every night,
Uh-huh.
I am dreaming of a white Christmas.
Drinking Lux in your coffee hasn't bothered you otherwise?
Only when I talk. The neighbors are calling me Bubbles Nussbaum.
Well, perhaps if you tried Sanka.
You're welcome.
Well, that takes care of Mrs. Nussbaum. I'll try this tenement here.
There you are.
What is your name, sir?
Socrates Mulligan.
Socrates Mulligan. I'm conducting a coffee
survey.
survey.
I know. The wall just in. I heard you talking to Mrs. Nussbaum.
Well, have you done anything about the coffee suggestions?
Well, like everybody else, I tried both methods.
Well, what luck did you have?
The president's coffee tasted like something you'd get if you milked a rubber reindeer.
Mayor's coffee?
Well, that tasted like licking the dew off a glue factory roof.
Well, what have you personally been drinking for Java, Socrates?
Well, I tried putting my vest in a percolator and boiling out the coffee stains.
How was that?
Well, the coffee didn't taste bad, but it had a tweed flavor and there was buttons on it.
Well, why don't you try the president's method? The president uses the same grounds day after day.
So did the Brooklyn Dodgers, but what did it get them?
Well, don't you think the president should make coffee?
Oh, if a fella's wife ain't home much, he's got to make coffee.
I see your point.
If the president keeps making coffee, they ought to change the name of the capital.
Change the name of the capital? How do you mean, Socrates?
Well, instead of the White House,
yes,
they ought to call it the Maxwell House.
Well, there's only one more house in Allen's Alley, Portland. It's a flop house. We'll see who's in here.
Greetings, friends. Stoop and enter. Welcome to Hokum Hacienda.
Falstaff Openshaw.
You have come to pick up my new batch of poems?
Are you still composing?
Constantly. Have you heard, said the chickadee to the little flea, I won't bite you if you don't bite me?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, she was only a pool player's sweetheart, but she knew he had something on the ball?
No, I haven't heard that.
They call my mother Mrs. 5x5 because she has no sex appeal.
Now wait. That has ultimately done it. Tonight we are trying to get reactions to the president's and Mayor LaGuardia's coffee recipes.
Precisely why I opened my door. I have contrived a coffee song.
A coffee song? How does it go?
The Allen Alley Cats will sing it. Let us first, gentlemen,
When you try to buy coffee today, you get that old feeling. The grocer has one thing to say, and it's that old feeling. The president and the mayor cook their own brew. If they can make their coffee, so can you. But when for mocha or java you get that old yearning, and your Silex is empty, then it's no use burning. If you want coffee to drink today, you're in a spot with that old feeling. You're holding the pot.
The Allen Alley Cat. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our singing guest, a young lady we haven't discovered. You've enjoyed her many times on the air, I know. I'd like to have you meet Miss Josephine Houston. And Miss Houston is going to sing Granada. Miss Josephine. Thank you, Miss Houston. That was lovely. And now, Jimmy, if you'd like to say a word or two.
Oh, I don't know, Fred.
No?
All I feel like saying is...
Gosh, why? Why, Jimmy?
Oh, gee, Fred, when I think how many patriotic American car owners are saving gasoline and rubber, but still wasting their cars...
Wasting their cars? How do you mean, James?
Well, by neglect, Fred. You know, a lot of drivers forget that even when a car isn't used much, the tires get soft and batteries run low. Harmful sludge may form in the engine, especially in wintertime, and... Oh, what's the use of talking about it?
Well, don't be a defeatist, Jimmy. Buck up now and tell our listeners how to correct this situation.
Okay. I'll take a stab at it.
Good. Jimmy, you'll be the knife of the party. You're going to take a stab at it. I nearly missed the whole thing there.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, don't let neglect sabotage your essential transportation. Tomorrow, before winter weather puts an additional strain on your car, have your Texaco dealer get it in fighting trim. He'll put the right winter grade of insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, winter Texaco gear lubricants in transmission and differential, and protect the 40 vital points of the chassis with a Marfac job. Plus that, he'll give skilled Texaco attention to radiator, tires, battery, air cleaner, spark plugs, and every other point where neglect could put your car out of action. See your Texaco dealer tomorrow.
That was just a beam from the new Crosby Hope picture, Moonlight Becomes You, a number from the Crosby Hope picture, The Road to Morocco. It was partly played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Say, wait a minute. Who wants Philip Morris?
His draft board.
He's under 38, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Well, we should put a weather strip on this program. The strangest things. Yes, Portland. Something you
When
want?
you get through with your script tonight, may I have it?
For what, Portland?
I have to collect waste paper to make a big stomach for Mama.
A big stomach?
Mm-hmm. During the Christmas rush, Mama and I are working at Macy's.
And your mother has to have a big stomach?
Yes, Mama's a Santa Claus.
Oh, a Santa Claus. Well, she has the whiskers for it, I will say. Tell me, are you working in the store, too?
Yes, I'm in the ladies' hosiery department.
Oh, that's nice.
I stand by with a squirt gun.
A squirt gun in the hosiery department?
They're liquid stockings.
Oh, liquid stockings, I see.
If a woman gets a run, I squirt on another stocking.
Well, that's nice work, I imagine. But I have to get busy now, Portland. Oh, look, I said, come in. Yes?
I'm from the telephone company.
Well, our bill is paid here, I think.
Yeah, well, it ain't that. Mr. George Jessel, the big Broadway star, is coming on this program tonight.
Well, so what?
Every time Jessel gets on the radio, he calls up his mother.
Well?
Tonight he ain't, brother. I'm taking out this phone.
Well, that's one relief. Jessel can't call his mother up on this program. That'll be a novelty.
Mr. Jessel is a big star on Broadway now, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, Showtime. That show with Georgie Jessel and Jack Haley is one of the biggest hits. Oh, who is this? Come in.
Don't nobody move. Line up against the wall.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. What is this?
I'm Mr. Jessel's bodyguard.
With a body like Jessel's, he needs a guard? He needs a chiropractor, you should tell him.
Mr. Jessel carries a lot of dough and jewelry on him these days.
Oh-ho.
I don't want no monkey business when Mr. Jessel gets here.
Uh-huh.
I got X-ray eyes. I can see right through you.
Yeah?
Yeah. You had pork chops for dinner.
Why is Mr. Jessel coming tonight?
Well, he called me up, Portland. He said he has to see me. It's very important.
Do you think Mr. Jessel's changed since he's rich?
Oh, no. Money means nothing to Jessel. Why, when he plays pinball, he doesn't even bother to tilt. He throws it around these days. Yes?
Is this Mr. Jessel's studio?
Well, who are you?
I am Mr. Jessel's valet. I say, where's the Davenport?
What Davenport?
Mr. Jessel has to relax at the microphone.
Well, he only has to stand up for 10 minutes.
Mr. Jessel can't possibly stand up for 10 minutes, old boy.
Why not?
With his solid gold underwear, Mr. Jessel's legs give way.
Wait a minute. What is that stuff you're squirting around in here?
This is moth spray.
Moth spray?
Yes, Mr. Jessel is wearing his mink windbreaker tonight. We can't take any chances. Heavens, the master's at the door.
Well, I'll open it.
Mr. Jessel's theme song, please.
Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Georgie Jessel.
Oh, bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur. Bonsoir, madame. Bonsoir, monsieur.
Page 18 and 19.
Yes.
You have a choice.
Monsieur Fred Allen. Oh, mon cher ami, comment allez-vous ce soir?
Très bien, Georgie. Je désirais remercier vous pour revenir mon programme ce soir.
How are you, Fred?
Well, tonight the world previews the new Jessel, Georgie. It sure is strange to see you in the money.
Yeah, well, Fred, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, honestly.
Today, you are the toast of Broadway. And only last year, you were just a crumb.
Yes, Fred, the Jessel of yesteryear, like Cassius, had a lean and a hungry look. This is Shakespeare, Julius Caesar, Act 3, Scene 2. Orson Welles just phoned me.
But look at you tonight, Georgie.
Ain't I nice? Look, I'm a regular Mo Brummel.
Look at that tuxedo.
Yes, and it's the first time in my life that a tuxedo fits me. This one I own.
Is that a silk shirt you have on, Georgie?
Well, of course it is. I have my own silkworms now.
Your own silkworms?
And look, smell my breath.
Sen. Gad, you are in the money.
Yeah. Want to see something? Look here. Look in the vest pocket. Here.
Cigars with gold tips.
Yeah, on this side 50-cent cigars, on this side 75-cent cigars.
Oh, you need two brands,
With
do you?
the 50-cent cigars, I like the 75-cent cigars. You want to see something? Yeah, what do I get? Take the cigar. Here, look at this ring.
Say, what's that hole in the center, Georgie?
Oh, the diamond got a little dirty. I threw it away. I don't want it.
Georgie, I have never seen such affluence.
Well, Fred, I've stuck it rich, and I can make you rich, too, because I'm here to make you an offer.
Well, I'm doing all right in radio, Georgie. I'm making what used to be a living.
Radio. Chicken feed radio. Look at me. Today I own a limousine. From a push cart to an 8-cart in 6 months.
I know I haven't got my own silkworms, Georgie. I haven't got sin scent on my breath, but I'm happy in radio.
Yeah, but radio's going to get you in a rut, Fred.
A rut?
Yes, every week in radio it's the same thing. With Bob Hope, Skinny Ennis always needs blood.
That's true.
This fella Ned Schmelton, every week, I do it. And Cantor with his 4 daughters.
It's 5 daughters, Georgie.
Yeah, well, you can see when I stop listening to him.
My programs are different, Georgie.
No, they're different. I'm your friend, Fred, and I can tell you. Now, for instance, that fat actor, that Falstaff on your program, every week with those broken-down poems. Don't roll that stranger's dice, Mother. They're loaded, and so are you.
It's funny, isn't it, Georgie?
Funny. This is a way to talk about Mother. Mother is loaded. If I talk like that about my mother, she'd hit me over the head with my Uncle Milford. Radio has no sentiment, Fred.
No sentiment, Georgie. How can you say that? Haven't you ever heard the Goodwill Hour?
No.
Why, last week, case number 149 would have torn your heart out, George.
Well, I missed it. No, radio is not for you, Fred. You used to be a star in the theater. The Little Show, Three's a Crowd. Fred, you've just got to come back.
Come back where?
Give up the radio. I'll put you in my show. Showtime at the Broadhurst Theater. The biggest sensation on Broadway.
The show is a big hit, huh?
Big hit. Luckily, I happen to have the newspaper notices right here in my pocket. There you are.
The notices are a little dirty, aren't they, Georgie?
Well, I'm carrying them around since September.
Oh, naturally.
I'll have them dry to you. Look at this. The Hoboken Herald, gentle as a cyclone of laughs. The Jeweller's Gazette, gentle as a diamond in the rough. Look at here. The Stonemason's Journal, gentle as dynamite. Here's the New York Times. Says, who reads the Times?
I saw a great review of Showtime in the Reader's Digest.
The Reader's Digest? So what did it say?
It said, ha!
What? The critic only saw one act, I guess, you know. 2 acts would have been ha-ha.
Well, if your show is so good, Georgie, why do you need me in it?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. They got 1 weak spot on the show, Fred. They send me some Hollywood comedian. It was Healy.
Oh, you mean Jack Haley?
Hey, that sounds like. This is it, yes, Haley.
Well, why, all the New York critics said that Jack Haley was terrific in the show. One paper, the Irish World, said that he was better than you.
One paper, and those jokes that Haley tells. Listen to this. Come on, laugh, folks. I'm an A1. That's one of the jokes. She used to be a sailor's sweetheart. Now she's an officer's mess. This you call comedy?
Well, I can't take Jack Haley's job. He's a nice guy, Georgie, and besides, he has muscle.
Now, look, muscles. You leave Haley to me, Fred. You and I'll be the stars of that show.
Well, are you changing anything else in the show?
Yes, I'm putting in a new opening act. Sam and his singing sturgeon.
Singing sturgeon?
Singing sturgeon. You see, the sturgeon sings underwater. When the bubbles come up and break, it's a song.
Good. Very good.
And I got something else. You wrote that, you know. I got something else, Fred.
I should have died with it, too.
I have the greatest novelty personality in the whole world signed up.
Greatest novelty who, Georgie?
A man welder.
A man welder? Yeah. But you and I can't work together, Georgie. What can we do?
We can do something that the country has been waiting for, Fred. We can sing a sweet, sentimental song.
You think audiences want sentiment, Georgie?
I know they do, Fred. People are tired of the songs they're hearing today. I got a zoot suit with a felt belt. Beat me, Mama, with the Hudson tube.
We should sing an old song,
Yes,
huh?
We'll take the public back to a gentler era, the day of the farthingale, the pen wiper, and the swirling cape.
But what song can we sing?
Well, how about when you're a long, long way from home?
You mean...
Well, we'll do it. We can sing the chorus together, and then I'll do a dramatic recitation. Then we'll both come back for one of those big finishes.
All right, I'll get everything set for you, Georgie. Mr. Goodman, may we borrow a violin player and a cellist to play for Mr. Jessel?
Yeah, but what about for the recitation, the soft music, the woodwind?
The woodwind? Well, I'll play my clarinet for you, Georgie. I'll take care of this personally for you tonight.
So this is a clarinet?
Yes, Benny Goodman threw it out in the scrap drive, and I was going by, so I happened to pick it up.
Fine, well...
I'm ready, George.
Wish I was back with Haley. Well, all right, we'll do it.
Give Mr. Goodman the cue.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're a long, long way from home, if you please. When you're a long, long way from home, it makes you feel like you're alone. It's hard to find a pal that's true, that you can tell your troubles to. And when you write a letter home, your mother's voice rings in your ears, and then you cross the T's with kisses. What a strange world it is. But Fred, then you dot the I's with tears. You miss the love you've always known when you're a long, long way from home. Why did I wander? Oh, why did I stray? That is the question I ask every day. Further away with the clarinet, please. Milestones are smilestones when you start to roam. Ah, but boys, wait till you're far from home. Softer with the clarinet.
The violin player pushed my arm, Georgie. A mistake. I'll take it up.
The union should break your leg. Go ahead. In the eyes of the world, you may seem very small, but in the eyes of your mother, you're as big as them all. You go out in the world with one thought on your mind. Where can I find a pal? And you've left one. Fred, can't you play the cello, for heaven's sake?
A fly got on the music, Georgie, but I played him.
Oh, you miss the love you always know. Beat, when you're a long, long way from home.
Thank you, George Jessel, for your help tonight. Our guests next week, ladies and gentlemen, will be Jack Haley and Christina Carroll. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast and reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber and to drive into your Texaco dealers regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A United Airlines jet lands in Los Angeles, launching the biggest entertainment airlift in motion picture history. The world's press, some 300 newsmen from 4 continents, arrive for the Hollywood premiere of Stanley Kramer's It's a
There was a certain amount of money buried down in this park. Now, I suggest that we quietly get into our cars, and then when we get down there, we dig up the money, providing that there is some money there.
There's only one way to figure it, and that is every man for himself.
And so begins the maddest, wildest, zaniest chase ever filmed, as our merrymakers race across country by land, by sea, by air. For somewhere there's a fortune in buried treasure. Which one of our Mad World comedy stars will be the first to reach it?
Now, where have I always told you that the Smiler hid the dough. Where? Right there.
The world's critics go stark raving mad, mad, mad. The wildest chase comedy on record, raved the New York Journal-American.
Nobody's going to get me up in the air.
A smash. Has more laughs than any other comedy in the history of the screen, raved the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner.
Why can't you have a little confidence in me?
It's a mad, 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 mad world. Nice girlfriend. Every time I You
can't afford to miss this. Wildest comedy ever filmed, added the Boston Record-American.
Help! Help! Reggie, say something.
Everything you've heard is true. It's the biggest entertainment that ever hit the screen with laughter.
No! Left runner! No!
Wild and hilarious all the way. It's a mad, 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 mad world is everything its extravagant title suggests, says the New York Times. A wham-doodle, humdinger, stem-winder, said the New York World Telegram and Sun. Great Britain's Manchester Guardian applauded with exuberant, exhilarating, triumphant. Marvelous, wild, prodigious slapstick, exclaimed the New York Post. Everyone who's ever been funny is in it.
Our traffic is so congested, mass confusion on wheels. But Detroit is adroit. What they'll do in Detroit is make bigger automobiles. So be a happy fellow, be a clown boy, punch and mellow. Get off the shelf and enjoy yourself. It's a mad, 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 mad. It's a mad, it's a mad world. It's a mad, 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 mad. It's a mad, it's a mad.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester. Chester. Chester, where are you?
Back here, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on out.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. As soon as I get my boots on.
Your boots on? What are you doing? Sleeping?
No, sir. Just washing my feet.
Well, now, I hope you didn't have any plans for tonight.
What did you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
God, I want you to stay on Front Street for a few hours while I go up and have a toddy with Big Kate. But if you're going to be busy...
No, sir.
well...
I haven't got anything to do. I'd be proud to stay here. Just look at the dust in that street. Uh-oh. Mr. Dillon?
Huh?
Looks like Major Randall from Fort Dodge crossing over here.
Ah. Open the door for him, Chester. Major will like that.
Come in, Major Randall. Come in, sir.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Major.
Marshal, I want to talk to you about last Saturday's affair.
Well, Saturday was a pretty lively day around here, Major. Which affair do you mean?
You surprised me, Marshal. 2 United States Army soldiers were murdered while driving a supply wagon from here to Fort Dodge. A government payroll was stolen, and you seem to have taken no interest in the matter.
Well, now, Major, protecting the Army isn't exactly...
The Army can protect itself, Marshal. That isn't the point at all.
Well, if that's true, Major, how come there were only 2 soldiers carrying your payroll? You got plenty of men out there and plenty of guns. Where were they?
On maneuvers.
On maneuvers?
In my command, Marshal, troops remain in garrison as little as possible.
Well, then you were asking for trouble, Major, knowing that there was a payroll coming in.
The arrival of the payroll was secret. Even the two men carrying it didn't know what it was.
Well, the word must have got out somehow.
It seems to me, Major, like somebody out at the fort must have told him.
There are no traitors in my command, Sheriff.
Major, I'm not a sheriff. You see, it's more
Never
like
mind. Marshal, I demand to know what you intend doing about this crime.
All right, I'll tell you, Major. Nothing.
What?
If I knew who did it, I'd make the arrest, but I don't, so there's nothing I can do.
I see. Well, Marshal, I regard this crime as a demonstration of your inability to control these Dodge City ruffians, and therefore I shall do it myself.
How's that, Major?
If no arrests are made in this matter, I'll give these bad men of yours a taste of martial law. We'll see how they like that.
I wouldn't try that, Major.
These streets will be patrolled 24
hours. Now,
a
listen
day.
to me, Major. You don't know these men. Sure, there are some bad ones here, but most of them are just wild. Free and wild. But you run the army in here, and they'll all fight.
Let them.
You've been stationed at Fort Dodge 2 months now, haven't you, Major? How long you been out on the frontier?
This is my first tour, thank heaven.
Well, then I'd advise you to take it easy. You get to know the ways of this land.
You may save your advice, Marshal.
There'll be trouble, Major, bad trouble.
If necessary. Nonetheless, the Army will take over within the week, or before, if there are any more of these crimes committed against it. Good day, gentlemen.
My. You think he'll do it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he made a mistake, and he's a hot-headed fool, Chester. You try it.
Well, can't you stop him?
I don't know. Well, I'll be at Big Kate's later on. You can find me there if you need me.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Marshal, come here.
What is it, Shiloh?
There's talk of Dodge being run by the Army, Marshal.
So?
So I don't like it. I and most of the men around here got out back in 65. We've had all the Army we need.
Yeah, I know. But maybe things will work out.
And if they don't work out, which side you fighting on, Dillon? Where do you stand?
I'm hired to keep the peace, Shiloh, not to answer fool questions.
You calling me a fool? Well, say it.
No, you're drunk, Shiloh.
You saying I'm drunk, Marshal? Is that it?
All right, Shiloh, I'll show you how drunk you are. Now, when he comes around, tell him I took his gun. He can get it back in the morning. And if he objects to that, tell him to look me up, and I'll throw him in jail.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Kate.
Well, come on in. Well, sit down, Matt. I'll fix your toddy.
Thank you, Kate.
You could thank me best by buying a drink at the bar downstairs once in a while.
Well, why should I? I get better whiskey for free up here.
At least you're honest. Well, what's in the wind, Marshal Dillon? Did you just come up here because you're tired of sitting with your back to a wall?
You're right, Kate. It's the only place in Dodge where I can relax. That's probably just because you don't consider me worth killing.
How old am I, Matt?
Oh, what?
You heard me.
Well, I never thought much about it, Kate.
You sure didn't.
What are you getting at, anyway?
Just that if I was 20 years younger, you probably wouldn't come here at all.
No? And why?
Here's your toddy. Forget it.
Anything you say, Kate.
You know, Matt, you ought to get yourself a girl.
Oh, now, Kate, don't start
I mean
that,
it,
please.
sure. Somebody like, we'll say Connie Dell. There's a real pretty girl. A lot of fire,
Oh,
too.
you're sure a conniving old woman, Kate. You're just no good at all, you are.
You'd say worse than that. I told Connie she'd come up and have a drink with us the next time you showed.
All right, Kate, if it pleases you.
It does. Connie! Now, there's fresh cigars in that box by your chair, Matt.
Well, now.
Had them brought in by the Santa Fe Railroad all the way from St. Louis.
Evening, Miss Kate.
Oh, come on in, Connie. I've corralled the marshal for you. Sit down, honey. I'll fix you a drink.
Don't let her talk bother you, Connie.
Well, I did ask to meet you, Marshal.
No? Why? Why'd you want to meet me?
Maybe just to see if you're really as cold and cruel as you seem downstairs.
And?
I can't tell yet. But I don't think you are.
Yeah, a profession like mine leaves its mark on a man.
There's always trouble of some kind, isn't there?
Most always.
Like this army business now.
Yeah.
Will it be bad, Marshal?
It could be.
Well, I'll figure it this way, Matt. The Major's in trouble, and he's trying to cover it up by threatening to take over Dodge.
Well, any more difficulties, and he will do it. Blasted Green Hornet.
Say, Connie, your corporal been in?
He left a while ago.
Well, what's he say? How'd the soldiers feel about all this?
Well, I don't think they want to mix it with all these gunmen and buffalo hunters and the like.
Yeah. The Major will wish he were back on maneuvers if it starts.
Maneuvers? So that's where they've all been. No wonder it's been so quiet. But that corporal of yours, Connie, how come he didn't go out?
He's not my corporal, Miss Kate. He's just a lonely kid.
All right. Seems like he spends more time here than at the fort. How's he manage that?
Oh, they made him a clerk, a sort of bookkeeper. His time's pretty much his own.
Uh-huh. Well, he's lucky. He's got a good, safe job, too.
Suppose it is. Well, I'd better get back. Now that we've met, Marshal, you might stop and buy me a drink next time you're here.
I'm afraid not, Connie.
No?
You're too distracted. I might get careless and shot at.
I take that as a compliment, Marshal.
It is.
Good night, Marshal. Thanks, Miss Kate.
Don't you mention it, honey. Well, Matt?
You said her name's Connie Dell, Kate. Where's she from?
I never ask the girls anything.
Yeah, maybe, but you always find out. Now, come on, tell me.
Hayes City, last.
Uh-huh. What's the name of this corporal who's been sniffing around?
Bowers, Corporal Bowers. Oh, here, let me sweeten that toddy for you.
All right.
You put me in mind of a man I knew back in Wichita.
Yeah?
He was the slipperiest, side-windingest, stubbornest man I ever knew.
Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Everything quiet, Chester?
Yes, sir. But it's like everybody's holding his juice for the Army if it comes. It's quiet and mean, Mr. Dillon. That's it, just quiet and mean.
Yeah. All right, Chester, you can go to bed. I'll stay around for a little while longer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, first thing in the morning, I want you to go to the depot and have him send a message to the sheriff in Hayes City.
That'd be Mr. Hickok?
Yeah, ask Bill to send me all the information he can about a dance hall girl named Connie Dell. She left there about a month ago.
Connie Dell. I'll do it, Mr. Dillon.
And bring me the answer as soon as it comes in, huh?
Well, we ought to have it by tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon. I got it from Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot, Mr. Dillon. It'd come in at 7 o'clock.
Oh, good. Let me see it, Chester.
Here.
Connie Dell worked Golden Horn Bar here. Left about a month ago. A stranger called Billy Grounds. Nothing against girl, but believe Grounds a wild one. Has anybody shot you yet? Regards, Hickok.
What's up, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I don't know, Chester. I don't quite know. Look, you go over and ask Big Kate if she's heard anything about this Billy Grounds.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal?
Huh? Well, what is it, Shiloh?
I want you to smell my gun. Here.
What?
And go on, smell it.
Yeah, all right. It hasn't been fired. What are you worried about?
Well, I've been talking a lot lately, and a man was just shot out behind the Long Branch. A soldier.
Any witnesses to this? Well, who saw it?
I just heard the shot.
I want to know who killed this soldier.
Well, maybe nobody did see it, Marshal.
And maybe nobody cares much about it anyway. Just a soldier.
All right, you men, I'm going to tell you something. If I don't find who shot this man, the Army will move in here for sure.
Not the whole army, Marshal. They won't all move in.
Why not?
My sharp's rifle can kill buffalo at 200 yards. I reckon it'll kill soldiers at 3.
Let me through here. Let me through here. Hello, Marshal. Well, what have we got this time? Uh-oh. Soldier.
Yeah.
Well, he needs an autopsy just like anybody else. Where's the man that shot him? He get hurt, maybe?
Take a good look, Doc. He isn't even armed. This isn't a shooting. This is a murder.
Say, you're right, Marshal. Oh, well, I'll get him up to my office. Here, now give me a hand, somebody.
You may have a better day tomorrow, Doc, but I hope I can spoil it for you. I'm riding out to Fort Dodge right now.
Well, Marshal, what brings you here?
Trouble, Major.
What sort of trouble?
Murder?
A soldier?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know, some private.
Why haven't I been informed of this?
It just happened about an hour ago.
In Dodge City, of course.
In Dodge City.
Have you arrested the murderer?
Nobody saw it happen.
I see. Well, Marshal, you leave me no choice. I shall have
Now,
to...
hold it, Major. I didn't ride out here just to carry news for you. I want something from you.
From me, Marshal?
Yeah. I want you to keep all soldiers out of Dodge for the next 48 hours. Put it off limits.
That's not exactly what I had in mind, Marshal.
But you're going to do it anyway.
What?
Now, listen, Major. Dodge City's an armed camp. It's full of men who fought Indians, who fought the war between the states, and who fought each other ever since they could spit. They'll fight you next. And they'll make you hate it.
Marshal Dillon, I shall report your treasonable talk.
Report what you like, but stay out of Dodge. Now, I'll make you a deal, Major. Give me 48 hours and I'll find your killers. You better take it.
All right. But I want the criminals delivered here.
Sure, Major. And I might have to kill them to get them here. Hello, Doc. You drinking up the profit you made off of that soldier?
Hello, Marshal. The boy's name was Bone, according to the letter I found on him.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes. Dug a couple of slugs out of him. It's a funny thing, Marshal. I haven't happened on lead like that since 65.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'd swear that boy was shot with a cavalry pistol.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Now, mind you can't prove it. Not exactly, but I would swear.
Come in.
Hello, Kate. Did Chester see you?
He did.
Well?
Matt, I get my information through the girl. Some of it's true, some is bound to be just talk.
I'll weed it out.
Coroner's been seen riding out at night toward the Arkansas down by Brandy Bend.
What for?
Well, I don't know. Could be this feller Billy Grounds.
Yeah.
His name's never been mentioned around here. My guess is he's never been in town.
Anything else?
One thing. Corporal Bowers and Connie went for a ride one night.
When?
Night before that payroll was robbed.
Figures. Where's Connie now?
Over at the Longhorn eating a steak.
It's kind of late for supper, isn't it?
She works late. Matt.
Yeah.
Next girl I steer you into, I'll pull her fangs first.
No, thank you, Kate. I like them better this way. Good evening, Connie.
Well, this is a surprise, Marshal.
May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. You sure Corporal Bowers won't mind?
Don't be silly. Anyway, he's away at the fort.
Huh? What time do you leave, Connie?
I don't know, about 7, I think. Why?
Anyone with him?
Yeah, Private Bone. Marshal, you think Bowers shot him, is that it?
You know any reason why he would, Connie?
They were friends. They worked together in the bookkeeping office.
I see. Tell me, Connie, Bowers say much about his job there? Well, what he does and all?
No, Marshal, he never talked about it.
Handled expenses for supplies and the like? Figured out the payroll?
I don't know.
Bowers would be in a good spot to know when to expect the payroll money in, wouldn't he? Even when it was kept a secret?
You'd have to ask him, Marshal. I don't know anything about the Army. But this isn't why you found me here, is it?
Of course not, Connie. I'm sorry. Hey, you look real pretty tonight.
Why, thank you, Marshal. You really mean it?
Sure. Sure I do.
I have to work late tonight, but I can get off tomorrow evening. Marshal, would you go for a ride with me? There'll be a moon.
Where would we ride to, Connie?
I don't know. Anywhere, maybe along the Arkansas. Oh, I know. Let's ride down toward Brandy Bend.
All right, Connie. We ride down to Brandy Bend.
You're all dressed up, Mr. Dillon. You going somewhere?
Yeah, after supper I am, Chester. Got me an engagement. Going riding with Connie Dell in the moonlight along the river.
Is she a nice girl, Mr. Dillon?
All girls are nice, Chester. Some fall in with bad company, that's all.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Who'd this one fall in with?
Me?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, that's not so.
Then who'd you think, Chester? Well, come on, tell me.
Billy Grounds?
You don't give me much credit for romance, Chester.
No, sir.
Well, don't look so worried about it.
I was thinking, would you like me to follow you tonight? Indian style?
Thanks, Chester, but it wouldn't help. You see, I'm riding into an ambush. It'll be over fast. Real fast.
Well, all right, Mr. Dillon, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way it's got to be. And as soon as I leave, I want you to ride out to Fort Dodge and see the major.
Yes, sir. What about...
Tell him to arrest Corporal Bowers for the murder of Private Bone. I think Bone found out where the leak about that payroll money came from, and Bowers had to shut him up.
The major won't like that, will he?
Well, tell him I'll prove it. And anyway, I think Bowers will confess fast enough when the time comes.
When'll that be, Mr. Dillon?
When I get back to town. With Billy Grounds.
What about the girl?
Well, it's like I told you, Chester. Nice girl. Bad company.
You know, I had me a girl once.
Huh? Well, you never told me about that, Chester. What happened?
It was over in Abilene. I gave her my money to go to St. Louis and buy some wedding clothes. She wanted that.
So?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I guess she just liked it there in St. Louis.
I'm going down the street, Chester. You better get started for the fort soon.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Shiloh.
I feel another drunk coming on, Marshal.
Well, then check your guns back there with Chester.
What if the Army comes tonight? I'll need my gun.
And stay sober.
But if the Army doesn't come, I'll have stayed sober for nothing.
Every man's got his problems, Shiloh. But if I see you drunk and wearing your gun, you'll wake up broken-hearted in jail tomorrow.
Tonight I'm going to get drunk enough to draw on you, Marshal.
That so, Shiloh? And some night you're going to die.
Marshal?
Oh, hello, Connie.
I got off a little early. Shall we go now?
Anytime.
I keep my horse at the National. I'll meet you at the edge of town.
Oh? You ashamed to be seen with me?
Well, no, Marshal. But, well, you know how people talk.
Sure, Connie. I'll wait for you just down the trail.
I'll hurry.
Hey, we come pretty fast, Connie. You want to get on for a minute?
I'm all right.
All right. We'll let the horses blow a little and then move on, huh? You nervous, Connie?
No. Why?
Well, then sit down and relax.
All right. This better?
Yeah. Sure is a nice night.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You're not even looking at it, Connie. Is something on your mind?
No, of course not. Why should there be?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's nothing, Marshal, really.
Connie, let me ask you something. You ever see a man killed?
What? Why'd you say that?
Well, did you?
Yes. Once in the saloon.
Huh. Tell me, do you have a fair chance?
Yeah, he even drew first.
Then you never saw a man shot in the back? Or ambushed?
What do you mean, Marshal?
I think it sort of goes against your grain, Connie, the idea of a man being killed without a fair chance.
I get it, Marshal. All right. Go ahead.
Down by the river near Brandy Bend, Billy Grounds is waiting to shoot me in the back.
Then why did you come, Marshal?
It's my job.
I suppose you know about everything.
I think so.
What are you going to do?
Connie, unless I made a mistake about you, I think you're going to let me have a fair chance at him. Somehow.
Why should I? What does it mean to me?
I don't know, Connie. I don't know. But you think about it. You think about it all the way to Brandy Bend. Now, come on, let's ride. Make a nice camp down here. Plenty of wood. Get your own water right out of the Arkansas. Don't you think, Connie? A man could hide out for a long time down here.
Marshal.
He could be safe here, even while the Army was trying to move into Dodge. A lot of men were being killed back there. It's peaceful here. Quiet.
Marshal, I can't do it.
Tell me, Connie.
That big cottonwood up ahead. On the left.
All right. Keep moving. When we get there, I'm going to ride fast. I'll hang onto the offside of my horse for cover. When I start, you turn around. Get back out of gunfire. Yeah, it sure is pretty down here, Connie. You know, maybe someday we can come down and go fishing, huh? That river's full of catfish. Did you ever eat a catfish dinner? Oh, they can be mighty good when they're small enough. Back, Connie. Connie? Connie! Yeah, he's dead, Connie.
I'm all right, Marshal.
I'm sorry about this, Connie. I'm sorry I had to do it.
He killed your horse. I'll show you where his is. And the money. Then you can take me back to Dodge. Jail.
All right, Connie. But you won't be in jail for long. You have my word. Not for long.
Let's go, Marshal.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett and Jeanette Nolan, with Harry Bartell and Don Diamond. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The adventure just begins with Gunsmoke on CBS Radio. Still ahead tonight, Gene Autry, Tarzan, Gangbusters, and Stars in the Air. Yes, listen in for them all on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for your free convention handbook, write to Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Keep your hands above your head. You heard me, Graham. Hands above your head.
Die violently. The spies, the liars, all the ones who want me dead. I'm innocent. All I can think of was that I couldn't prove my alibi. And I was going to the gas chamber, and I was
Mrs.
desperate.
Graham, you'll have to...
Have you ever been
Graham,
desperate?
Mrs. Graham.
You know what it's like. Damn!
All right, let's
get your miss on!
Now, Margaret,
oh, let me go!
Come on,
Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!
next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Fall is here. It is the 6th day of October, and Jell-O is back on the air. But where are all our little playmates? Where are Donzie and Philzy, and Mary and Dennis, and Jackie Boy? Ah, me, they're still asleep. For 15 weeks, they have been in the arms of Morpheus. Wake up! Wake up, little playmates! Alas, they do not heed my summons. However, we must get them up. But how? How can we awaken our master of ceremonies? How can we arouse Jackie Boy?
Drop a quarter.
You're asleep. Alas, my efforts are unavailing. If only someone with magic powers would assist me. But who? Who will it be?
I'll help you, kid. With my magic wand, I will awaken them.
You will awaken them? Who are you?
I am the Blue Fairy.
Then you must hurry, O Blue Fairy. Wake them all and do not tarry.
Fear not, my friend, I'll fly away. All of me, and that ain't hay. Well, here I go.
Goodbye, Blue Fairy.
So long, kid. Ah, here is Donzie. Wake up, Don Wilson, you big lug. It's time we heard a Jell-O plug.
Oh, thanks, Blue Fairy. I heed your call. Hand me my girdle from off the wall.
Here you are. And here is little Dennis. Oh, Dennis, stay, jump out of bed. On your feet, not on your head.
Oh, I'm tired.
Dennis, wake up and get dressed.
But gee whiz, Ma, I'm sleepy.
Dennis, say you get right over to the studio. Mr. Benny will be furious if you're late.
Okay. Do I have to wash behind my ears?
What for? He doesn't.
That's a lie. That woman better watch out.
And here is our curly-headed maestro. Oh, little Phil Harris, come blow your horn. The cows in the meadow, the sheep's in the corn.
Corn?
That got him. Who are you, babe?
I am the Blue Fairy.
Well, come on in.
This is a fantasy.
And here is Mary Livingston, sound asleep in the land of Nod. But I, the Blue Fairy, will awaken her.
Some fairy. She couldn't fly with 3 motors.
Mary, don't spoil the illusion.
This is a fine way to start our first program.
Well, can you think of something better?
Anything.
Oh, go ahead, Fairy, and wake her up.
When is she going to wake up the audience?
Never mind. Get going, Fairy.
Oh, Mary Liv, it's time you woke and told us all a funny joke. So open your eyes and don't be drowsy.
Oh, boy, what a lead.
Give me that wand.
Ouch!
All right, now wake me up.
Jack Benny snores so rich and deep. For 15 weeks he's been asleep. But now he must awake, you know, and run his good old Jello show. Awake, awake, awake! The sun is peeping over the hill and birds are singing by the mill. Forsake, forsake, forsake thy slumber. Wake up, Jack Benny. Wake Alas, he still sleeps. Will he ever arouse from his slumber? Will he ever wake up?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, will he ever wake up? I don't know. Hey, Bill, will he ever wake up? I don't know. Hey, Sam! Never mind, I'm up!
My goodness!
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Shout, I Am an American. Well, friends, I know you're all anxious to get on with the show, and so for that reason, I'm not going to take the time right now to tell you about Jell-O. I'm not going to say a word about how popular Jell-O is with just about everybody the country over. I'm not going to tell you that Jell-O is simply tops for gay, tempting color and wonderful extra-rich flavor. I won't stop now to point out that Jell-O is a quick, easy dessert to make or that it's delightfully inexpensive. And I'm not even going to mention that you can get Jell-O in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. I'd like to tell you all these things, ladies and gentlemen, but there just isn't time right now. So, on with the show. And, there isn't time either to tell you that you ought to get some Jell-O tomorrow without fail. Shout, I Am an American, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time this season, I bring you a man who returns to the air, fresh as a daisy, gay as a daffodil, modest as a violet, and rugged as a sweet pea, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again, this is your favorite flower talking. And Don, before we go any further, what did you think of that novel opening to our first program? You know, where we're all supposed to be asleep for 15 weeks. Wasn't that whimsical?
It certainly was, Jack.
And clever, too. You know, I wrote and produced it myself. Did you like the idea of the Blue Fairy?
Yes, that was novel. Who is she, anyway?
Well, I don't know her name, Don, but she came to us through the courtesy of the Great Lakes Dredge and Dock Company. Her freight bill was something awful in there. Well, anyway, Don, here we are starting our 7th season for Jell-O. For 7 years, you and I and our little gang have been with the same sponsor.
Yes, sir. 7 years on one job.
You know, Don, we're either loyal or in a rut. But who knows, we might be with the same sponsor 7 more years. Or 10. Or 20.
If he ever tunes in on us, we're cooked.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary. Hello. How are
you? Well, did you hear that ovation, Mary? Applause, cheers, whistles. I can't understand it.
I can.
Same modest, unassuming little girl, huh?
Fine thing for you to say.
Aw, Jack, who are you kidding? Every actor loves applause, and you know it.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Mary's right, Jack. There's a certain amount of ego in every one of us.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I was in vaudeville for a good many years, and my only thought was to entertain. Applause meant absolutely nothing to me.
Oh, no? Tell him about the time you're going to kill yourself in Toledo.
Well, even the ushers didn't applaud there. Besides, I had no intention of killing myself.
And what were you doing with that rope in your dressing room?
I hung my laundry on it. Now, let's not start our first program by being personal. Let's talk about something else. What'd you do this summer, Mary?
I was asleep till that dredge woke me up.
Now, cut that out. You're not supposed to take that literally. It was just a delightful fantasy.
Why, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself writing a corny thing like that.
Who said I wrote it?
You did.
Oh. Well, as long as I'm trapped, I wrote the music, too. Anyway, it was a very novel opening for our first program, and I'm proud of it.
Proud of it? Why, it didn't even make sense.
Oh, it didn't, eh? Well, they said the same thing about A Midsummer Night's Dream. And look how successful that was.
Yeah, I hear Shakespeare just built a home in Brentwood.
That's Abe Shakespeare from Universal. Anyway, Mary, you don't appreciate how hard it is to get new ideas and things. You know, Don, I sat up night after night working on an idea.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Here comes Sierra Sue.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, folks. Here's the man you've been waiting for. Get them hands out of your pockets. Well, Phil, hello.
Oh, sure. He would ask for it.
I appreciate that, folks. You know, applause is food for an actor, so thanks for the lunch. Ha ha, that's a Lulu.
Well, you didn't disappoint us, Phil. You came right back the way you left. Not a kernel missing. Well, Phil, I hear you had another successful tour this summer on those one-night stands.
Yes, sir. We covered about 16,000 miles, one town after another.
Boy, that's what I call a tough grind. I wouldn't go through that for all the money in the world.
What?
You heard me. I don't know how that guy does it. Phil, why do you only stay one night in a town and then move on?
Love 'em and leave 'em. That's my motto.
I know. I saw it tattooed on your chest. You know, Phil, you ought to take a vacation in the summer instead of working and traveling around the country. Look at those bags under your eyes.
Oh, they're not so big.
I like to have them full of radium, that's all. Grub.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I look all right, and so do my boys. Why don't you say something about the new suits they're wearing?
Well, I've got to admit, they're all spruced up today. I noticed another thing. They smell so sweet. You know?
Why, sure. They all got perfume on.
Perfume, eh? That's all right.
You'll never replace the old-fashioned bathtub.
Never mind. With them, I'll settle for anything. But at that, Phil, I must compliment you on the way
Say, Jack.
What?
Here comes Baby Dumpling.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, everybody.
Well, hello, Denny.
Well.
Gee, was all that applause for me?
Yes, sir, Dennis. Every bit of it. The people are glad to see you back again.
Then I ought to get more dough.
Sit down, you money-mad ham. It's a fine entrance you made, Dennis. The first crack out of the box, you want more money. You know, this is only your second year in show business, and if you ask me, you're doing all right.
Well, Kenny Baker's got a yacht.
Never mind Kenny Baker. And it leaks. More money, more money. Let me tell you a little story, Dennis. Something you ought to know and think about. When I was a kid your age, life wasn't as easy for me as it is for you. Well, I used to walk around the streets of Waukegan selling newspapers. I was hungry. Yes, and I was barefoot.
I bet it was snowing, too.
You said it. Why, Dennis, When I used to come home at night after tramping the streets all day selling those papers, my little feet were swollen and bleeding.
Where'd you get the blood?
I had it then. But I was happy, Dennis. Happy because I was struggling to achieve success, slow but sure. And that's why you should be happy, too.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. Maybe I ought to take a cut.
A cut?
Look at his ears go up.
They didn't budge. Now, listen, Mary, I wasn't going to mention it because I wanted to be a surprise to the whole gang. But when you each get your check tomorrow, you'll find a raise, a substantial increase.
I don't believe it, but say it again.
Well, don't act so surprised. I gave you all a raise last year, didn't I?
Sure, but right afterwards you sold a stock in your ostrich farm.
My ostrich farm? What's wrong with that? They lay eggs every day of the week.
And on Sunday, you take over.
Mary, May Company. Now, Dennis, if you can forget about Kenny Baker's yacht long enough, how about singing a song for us?
Okay.
Go ahead, Dennis. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pardon me, are you Jack Benny?
Yes.
My name is Gross. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, no, I'm never too busy for an interview.
Well, first of all, what are your plans on the radio this year?
Oh, I don't know. We're going to keep about the same formula and style as in the past. Yet we hope to be topical and keep up with the times.
I see. And are you planning any out-of-town trips during the season?
Well, we'll stay here in Hollywood until the middle of December, and then we'll probably go to New York for a month.
A month, eh?
Yes.
That'll bring you back about the
the middle of January.
I see. And are you going to close up your house in Beverly Hills while you're away?
Yes, I intend to. Yes.
Well, I think that about covers everything. Thanks very much, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, what paper are you with?
None. I'm a burglar. Goodbye.
Hey, come back here. Well, of all the nerve. Sing, Dennis.
Oh, Jack.
What?
You better take your mattress to the bank tomorrow.
I will. Don't worry.
When the swallows come back to Capistrano, that's the day you promised to come back to me. When you whispered farewell in Capistrano, 'twas the day the swallows flew out to the sea. All the mission bells will ring, the chapel choir will sing, the happiness you'll bring will live in my memory. When the swallows come back to Capistrano, that's the day I pray that you come back to me. While the altar candles burn, my heart is burning too. If you should not return, I'll still be waiting for you. When the swallows come back to Capistrano, that's the day I pray that you come back to me.
That was When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano, sung by Dennis Day, and accompanied by Phil, I'll Play Any Town Under 2,000 Harris. And Dennis, that was really a beautiful number.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And I love the thought, When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano. Don, isn't that a grand title? Don, When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano.
Oh, Jack, please.
Don, are you rebelling?
No, but I just think...
Don, When the Swallows Come Back to Capistrano.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you swallow a dessert, make sure that it is genuine Jell-O.
That's better.
Whether you live in Capistrano or San Luis Obispo, always come back to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of tempting, economical Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors. So remember.
All right, Dennis.
Oh, I don't wanna.
Dennis.
Okay. When the swallows come back to Capistrano,
You will find that Jell-O's waiting there for you. Oh, Capistrano. There, that wasn't such a bad plug, was it?
Did you write that, Jackson?
I certainly did.
Take a bow and I'll punch you right in the nose.
Why don't you? Anyway, that was smart writing, Mary. You know, Don, I'm going to do a lot of that stuff this coming season. Write clever commercials and fantasies, all kinds of sketches and things.
It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Oh, I don't mind. In fact, I get a kick out of it.
Hey, Jackson, what's the idea of all this writing all of a sudden?
Last Tuesday, he found a fountain pen.
That has nothing to do with my talent. Say, Don.
I suppose if you found a canoe, you'd want to be an Indian guide.
Silly, me, an Indian guide. Say, Don.
A couple of feathers in your hair wouldn't hurt.
All right, forget it. I found a fountain pen on Sunset Boulevard. I put an ad in the paper. Nobody claimed it. So it's mine.
What paper did you put the ad in?
In the Louisville Courier-Journal. It ran 3 days. Now, Don...
Gee, does Sunset Boulevard go that far?
Get a map and don't annoy me. Now, Don, if I can get a word in edgewise here, we're almost through with this first program, aren't we?
Just about, Jack. All we have left is Phil's number, and that'll about wind up the show.
Well, then, look, I'm going to run along. You see, Rochester's downstairs waiting for me in the car, and I've got to rush home. You see, I'm writing an article for the Saturday Evening Post, and I want to get it off tonight.
You must have found a bottle of ink, too.
Yes, and some stationery and stamps and everything. Is it okay, Don?
Sure, go right ahead, Jack. I'll take care of everything.
All right. Well, so long, Don. So long, fellas. See you next Sunday.
Goodbye, Jack.
So long, Jack. See you next week.
Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going.
Okay, Don. Hit it, boys.
Rochester, watch out. You don't honk at red lights, you stop for them.
Well, our brake's in a delicate condition.
Well, then you can shut off the motor.
Boss, if I shut off this motor, even the Blue Fairy couldn't start it.
Just watch your driving, that's all.
Okay. I sure liked your program tonight, boss.
You did? Well, that's good. Which gag did you like the best?
The one about you giving everybody a raise. That was a good one.
It wasn't any joke, Rochester. I'm giving the whole cast more money this year.
You are?
Yes.
Well, boss, has my status quo been affected by this bolt from the blue?
What do you mean?
In other words, when I get my check tomorrow, am I going to be grinning or groaning?
Now, Rochester, let's get this straightened out right now. When I say I'm giving a raise, I mean I'm giving an increase to my associates on the radio.
Uh-huh.
You see, you're connected with me in a private capacity. That is, you're in a domestic category.
Uh-huh.
So in a nutshell, Rochester, I regard you as just a butler, not an actor.
Just a butler?
Yes.
Boss, did you see our last picture?
Don't change the subject. Anyway, Rochester, I can't see where you have any cause for complaint. You're doing all right.
Bill Robinson's got a yacht.
I don't care what Bill Robinson's got. And if you're not careful, you're liable to be first mate on it. Never saw anybody in my life that complains about... Hey, wait a minute. Rochester! Rochester, stop the car!
What's the matter, boss?
Quick, stop the car! Pardon me, miss. Are you going towards Beverly Hills? I said, are you going towards Beverly Hills? Drive on, Rochester. Oh, well. Stop laughing. We're not home yet.
You'll never give up, will you, boys?
Never mind. And getting back to the salary you're so dissatisfied with, let me tell you a little story, Rochester. When I was a kid in Waukegan, I used to walk around the streets selling newspapers. I was hungry. And yes, I was barefoot, too. But I was happy. I didn't mind struggling because I knew that someday all my work...
The end of summer, ladies and gentlemen, always brings with it a new problem for the housewife. The problem of what to serve for salads now that summer fruits and summer vegetables are on the way out. Well, one answer is Jell-O's delicious grapefruit and grape salad. Both grapefruit and grapes are in season right now, and blended with rich strawberry Jell-O, they make one of the most colorful and exciting salads you ever tasted. Just prepare one package of strawberry Jell-O as you usually do, chill until slightly thickened, and fold in sections of one grapefruit, diced, and 1 cup of halved white grapes, seeded. Then mold, and you have a real distinctive treat, one that you can serve either as a salad or dessert. Incidentally, if you haven't enjoyed strawberry Jell-O recently, you'll find that it's now better than ever. Strawberry Jell-O, like raspberry Jell-O, has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base, enhanced with a specially processed artificial flavoring, which gives it a rich, distinctive goodness. So get some strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and make up this grand combination of golden grapefruit, white, juicy grapes, and bright red strawberry Jell-O.
This is the last number of the first program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Phil.
Yeah, Mary?
How about taking me over to the Wilshire Bowl tonight?
I'm taking the Blue Ferry.
Oh, that's right. There wouldn't be room for both of us. Good night, folks.
Yankee Cowbell.
News for thrifty housewives. Log cabin syrup for less money. Popular table size, not more than 18 cents in most stores. Ask your grocer about his new low price. Remember, same luscious log cabin syrup, same high quality, same mellow flavor. Only the price is changed. Tomorrow, buy log cabin syrup at the new low price, the lowest in history. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Beloved throughout the ages, by all ages. Such indeed is the glamorous legend of the ancient kingdom of Cornwall, and of its greatest hero, Jack the Giant Killer.
Hail to Sir Jack! To Jack the Giant Killer! Hail to Jack!
Starring Kerwin Matthews, star of The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and Judy Meredith. Those were the days when giants roamed the countryside. It was at such a time that a young farmer, single-handed, fought and overcame one of the most fearsome giants who ever ravaged the land. After 3 years in the making, Hollywood brings you the amazing story of Jack's adventures and the fabulous dangers he encountered when he dared to set himself up against the Black Prince of all witches, Pendragon. Pendragon had carried off the princess, held her under a magic spell, and now used his mighty powers to keep Jack from saving her. See Jack's terrific ordeal with the Witches of the Wind. His wondrous duel with the armored warriors of the Dragon's Teeth. His encounter with the monstrous two-headed giant. See the enchanted doll that came to life and made a princess dance with joy. Sail with Jack the Giant Killer. Share his thrilling adventures on the high seas. Meet his young friend Peter, Sigurd the Viking, and the lovable imp of the bottle.
A little toy man.
Insulting a leprechaun. A toy, you say? Oh, for that there'll be the devil to pay.
See his face-to-face clash with Pendragon himself. And above all, don't miss Jack's gigantic battle with the Flying Harpy. You'll agree, Jack the Giant Killer is the greatest.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Donna Magee and Ann Baxter in It Happened Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Since our remote ancestors lived in caves and fought their wars with clubs, men have wanted to know the true story of the future. Some wanted this knowledge only to grow rich, others to grow famous, and perhaps a few to help their fellow men. But since the beginning of time, all of our yesterdays lead only toward tomorrow. And this week our play is René Clair's delightful and exciting picture, It Happened Tomorrow. Arnold Pressburger produced the picture, and Donna Magee and Ann Baxter starred in it for us tonight. It Happened Tomorrow is the drama of one man who begs for a chance to see tomorrow's newspaper today, and gets that chance. Many strange and wonderful adventures come to him, and the greatest of them all is meeting a very beautiful girl. But after you hear this story, I wonder if you'll ever again want to see tomorrow's newspaper today. In crossing the country last week, I met still more of our audience face to face. And when that happens, I always discover again how strong the loyalty is that holds you to this theater and to the product behind it, Lux Flakes. I remember one person in particular. She told me right away that she was a grandmother. And then I learned how she was doing her bit for the war. She had made it possible for her daughter to take a job in a war plant by looking after the daughter's baby and the rather extensive laundry that always goes with the young of the human species. Grandmother made just one proviso. For the sake of her hands, the daughter was to provide Lux Flakes. Consequently, I feel sure that that baby is still in very lovely hands. And now, for the last time this season, the curtain goes up on the opening of our play. Act 1 of It Happened Tomorrow, starring Donna Magee as Larry and Ann Baxter as Sylvia. It's an event that has never happened before and will never happen again. The Stevens' golden wedding anniversary. Children, grandchildren, even great-grandchildren have thronged to the Stevens' home for the happy occasion. Yes, every member of the family is present. Everyone except the two people responsible. They are still upstairs, observing 50 years of wedded bliss, arguing over a manuscript.
But you can't do it. I simply forbid it.
For 50 years, you've kept me from publishing this.
Thank goodness I have.
But why? Why?
Because it happens that I love you.
Oh.
And I won't have you laughed at.
But at least let me read it to my family. They'll never believe it unless they hear it from me.
I was in on most of it, and I still don't believe it.
Well, you just don't believe in miracles.
Nobody believes in miracles anymore.
I do.
And so do I, my dear.
Oh, Sylvia, you're wonderful. I'm wonderful, too.
You must be. You put up with me for a long, long time.
Oh, darling, how can I ever thank you?
Well, one way would be by forgetting all about that story and coming downstairs with me now.
Yes. Here, you can put it away.
That's better.
I just wanted to read it to them, and then they could judge what happened for themselves.
But if they didn't believe it, Larry, if they said that you were an old man and foolish.
Yes, I am an old man, but I was young then, wasn't I? When it all started to happen? 1896. I guess I've been a reporter on the evening news for almost a year.
And I never even knew you existed.
But you did that night, didn't you? Thanks to William Jennings Bryan running for president. Andy and I had gone back to the office to write up a speech. Just the two of us were there. And old Pop Benson.
The files, boys?
Yeah, thanks, Pop. Didn't mean to leave them so messed up.
That's all right. Just find yourself another seat.
What?
Larry, you're sitting on one of my file albums, right in the middle of 1862.
Oh, sorry, Pop, sorry.
I've been keeping these files just so for 42 years, and you sit on them.
What's the difference, Pop? There's nothing deader than yesterday's news.
You don't have imagination, Andy. News is what happens, whether it happened 50 years ago or tomorrow.
You mean will happen tomorrow?
Tomorrow's just an illusion. Look, see this album?
Yeah, sure. It's the file for, what's that, March 1875.
That's right. And this file here, that's for this year, 1896. Well, supposing we're all living in 1875, and I should walk in with the 1896 file. I could tell you everything that would happen, couldn't I?
Just give me the one for next year, Pop, and you can name your own price.
Every year's there, Andy, right on those shelves where I keep my file albums. We may not see 'em, but they're there all right. The whole future's there.
What if we could see into the future? Really see it? Yeah, just one day in the future. That's what I'd like, Pop. Tomorrow's newspaper. How much?
No, Larry. Don't ask for a thing like that.
Why, that ought to be a cinch for you, Pop. Come on. Let's have it.
I wish I could give it to you, Larry. Then you'd learn it's no good to know the future.
Oh, if I knew where I could get tomorrow's newspaper, I'd give 5 years of my life for it.
You would, huh? But how do you know you've got 5 years?
Go ahead and answer that one, Larry. I guess you got me, Pop. Well, there's one thing I can guarantee will happen 5 minutes from now. What's that? You and I are going to be mighty thirsty. Come on, let's go. We can have a beer on Park Street. Yeah, how about it, Pop?
No, thanks. Got a few things to get in order here. Say, I passed that cafe on the way to work. Got some new entertainment there. Mind readers, the poster says. Lombardi and Sylvia. Maybe they could tell you the future.
Well, good night, Pop.
A mighty pretty-looking girl in that act. At least she was on the poster.
Yeah, they always are, Pop, on the posters. But I can tell you right now, she's full, fat, and 40.
Good night, boys. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you have just seen, I have just placed Sylvia in a trance. Only my voice, the voice of Lombardi, can reach her. I will require the presence of a member of the audience here on the stage. Will someone volunteer? Any member of the audience? That gentleman there.
Well, look, you can stay here all night if you want to, Larry. I'm going home. Look at her. Just look at her. I've been looking at her. She's beautiful, and I'm tired. Good night. Good night, Sylvia. Oh, good night. And just remember, 8 o'clock in the morning. An angel. She's an angel. And if you're late, you'll be flapping your wings, too. Well, I'll see you tomorrow.
Now, if you will stand here, my friend, and please to tell us what is the number in the case of your watch. The number, please.
Well,
I don't know. Oh, you do not know. Good. Now perhaps Sylvia can tell you the number. Observe, she is on the other side of the stage. Sylvia, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
The gentleman holds a watch, Sylvia. I want to know the number on the case.
I will try. 279. Oh, I can't.
Sylvia, I compel you.
Oh, weak. I feel so weak.
Tell me the number.
279354.
279354. Open the case, my friend. And now, sir, please, to verify Sylvia's statement.
279354. Why, it's amazing, incredible.
Thank you very much. Now, does the audience have any questions? Any questions they would like Sylvia to answer? Quickly, please, quickly.
Professor.
The young man, you have a question.
Well, it concerns a young lady.
Of course, naturally. And you wish to know, is she going to marry you? Is that it?
Well, all I want to know is if she will have lunch with me tomorrow.
Sylvia, the signor wishes to know, will the girl he loves have lunch with him tomorrow?
Yes, she will.
Well, thank you, but I'd like to know where.
That you will have to arrange with her.
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but she can't hear me. She's in a trance.
I am sorry, my friend. Lombardi has put Sylvia's mind to sleep, and Lombardi is not certain when it will awaken. In the meantime, Sylvia is unable to accept any social engagements. Now, who else has a question, please? One at a time, please. One at a time. You, Signorina, you want to know where to look for the ring you lost. Sylvia, the Signorina wishes to know.
Good night, Sylvia. See you tomorrow.
Good night. Oh, cabby. North Elm Street, please. 140
Hello.
North.
Remember me?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, but we were speaking just a little while ago. You answered my question.
Oh, a customer.
Yeah, something like that.
Then you must have seen that I was in a trance, asleep. Besides, you were much too forward.
Look, may I take you home? Cabby's waiting.
So I noticed. Good night.
Oh, can I ride with you?
Of course not. Driver 140 North Elm Street.
Yes, ma'am. But if you go off in the cab, what'll I do?
I haven't the slightest idea, but if my uncle should find you
Uncle?
here, Professor Lombardi,
Oh.
he'd very likely punch you in the nose. So go home.
Yes, I think you're right. All right, driver, and go slow.
Hurry up there.
Now, you listen to me. Who hired this cab?
I did. Been waiting half an hour for you.
Oh, I see. Then you can let me out right here.
Oh, but why? You're perfectly safe. You just sit in that corner, and I'll stay way over here in this corner. Of course, if we should hit some bumps, that won't be my fault. Now, why did you have to slap my face?
You forgot. I'm a mind reader.
Oh, all right. I promise I won't even think of kissing you.
You'd better not, and I'd much prefer if the conversation ended right now.
No, not until I know whether your prediction is right or not.
What prediction?
The signor wishes to know will the girl he loves have lunch with him tomorrow. Remember?
I never remember anything I say in a trance.
But your answer was that she will.
Oh, that's fine. I hope you have a wonderful time.
Oh, I'm sure we will. You know where the evening news office is?
Certainly.
I'll be waiting there for you. 1 o'clock tomorrow.
What?
And the name is Stevens, Lawrence Stevens. Just ask for Larry.
Driver, stop this cab at once.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm getting out.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I'll get out.
It's about time.
Well, look, we're right in front of the office. See? The evening news. 1 o'clock tomorrow.
If you don't eat lunch until you see me, you're going to starve to death.
Are you sure you have the name? Larry Stevens. And good night.
Good night. And thank you.
Oh, me.
Larry.
Pop, is that you?
Larry.
Pop, where are you? Oh, I guess I couldn't see in the dark.
I've been waiting for you, Larry.
You've been waiting? You've been working all this time?
Oh, no, locked up the office some time ago.
Oh, but it's late. What are you doing around here this time of night?
I wanted to see you, Larry. I've got something for you.
What's that?
This, Larry. Here.
Where's the paper? The evening news.
That's right.
But I read it. I read it when it came out this afternoon.
Maybe not.
And now, Pop, you've been getting yourself a snootful.
No, I wouldn't do a thing like that. Good night, Larry.
Wait a minute. I'll take you home.
No, thanks, my boy. We go different ways. Put the paper in your coat pocket, Larry. That's it. Don't lose it.
Huh? Pop, I don't...
In your pocket, Larry. Good night.
Good night, Pop.
Morning, Larry. You want to see the breakfast menu?
No, just the usual, Lily.
Hello, Larry.
Well, Joe, how are you? Come on, sit down.
Thanks. Just dropped in for a cup of coffee. Sure is cold out.
Yeah, great weather for May. How goes it, Joe?
Oh, not so good. Still looking for a job.
Yeah.
Say, do you mind if I look at the want ads in your paper?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't got a paper.
Sure you have. There, in your coat pocket.
What do you... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Here, it's last night's evening news.
It won't matter. Just the want ads I'm after. Hey, this ain't last night's paper, Larry. It's today's.
Why, it can't be, Joe. News doesn't go to press until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's last night's.
Yeah, but what day is today?
It's Wednesday.
But this says Wednesday.
Well, now, Joe, it can't say Wednesday.
Hey, look.
Wednesday. Hey, Lil, what day is today?
Wednesday.
And look what it says here, Larry. Snow. It didn't snow yesterday, did it?
Of course not. Let me see then.
There. Right next to this article about the Opera House holdup.
Huh. Bandits steal cash at Opera House while Paderewski plays.
See? It says unseasonable snowfall. A flurry of snow descended on the city at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. All day. And what a day. Snow in May.
Huh?
Well, look outside there. It's snowing.
Yeah, it's snowing.
8 o'clock in the morning. And it is 8 o'clock. Exactly 8 o'clock.
Say, here's an ad looks pretty good, Larry. They need a waiter at the Excelsior restaurant. Why, that's this place. This here's the Excelsior restaurant.
What are you talking about? We don't need any waiters.
But it says so in the paper. Help wanted. Waiter, Excelsior restaurant.
Well, I can't help what it says. It's a mistake. We don't need any.
Then why waste people's time putting ads in the...
You crazy, you fool! Now, you get out of here. That's the last time you'll break any of my dishes. Now, get out.
Ah, Mike, have a heart.
I have a heart, but I have no more dishes. You're fired. Lily.
Yes, Mike?
Take us some money and go down to the newspaper. Put in, we want a waiter right away. What do you look so crazy for?
In the morning paper?
No, right away. Put in the evening news. Hello, Larry.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, what's the matter? You sick of too? You and Lily. What for you looking so funny at me, huh?
Why, it's nothing, Mike. It's nothing. Give me that paper, Joe. I gotta get to the office. I'm late. Maybe I'm a whole day late. Goodbye, Joe. Good luck. Bye. Bye. Well, now, what's the matter with you fellas? Hasn't anybody seen Pop
Tell
Benson?
you, Larry hasn't shown up
But
yet.
I gotta find him. Oh, now, look, fellas, if this is some kind of a
Cut
joke...
it out, Larry. Will you cut it out? There isn't anybody seen Pop Benson. Besides, what's so important?
Well, it's personal. He gave me something last night, and I gotta speak to him about
I've got something personal to talk about, too. Get in here, Stevens.
Oh, yes, Mr.
Well, if
Gordon.
I see Pop, Larry, I'll tell him.
Yeah, it's awful important, Andy. It's awful important.
Stevens, you're late.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Gordon, but I've been looking for Pop Benson. Something's happened. I don't understand
You
how.
don't, huh? Well, maybe you can understand this. If you're ever late for work again, you can look for another job.
Yes, Mr. Gordon. Look, who's covering the Paderewski concert this afternoon at the Opera House?
Now, don't tell me you want to be a music critic.
But suppose something should happen there, the biggest news of the day.
You think I'd send you? Stevens, you're either drunk or crazy. Maybe both.
I am, huh? Well, Pop Benson gave me something last night, and if you wait a minute, I'll bring it in and show it to you. You'll change your mind fast enough.
I will, eh? You're fired.
I quit. I mean, I'll quit tonight if you haven't given me a raise.
A raise? Why,
Yes,
you...
a raise for being on the job when something sensational happens. You can set up a headline right now. Bandits steal cash at Opera House while Paderewski plays.
Say that again?
Well, what I mean is suppose that something like that did happen. That'd be a good headline, wouldn't it? Bandits steal cash at Opera House while Paderewski plays. And right under it, my byline. I saw it. I mean, I can see it now by Larry Stevens.
Get out of here.
Yes, sir, I'm going. You haven't a thing to worry about, Mr. Gordon. I'll be at the Opera House right on the job.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Donna Magee and Ann Baxter in Act Two of It Happened Tomorrow. Oh, hello, Sally. What's on your mind?
Lux plates, of course. And all the things you can lux around the house. I've made an alphabetical list of some of them. Want to hear it?
Okay. What have you got for A?
Antimacassars.
Huh?
You know, those little doilies you put on chair backs? They need luxing frequently.
Oh, yes. And B?
Bedspreads and blankets, and curtains for C.
Well, what about D?
Draperies, and dishes, of course. Lux is so kind to your hands.
E and F?
Enamelware and floors. Lux is especially grand for tiled ones. And G is for glassware and the globes around lights. Wash them often to keep them sparkling.
What about H?
Hairbrushes. Soak them in Lux suds while you're washing your hair.
I and J?
Ice boxes and jars. Always wash jars in Lux before you start canning.
And now K?
Keys, the kind on pianos. Lux takes finger marks off in a jiffy.
L?
Linen, linoleum, lampshades, lots of things.
M?
Mirrors and mantelpieces. Then napkins for N.
O?
Is for oilcloth to keep it bright. And P is for picture frames, pillow covers, and porcelain.
I'll bet you had a hard time with Q.
No. Quilts.
Right. R-S-T?
Rugs. The cotton chenille bathroom kind. Slip covers and scarves for S. And T for towels and tablecloths. Especially those gay printed ones.
U?
Upholstery. Lots of upholstery fabrics are Luxable.
V and W.
Vases, Venetian blinds, woodwork and windows.
And finally, X, Y, and Z.
I'm stumped there, Mr. Kennedy. All I could think of is, for extra long wear, why not give nice things this easy Lux Care?
Oh, Sally. But you're right. It's smart and safe to use gentle Lux all around the house. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of It Happened Tomorrow, starring Don Amici as Larry and Ann Baxter as Sylvia. Larry Stevens' wish to have a copy of tomorrow's newspaper has come true. And on page 1 is Larry's own byline over the day's biggest news story. The fact that the news event has not yet occurred doesn't bother Larry at all. He's been passing the time writing out an exact copy of what he has just read, so he'll have the facts all ready to hand in when the Opera House is held up. Old Pop Benson is still mysteriously absent from the office, but at 1 o'clock, someone else walks in and asks for Larry Stevens.
I'm looking for Mr. Stevens, please.
How does he do it? Larry, she's here. Who's here?
The angel.
Sylvia, I knew it. I knew you'd come.
Aren't you terribly sure of yourself, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, no, please. I didn't mean it that way. I knew you'd be here because everything that isn't possible has been happening. It's a day of miracles.
Well, I just happened to be passing by, and I wanted to tell you that I can't have lunch with you.
Oh, I see. We haven't known each other long enough, huh?
You're a very understanding person.
Yeah, but there's something I have to tell you. It's wonderful. It's fantastic.
It is?
Look, after we have lunch, we'll go to the Opera House to hear Paderewski.
You're changing the subject.
Oh, no, I'm not. That's part of my secret. Something's going to happen at the Opera House. Look, if we're going to eat. We don't have much time.
I can't go with you, Mr. Stevens. Really, I simply can't. It's playing. Oh, dear, we're late.
Oh, no. It doesn't happen until 10 minutes after 2. We're 2 minutes early.
What doesn't happen? You haven't made a bit of sense yet.
I was going to tell you, but you wouldn't believe it. You've got to see it happen. Then you'll know I'm not crazy.
This way, please. Your ticket, sir?
We're right in the last row, near the door.
Yes, sir.
Larry, do we have to sit so far back?
No, it's all right. We'll be leaving soon.
I don't want to leave soon.
But the main attraction will be over.
Paderewski?
Oh, no. Something's going to happen outside the door in the lobby.
What's going to happen?
A hold-up.
A hold-up?
Yeah, 3 bandits are coming in.
Larry, be sensible.
And they'll pretend to ask for tickets, and one of the bandits will draw a gun.
Quiet. I want to listen.
So do I. What time is it?
Exactly 10 minutes after 2.
Good. Listen.
Keep your seats, ladies and gentlemen. There's just been a hold-up. Keep your seats, please.
But, Larry, why did you bring me back here with you?
Because Mr. Gordon finishes reading my story, I think I'll need a witness.
But how did you know?
Stevens, what kind of a cock and bull story is this? When did this alleged hold-up take place?
10 minutes ago.
And you returned here from the Opera House and wrote this all in 10 minutes?
Boss, please, just send that story through now.
Sure, I'll send it through. Right straight through to the wastebasket.
Sylvia, tell him what you saw.
Well, I really didn't see anything.
Of course not.
Well, what I mean is, we were listening to Paderewski play, and before I knew it, it was all over.
What was all over?
The things that Mr. Stevens wrote about.
And it's going to be printed. You'll see it all on page 1.
And I'll see you in... Oh, Inspector. Well, come on in. What's doing?
Plenty. There's been a hold-up at the Opera House.
A hold-up?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Andy!
Yes, sir.
Stop the presses. Come here. Quick, come here.
Oh, Miss Gordon, what's happened?
Oh, wait till I get this story out of the wastebasket. Set it up for page 1, 4-column spread.
Yeah, what about the headline?
Headline? Yes, headline.
How about bandits steal cash at Opera House while Paderewski plays?
That's it.
By Lawrence Stevens.
What? Oh, well, all right. By Lawrence.
Oh, great work, Larry.
Thanks. And thank you, Inspector. You arrived just in the nick of time.
Yeah, I think so, too. You and me are going to have a little talk, Stevens.
Now?
Now. Johnson, come here.
Larry, isn't that the usher from the Opera House?
Well, yes, but what...
Oh. This the man you followed there, Johnson?
It certainly is. It most certainly is.
Well, now, just a minute.
Shut up. What were you doing at the Opera House doing a hold-up?
Why, I took this young lady to hear Paderewski.
Don't be modest, Larry. Tell him the truth. Like you told me this morning. He knew just what was going to happen.
Now, boss, please.
Wait, of course he knew. I told him about the hold-up.
Oh, Sylvia.
And how did you know?
Because it's my business to know the future. We're mind readers, my uncle and I.
Oh, that's right. So you are. Park Cafe, isn't it?
Yes, Lombardi and Sylvia. Sometimes I can see things that are going to happen. Things like this hold-up.
And can you see what's going to happen right now?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Then let me tell you, sister. Him and you and me, we're heading for police headquarters. Now, for the last time, Stevens, who were those three guys who held up the Opera House?
I've told you 100 times I don't know. And where's Sylvia? What are you doing to her?
Nothing. I turned her loose an hour ago.
Oh. And where's Pop Benson? Why hasn't anybody been able to find him?
I'm asking the questions here. You. How did you know this holdup was going to happen?
All right, I'll tell you. You won't believe me, but I read about the holdup in a newspaper this morning.
What newspaper?
Tonight's evening news.
Make a sap out of me, will you? Okay. Stay here then and think up some more jokes. O'Neill!
Yes, sir?
Look in on him once in a while. When he's ready to tell the truth, bring it to me.
And now, sir, please to verify Sylvia's statement. What is the number on your watch case?
53241. She's right. I never heard of such a thing.
Thank you very much. Now, does anyone in the audience have any questions? Any questions, please?
Yeah. You make predictions?
Past, present, and future.
Could you have predicted what happened the day of the Opera House holdup?
Why, sure, Lombardi and Sylvia, we predict those things all the time.
Then suppose you predict me something right now.
Now?
Yeah. Something that will happen tonight.
Well, senor, Sylvia is far-sighted. Things that are so close are sometimes out of the focus.
Then how did you two predict today's holdup?
I am so sorry. The next act is waiting. Perhaps you'll come again another time.
I'm not fussy. Predict anything. A crime, a fire, a murder. Whatever you want.
Okay, I try. Sylvia, do you see something that is going to happen tonight?
I can't hear you.
You see, she can't even hear me.
Then speak louder.
Sylvia, try. Try good and hard. What do you see?
Nothing.
That's right, Sylvia. How can anybody see anything? There's no moon tonight.
Why don't you admit it? You're fakes, both of you.
Wait, Professor.
Yes, Sylvia?
I can see now. It is night. This night. I see a river, a bridge. A girl stops at the bridge.
Yes, then what?
She jumps. She's in the water. She goes under. Under. Ow! I don't see her anymore.
There's a sandwich for you, son. You ready to talk yet?
I tell you, I don't know anything.
Okay. When you change your mind, holler.
Larry.
Who is it?
Larry. Here I am, outside your window.
Pop.
Shame on you, Larry. In jail.
Now, Pop, tell me the truth. Did I meet you late last night, or did I dream it? And tell me, did you give me a newspaper?
It didn't do you any good, did it, Larry?
Pop, I'm in an awful jam. Nobody believes me.
Say, you ought to be on your way to the river by now. You're supposed to be there a little after midnight. In fact, you've got to be.
Well, who says so?
Why, I just read it in this newspaper.
What newspaper? Not tomorrow's evening news again.
Isn't that what you want?
No. Yes. Does it say anything about the bandits?
Yes, right here. Says they've been caught.
It does. Where? When?
Tomorrow morning, the Union Bank. The police were waiting for them. You wrote all about it.
I did?
Oh, you'll be a hero.
What, for telling the police?
Oh, no, for something else. Listen, I'll read it to you. Unknown girl makes suicide jump. Leaps to death from 9th Street Bridge. Larry Stevens, evening news reporter, makes heroic attempt at rescue. Girl's body not recovered.
Well, I don't believe that.
Says so right here, Larry.
Yeah, but I'm in jail. And even if I got out of jail, I wouldn't go risking my life jumping in the river for a girl I know I can't save. What kind of a monkey do you think I am?
Don't ask me, boy. I'm no prophet. I'm just reading what it says.
Hey, who you talking to? What's the matter with you?
Well, he's gone. Pop's gone. Huh? But he was standing right there outside. Wait a second. Look, if you let me out, I'll tell you where you can get those guys who pulled the holdup. Huh?
Well, now, we're getting somewhere.
Union Bank, tomorrow morning. All you have to do is wait for them.
Union Bank, huh? Come on, Stevens. You and me's going to find the inspector.
Why isn't he here?
Oh, he's at the Park Cafe with the mind readers, Professors Lombardi and Sylvia.
All right, Stevens, all right. So we'll be at the bank. But if you're lying, remember, we know where to pick you up.
Yes, sir. Oh, where's Sylvia, Professor?
Gone home. I think she's gone home.
One thing more. Just when did she first tell you about the holdup going to happen at the Opera House?
Why, she never mentioned that.
Hold up. How could Sylvia know such crazy business?
What this is? A few minutes ago when you did your act up there in the stage, I asked could you make predictions, and you said sure.
How could we know then that you was cops?
You mean the prediction was a fake?
Fake? I don't like that word.
Look, And all that stuff she gave me about a bridge, a girl jumping into the river, that was plain hooey?
Sylvia said that?
Yeah.
Sure it was hooey.
But a bridge? A river?
Shut your mouth. She was just trying to get us all out of a tight squeeze. You too.
The body. Did she say the body would never be found?
No.
She didn't know. Oh, that poor girl. She didn't know.
Now, where's he going?
You're the mind reader. You tell me.
She jumped in. I saw her. I saw her.
Officer! Officer!
Oh, hurry.
Come, everybody. I'll get her.
Oh, she'll drown. You're too late. She'll drown.
Wait till I get these shoes off. Can you see her, anybody?
No, she's disappeared.
Somebody find a rowboat. I'll save her.
No, I know you won't save her.
Oh, you do, huh? Who are you?
Larry Stevens, Evening News. Sorry, I have to cut this conversation short. Sylvia. Sylvia. Oh, ouch.
Be careful. That's a dock.
Yeah, so I found out. Where are you?
Over here. By the pilings.
Are you all right?
Yes. But what are you doing here? You spoiled everything.
Oh, Sylvia, darling, I knew you were in danger.
But I wasn't. I was just trying to save you. I had to make a prediction, and then I had to make it really happen.
Oh, you wonderful, foolish darling.
There, that looks like her hat floating over there.
Shh, they're looking for me.
Yeah, they've got a rowboat.
Hey, what happened to that reporter fella?
Don't move.
That's a hat, all right. The girl must have sunk like a stone. Yeah, it's another of them cases. Body not recovered.
Did you hear that?
That's what I want you to think.
Body not recovered. And Pop's newspaper was right.
I don't know what you're talking about. But it won't be right if they find me here. Now, shush.
Oh, don't worry. They won't find you. The paper said so. Come on. Come on, let's get out of here. I'm supposed to be at the bank first thing tomorrow morning.
Have they found Stevens' body yet, Andy?
No, nor the girls either. They're still dragging the river.
If they haven't found him yet, I guess they never will.
What a swell fella. Jumping in the river to save some girl who didn't want to live anyway.
He'd have made a fine reporter.
Yeah.
Fine reporter.
Hey, what's all the excitement? Mr. Gordon, look, it's Larry.
Huh? Late for work again,
Larry,
I see.
you're not drowning. It was the cops that told us.
Andy, how are you? Mr.
Oh,
Gordon,
fine.
look, I got a great story. Do I have a job?
Sure, you've got a job.
And a raise?
Yes, but what's the story?
The police just trapped those Opera House bandits.
Where?
Right where I was, the Union Bank.
Sit down, write it. Give 'em room, boys, and kill his obituary.
Obituary?
Sure, you were drowned last night, remember?
Oh, yeah, I tried to find the cops after I got out of the river.
Start writing, Larry, and change those headlines, Sweeney. Larry Stevens, Evening News reporter, makes heroic attempt at rescue in river. Now get on that bank story, Larry. We got to make the first edition.
Let's go, Larry, will you? It's late. Everybody's left.
Oh, I just thought if I hung around the office here, maybe Pop would show up. Better not wait for me, Andy.
Okay. But first you got to tell me something.
What's that?
How come you were at the Union Bank this morning?
Oh, just passing by.
Uh-huh. And how did you happen to be on the 9th Street Bridge last night just when that woman jumped in?
Well, same reason, just passing by.
And you were just passing by the Opera House yesterday afternoon, too, huh?
Well, I guess I just have a nose for news.
Oh, come on, pal, come on. How'd you do it?
You really want to know?
Do I?
All right, I'll tell you the truth. Do you believe in miracles?
No.
But that's what it must have been. Andy, anything I want to know, I can find out.
Oh, you can, huh? Then how come you had to go divorce for $100 advance?
Well, because one of these days, Sylvia and I are going to be married, and soon, too.
I see. And just anything you want to know, you can find out. But you have to borrow $100 to get married.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Look, if what you said is true, you can have a fortune.
A fortune?
Sure, by picking the winners at the racetrack tomorrow. Let's see you do that, Miracle Man.
Gee, I hadn't thought of that. Gosh, Andy, thanks. That's a great idea.
Yeah, and I got a better one. Turn out the lights and go on home.
Yeah, I will, a little later on.
So long, Larry.
So long, Andy.
Larry. Larry.
Pop.
Can't stay here long, Larry. Can't stay here long.
You want something, boy?
Pop, I'm all mixed up in something I don't understand, but I'm not going to ask any questions. All I want is one more paper, Pop, please, and I'll never ask you again.
I've got a paper here, Larry, but I don't think you should have it.
Oh, it can make me rich. It can give me everything I want.
Since when can money do that?
Well, I've got everything else. I'm in love. Sylvia's going to marry me. Give it to me, Pop.
Larry, you shouldn't have grabbed that paper from me.
I'm sorry, Pop.
Remember, you took it from me. I didn't give it to you. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the races. I want to know what horses they've been on.
Larry, look on the front page. The front page, it's a late extra.
Why, what's on the front page?
Right there, you see?
Larry Stevens shot to death at St. George Hotel. Pop.
That's why I didn't want you to have it, Larry.
At 6:25 tonight, Larry Stevens, evening news reporter, was shot to death in the lobby of the St. George Hotel. What, Pop?
Goodbye, Larry.
Pop, come back. Pop. Pop.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Donna Magee and Ann Baxter for Act 3 of It Happened Tomorrow. Now, here's Sue, just starting to Lux address when...
Wouldn't you know, the minute my hands are wet. All right, I'm coming. Hello? Oh, hi, Mary. No, I was right here, but I just started to wash a dress and my hands were all wet. Oh, that's all right. Thursday night? Why, yes, I think so. What time? Okay, I'll tell Bill. Who? No, she did. Well, look, can I call you back and hear the rest of that later? My ears are simply flapping, but I don't want that dress to soak. It's that white rayon one with the big red roses on it. Oh, sure, I've washed it lots of times already. Thanks, pal, but it's not new. No, I wore it all last summer. Well, Bill says it's still so bright you can see me a block away. Yeah, I probably was kind of scared the first time I washed it, but I tested the material and... Oh, simple. You just squeeze the belt or something in a glass of lukewarm water for a couple of minutes, and if you can't see any color in the water, why, then it's safe to Lux the whole thing. Uh-huh, Lux. Oh, yes, I swear by it for colors, especially prints. I wouldn't dare use hot water or strong soap on this dress. Why, the roses would probably ramble right off in 2 seconds if I did. Oh, look, chum, I gotta go. I'll call you back later. Bye now. See you Thursday. Bye-bye.
Now, if Sue had only said that Lux keeps colors new-looking up to 3 times longer, I wouldn't have to add anything. But maybe she hasn't heard about those actual washing tests we made. How the fabrics that were washed according to harsh wash day methods looked faded and washed out, while the ones that were luxed stayed bright and lovely. It all goes to prove colors lead a long life when they lead a Lux life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
A chat with our stars is the order of the evening after the play. But here's the curtain for the third act of It Happened Tomorrow, starring Donna Magee and Ann Baxter. It's later the same night. Larry has read and reread 2 items in tomorrow's evening news until he knows them by heart. On the sports page, the race results reveal that by tomorrow night he'll be a rich man. But on the front page is the slightly more disquieting fact that at 6:25 he'll also be a dead man. Now, a glassy-eyed, nervous wreck, he rushes to Sylvia's boarding house.
Larry!
Sylvia, darling, I love you. And something wonderful has happened. I mean, something awful. I mean, it's going to happen, and I don't have much time.
So, it's you.
Hello, Uncle. Hello. Sylvia, say you'll marry me tomorrow, please.
Well, of course I will, darling, but why so soon?
Well, it's just that, well, a man should provide for his widow, his wife. And there's so many things to do. Get a license, get married, go to the racetrack, be at the St. George Hotel, and... Oh,
Larry, aren't you feeling well?
oh, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
But you're shivering. Are you cold?
Not as cold as I'll be tomorrow night.
Hey, you got any money? You think you can support a wife?
Oh, sure.
How much in the bank?
In the bank? Well, nothing, but I got $100 right here, see? Besides, by tomorrow night, I'll be rich.
What difference does it make how much money he has? We'll get along fine, darling.
Oh, sure we will. Uncle, have you ever predicted 5 winners at the racetrack?
So, a gambler.
Oh, no. A gambler can lose. I can't. You see this list? These are the 5 horses that are going to win tomorrow afternoon.
They are, huh?
Of course.
Darling, what's the matter? Aren't you happy? Are you sure you want to get married?
Sylvia, let's get married right now. Tonight. Then I've got to get away.
Get away? Where?
Oh, anywhere. As long as it's far away from the St. George Hotel.
But I thought you said you had to be there tomorrow night. Was it business, Larry?
Business? Well, kinda. But maybe they can do without me. I don't think they can, but if I'm not there, they'll have to.
Well, then we'll get married. Tonight.
Oh, thank you, Sylvia.
There's only one thing.
What's that?
Where's the minister?
Oh, you darling.
pronounce you man and wife. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you. We're terribly sorry to have had to wake you up.
Fate has no regard for the clock, my dear.
Oh, how right you are, sir. How right.
Mr. Stevens, it does my heart good to see you so serious. Marriage is a serious business. It's meant to last a lifetime.
It is, huh?
Now, if there's nothing else I can do...
Yeah, but there is. Just one more thing. You can draw up my will.
Larry!
But it's a very sensible step to take, Mrs. Stevens.
Well, of course it is. I want everything left to my widow.
If you'll just wait here, I'll be right back with the form.
Professor?
What?
About the races.
Races? People don't go to races on their honeymoon.
I know. That's why you'll have to go instead.
You think I'm crazy, too? I won't go.
Oh, you have to go. Don't you want Sylvia to be rich? It's her last chance.
But, Larry, darling, there'll be other times, lots of other times.
Professor, Uncle, please.
You can throw away your $100 yourself, not me.
All right, I'll go. But as soon as we get back...
Yes?
I'll have to get myself locked up tight, so I can't possibly get out.
If you ask me, that should have been done years ago.
Here they are, Sylvia. Here they are, the bookmakers.
Sylvia, haven't you any influence on him? $100 to his name, and he's going to bet it all on the first race.
Oh, Larry, do you have to? The whole $100?
Darling, it's not a bet. This is a sure thing. Can I place a bet with you?
A pleasure, Jack. How much on who?
$100, lamplighter to win.
Get out of here. Can't you see the board? Lamplighter won 5 minutes ago.
They told me the first race was at 2:30.
So we lost a few $1,000s. Anyway, did I know the winner or didn't I?
How about picking a win in the second race, Jack?
That's a cinch. Mudlark.
My odds are 20 to 1.
20 to 1, okay. $100 on Mudlark.
Come on, Larry, let's go to the grandstand. Gee, I'm excited.
Well, there's really no point watching the race, darling. Mudlark can't lose.
Oh, sure as death and taxes, huh?
Now, why did you have to say that?
$1,950, 2,000. There you are, Jack, $2,000.
Oh, Larry, $2,000.
If I had your luck, my friend, I'd ride it.
That's just what I'm going to do. Lightning in the third.
Spoken like a sport. 2,000 to win. All right, step right up. Who's next? Highest strike odds. Who's next?
Oh, Larry, again? You think you should? I've never seen so much money in my life.
Oh, you're going to see a lot more, honey. All right, Bucky, the whole lot of Ramona, 4 to 1.
3 to 1. That's the best I can do.
Okay, 3 to 1 on Ramona.
I can't stand it. I just can't stand it.
We've won 3 races already. Larry must be right.
So Ramona won, and he's got all that dough. Larry, be satisfied.
But all we've got is $30,000.
Oh, this is wonderful. Everything's happening just the way you said it would.
Yeah, everything. Bookie.
Yeah?
30,000 on Black Flash on the nose.
Black Flash. Even money. Okay, Jack, but I never heard of anybody picking 4 winners in a row.
Well, this is a sure thing. I saw it in tomorrow's newspaper.
Okay, Jack, it's your funeral.
Yeah, I know.
He's losing ground. He's losing.
Now, don't get excited. He'll win.
Here comes Diablo. Where it goes, Diablo. Diablo. What am I saying? Black Flash. Black Flash.
Oh, Larry, I'm so sorry.
Him and his big tips. Get away from me.
Black Flash lost. He lost.
What are you so happy about?
We're always going to be happy. What if he did lose?
Yeah, but you don't understand. If the sport page is wrong, the front page can be wrong, too, and I'm not going to be shot.
Larry, what do you mean? You're not going to be...
Ladies and gentlemen, the judges have the following announcement to make.
Larry, what you just said about...
Quiet.
Diablo, number 7, has just been disqualified. The winner of the race, Black Flash.
Get out of here, Stevens. I'm warning you.
But I tell you, I was robbed, Inspector. My wallet, $60,000.
You? $60,000? What kind of a sucker do you think I am?
But it's the truth. This guy in the check suit, just as we were leaving the racetrack...
You also told me you had 4 straight winners.
He did. $60,000. Then this man grabbed his wallet out of his hand.
And how come you were arrested for speeding?
He told you how come, because we spotted this guy and our cabbie chased him all the way into town.
Yeah. And he got away, huh?
Certainly he got away. You allow the thief to get away and you arrest the victims.
Okay. Then you ain't arrested anymore. Come on, beat it, all 3 of you. You're driving me nuts.
Wait a minute. What time is it?
10 minutes to 6.
Now get out of here.
No. I demand my rights. I was legally arrested. Now lock me up and don't let me out of this jail until tomorrow.
Oh, Larry, it's our honeymoon.
10 minutes to 6. Inspector, please, lock me up for just 1 hour. Just 1 hour.
If I lock you up, it'll be in the bunkhouse. Maroney, shoot! Call the riot squad. Get these people out of my police station.
Stevens, where in thunderation have you been? Look at that clock.
I don't have to. I know what time it is. It's after 6.
A fine time to come to work. How long do you expect to hold down your job?
Not very much longer. Mr. Gordon, I got married this morning. My widow and her uncle are waiting for me downstairs.
You what?
I wouldn't have come here at all except...
Oh, fine.
Except I gotta find Pop Benson.
Pop Benson? You haven't heard?
Heard what?
Why, Pop's dead.
He's dead?
Yes, we found out just this afternoon. Old age, I guess.
Oh, Mr. When?
When? Why, 3 nights ago.
3 nights ago?
Sure, the night of the William Jennings Bryan speech.
That same night? You're sure?
Why, of course I'm sure. Oh, don't take it so hard. When they found the old man, they said he had a smile on his face.
Smile on his face,
Yeah.
huh?
Stevens, you've done some mighty good work recently, but I simply cannot tolerate the way you've been acting. I'm afraid all this has gone to your head. And I'm giving you one more chance. Wife or no wife, I've got an assignment for you tonight, right away.
Yeah, I know. At the St. George Hotel.
It certainly is not the St. George Hotel. It's the other side of town.
You mean you're not sending me to the St. George Hotel?
Didn't you hear what I just said?
Mr. Gordon, aren't you making a mistake?
Are you insane? It's at the McIntyre Foundation. Get a cab and get over there right away.
All right, but I'm afraid I'm going to wind up at the St. George Hotel at 6:25 no matter where I go.
St. George Hotel, huh? Stevens, forget that assignment.
What?
Go to the St. George Hotel.
Well, what for?
Oh, you know what for, my boy. If you said the St. George Hotel, you must have had a mighty good reason to say the St. George Hotel.
No.
You can't fool me. Now, hurry up. I don't want you to be late. Stick around, boys. We'll be getting out an extra tonight. I just know we will.
Larry.
Why, what's
right
that?
downstairs, Sylvia. I was down there talking to her, and all of a sudden she saw some guy down the street in a check suit, and then she and her uncle started yelling, "Stop thief," and they ran off after him.
Did they catch him?
I don't know. She just yelled that I should get a hold of you.
Oh, thanks a lot, Andy. What direction were they going?
Down toward the alley off of Park Street. If you run fast, you can catch up to her.
$60,000 I'll sprout wings. Sylvia. Professor, wait. Wait for me. Wait.
Hey, Larry. He went down this alley.
He's the one, Larry. I saw his face. He ducked into that door.
What door?
That one. The rear entrance to that building there.
Call the police and then wait right here.
Oh, Larry, be careful, darling, please.
He's got a gun, Larry. I saw it.
Don't worry. I can't get shot tonight except in the St. George Hotel.
There he goes. He's going after him, Sylvia.
What does he mean? He can't get shot except in the...
Sylvia, but that's it. That's the back entrance to... Hello? Who? Larry Stevens? Why, yes, I sent him to the St. George Hotel myself. What? He was on an assignment, of course. Dead? Well, the man's a hero. He knew something big was going to happen to St. George. Never mind, I'll be right over.
Oh, what's happened, Mr. Gordon? Is it Larry again?
Yes, boys, it's Larry again. But for the last time, I'm afraid. Johnson, take down this headline. Larry Stevens, evening news reporter, shot to death in the lobby of the St. George Hotel.
Oh, Michael Jones, stop. Stop, please, stop.
No, it's all right, fella, it's all right. How'd you get that lump on your head, huh?
Oh, he started shooting, and I ducked into the freight elevator, except the freight elevator wasn't there.
You okay?
Yeah, I guess so, But catch him. He'll get away. He's got a check suit. $60,000.
Check suit, huh? Well, don't worry, fella. Now, you was knocked out, a lot's been happening. He's caught, and dead in a fish, too.
Dead?
Sure. House detective tried to stop him. They shot it out in the lobby.
House detective? Where are we?
Where? We're at the St. George Hotel.
Oh. This fellow who was killed, do they know who he was?
Sure. From the wallet in his pocket. Newspaper reporter, Larry Stevens.
Hey,
Sarge, come here. He passed out again. You better get him inside. I think the inspector'd like to see this bird.
This is awful, Stevens, awful. I rushed over to this hotel because you're supposed to be dead.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Gordon. They say I am. What do you think?
A fine reporter. Our extra with your death story will be on the streets in 5 minutes, and you haven't even got a slight fever.
Tavern.
Hello, Inspector.
Is this it? Is this yours?
Yeah, of course it is. My wallet. The one I told you was stolen.
And how did it get in the pocket of the man who was killed?
I told you before. When I stopped at the police station, it was stolen.
Stevens, I'm getting awful tired of you.
Pop's newspaper makes sense. It all makes sense.
Crazy as a bat.
You know, you're a wonderful man, Inspector. I love you. I love everybody. Now, where's my wife? Where's Sylvia?
Probably in that mob outside.
Can I go now?
Can you go? I give you just 10 seconds to clear out of here.
Thank you. Hey, look, my money, it's gone. Where's my $60,000?
What 60? O'Neill, if this nimblewit ain't out of here in 10 seconds, arrest him for vagrancy.
Oh, Larry. Oh, darling.
Oh, honey, it's all right now. Everything's all right now. Come on. We'll get a hansom cab and go home.
We can't take a hansom cab, darling. We haven't any money.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I'd sure like to know what happened to that $60,000.
Who cares? It didn't seem real anyway.
No. Came in like a dream and went out like a dream. Well, it's a fine wedding night. No money, no umbrella, no nothing.
Nothing but a wonderful future.
Darling, if you don't mind, let's not think about the future.
It's just when I'm close to you, Larry, like this, I feel I can really look way ahead. Years and years.
And what do you see? Are we happy?
We'll always be happy.
Just you and me?
Oh, no. I want at least 4 sons.
Oh, it's fine. Can we afford them?
Of course we can. And grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I can almost see them. 50 years from tonight. Our golden wedding anniversary.
Yeah, our golden wedding anniversary.
Larry.
Pop.
My. Married 50 years. Better get downstairs, boy. They're waiting for you. Your children and their children. And even their children.
Yes. Thanks, Pop.
Larry, did you say something, darling?
No. May I have your arm, darling? We mustn't keep them waiting.
And your story, Larry. Are you going to tell them about it?
No. They wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't believe it.
Before our stars return for a curtain call, Lippy Collins is going to answer a question a young war worker raised recently.
It's a question of time, Miss Collins. I don't mind washing my slips every time I wear them, but it takes so long to iron them. And if I don't, they look rumpled.
Why not try the new nylon slips? You know, the ones made from parachute cloth released by the government. You can Lux nylon the flash. Dries in almost no time. Looks smooth without ironing.
How about when I wear slacks?
Oh, knit undies are what you need. No bumps or bulges, and they keep heavy work clothes from chafing your skin.
Well, I suppose I'll just have to be the tailored type till the war's over.
Oh, no, indeed. Even practical undies come with lace, faggoting, eyelet embroidery, or ruffles. You'd be surprised how trim, smart, and feminine looking they are. And jersey nighties, which need no ironing either, come in yummy colors and pretty prints, too. Of course, use Lux Flakes for all undies.
That's right, Libby. Actual washing tests showed the amazing difference Lux Care makes. Lux undies stayed lovely 3 times longer than those washed the wrong way.
Strong soaps, too hot water, and rough handling faded color badly. In some cases, straps were frayed, too, and seams pulled out.
So you see, a Lux life
means a long life for undies.
Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The curtain has fallen on another season of the Lux Radio Theater. And the stars who made this such a happy occasion return to the spotlight now. Donna Magee and Ann Baxter.
Thank you, C.B. That's a fine reputation you're giving us. Closing up the place for the summer as soon as we get through.
Well, that's why you two are here, Don.
Yeah.
So we'd be sure the audience would want us back in the fall.
Ann, you ever closed the theater before?
Well, I haven't had much chance, Don. I was only on Broadway a short time before I came out here.
An accomplished actress at 16.
I don't think so, Mr. DeMille. In my very first picture, John Barrymore gave me a lesson in acting.
You picked a good teacher.
I guess I was waving my arms around too much in this particular scene. And Mr. Barrymore stood it as long as he could, and he stopped the camera and said, "My dear, do you have to swim?"
And so you stopped swimming.
Yes, except in the water.
Well, isn't that the way most actors begin, Don? Somebody throws them in and they sink or swim?
Well, that's the way I got my first job, CB. I was standing in line in the theater to buy a ticket one morning when the manager came out and saw me there. And he says, "Hey, you, come on backstage. The leading man has been in an accident. You've got a job."
That's amazing, and he didn't even know you.
Oh, sure. He was an old friend of mine. Well, CB, don't work too hard this summer. I'll see you in the fall.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. We'll see you next season. On the eve of our Independence Day, we leave you for the summer. Before the lights go on again in this theater, great events may happen. The forces of right are arrayed against the forces of evil on the field of battle, and the fate of the world for 100 years to come hangs in the balance. The news is good, but nowhere is the task completed, and until it is, all America must unite to that end. Our job is to provide wholesome relaxation, and whatever contribution the Lux Radio Theater can make in this direction will be given with every ounce of effort at our command when the curtain rises on the new season in September. About 450 plays have been presented here by the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, and literally thousands of parts in those dramas have been filled by the finest stars and supporting players in Hollywood. During this year, the Lux Radio Theater has won its share of awards for excellence. The latest of these is the George Foster Peabody Award for Outstanding Entertainment in Drama, one of the most distinguished honors yet to come our way. But I think we would fail in our duty to you if we didn't look upon these honors as a challenge for the future. And so, until we meet again, our hearts, like yours, must be with the sons and daughters of America, wherever they may be, and our hopes, like yours, for their speedy return. And now, to all our friends everywhere, our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in an invitation to be with us again on Monday, September 4th, when the Lux Radio Theater begins its 4th season, its fall season. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now that cheese and choice cuts of lamb are back on the ration list and beef points raised, those 30 red points a month don't go very far, do they? But you can get extra points by turning in your used kitchen fat. Yes, your butcher will give you 2 red tokens plus 4 cents for every pound of used fat. Our all-out offensive in Europe means your used kitchen fats are needed more urgently than ever. Needed in the making of ammunition, medicine, synthetic rubber, hundreds of things our fighting men use every day. So let's do an all-out job of backing our men. Save more used fat than ever now. Don Magee will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, Wing and a Prayer. Ann Baxter appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Producers of Darrell F. Zanuck's Technicolor production, Wilson. Heard in tonight's play were Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Griff Barnett, Leo Cleary, Ferdinand Bounier, Kathy Lewis, Ken Christie, Charles Seal, Franklin Parker, Tyler McVeigh, Ed Emerson, and Herb Litton. Next week at the same time, you can hear Lionel Barrymore in The Mayor of the Town. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again on Monday, September 4th, when the Lux Radio Theater opens its new fall season.
The biggest news in cake making. New Easy Mix Spry Shortening. You get lighter, better tasting cakes that stay fresh longer. And new Spry cuts mixing time 2/3. No creaming, no long tiresome beating. At your grocer's in the same handy jar, new Easy Mix Spry. Grand for all baking and frying. By Spry. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, you know this young man. You've heard more about him than any star personality in the modern entertainment world. Yet, here is an Elvis Presley you've never seen before. Vince Everett, dynamically portrayed by Elvis Presley, was a tough blackboard jungle kid who became even tougher under the influence of his jailhouse cellmate. A terrific performance by Mickey Shaughnessy.
I'm an animal in a jungle, and I got a motto. Do unto others as they would do unto you, only do it first.
Do it first. That's right.
Jailhouse Rock is the astounding success story of this rebel with a voice that rocked the world.
I guess it's just because you were so square. Baby, I don't care.
Jailhouse Rock is also the love story of this rebel.
How dare you think such cheap tactics would work with me?
I need tactics, honey. It's just a beast in me.
The fires of violence still raged in Vince as he fought his way to fame and fortune in the exciting world of popular music.
Don't leave me now.
Going through a party in the county jail. The prison band was there, they began to wail.
And then came Hollywood.
Oh, Vince, let's try it again. Vince! How do you like our movie star, Peggy?
He has adapted very quickly.
Well, there's not much oxygen up where he is, and the man gets lightheaded. Tramping on me is one thing, Sonny. Hurting a little girl like Peggy is another.
Now, just don't you go getting no ideas, huh?
There comes a time when you gotta take a hand in things, and that time is now.
Don't push me, huh?
I'm gonna beat hell out of you.
Don't try it. You're talking crazy, man.
You know you got it coming, son.
I said don't try.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hi there, boys and girls. You know, in the course of a year's work, a forest ranger is apt to get a lot of odd and unusual assignments, and one of the most unusual is what I'm going to tell you about today. It has to do with an almost forgotten chapter of American history, a true story of bravery and sacrifice, and yet in part so dreadful that even now, over 100 years later, people still don't like to think about it, and yet it really happened to real people, a group of pioneers known as the Donner Party, who crossed our part of the West way back in 1846. One man thought he could find out, and that's where today's story begins. It's the Donner Party treasure.
Hey, look out there. You've got the tree almost chopped through.
I know. Here she comes.
Now we'll investigate this one.
Well?
Nothing. It's in one of these. I know it is.
Mr. DeLong, we've been out here in Wasatch Mountains 2 weeks now. Walk, walk, walk. You point out tree, you say chop down, and I chop down. You look in top of the tree, then we walk, 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 and you find another tree, then you say chop.
I'm paying you to chop down trees, not to talk.
But I got a right to know what
You've got a right to do as you're told. Now, let's get moving. I'm looking for one tree, and one tree only. And I'll find it if I have to chop down every tree in these mountains.
name of that one, Duffy?
Ain't rightly made up my mind. She kind of wanders around. First she's one thing, then she's another. Sure is pretty, though.
Sounds like the tune the old cow died on.
You just don't appreciate good music, son. If you're looking for Bill, you're looking in the wrong place. He ain't here. He's up flying around them Wasatch Mountains.
Whatever for? There's nothing up there but wilderness.
Wilderness and the craziest pair of lumbermen I ever heard tell of.
Lumbermen? Well, that's not logging country. There's no way to get the logs out.
I know, but them fellers in there lumbering just the same.
Why?
I reckon that's what Bill'd like to know, too. The aerial survey boys reported a whole parcel of trees down, and Bill flew up to investigate.
Well, I sure wish he'd taken me along.
That's where you and me is different, Henry. I'm sure glad he didn't take me along. I don't hold them there airplanes. They're only a fad anyways.
Mr. DeLong?
Yes, maybe this is the one. Maybe this will turn out to be the one. No, it isn't. I'll find it, though. I'll find it. Caribou.
Yeah, Mr. DeLong?
Let's get moving.
Hold your horses there, Mr. DeLong. I ain't a mule, you know. I'm a mountain man, born and bred and proud of it. But even I can't chop down these pines all day long without stopping.
All right. Sit down and rest. A little while. That's all right. But not too long.
That's better.
The leaves are turning. Fall weather is at hand. Fall. And I've got to be finished and done and out of here before winter sets in.
Yeah. Not getting out of here by winter was what hurt the Donner Party.
What? What do you know about the Donner Party?
What? What's all the shouting for? All I said
I
was...
know what you said. I heard you. What I demand to know is what you meant when you made that remark about the Donner Party.
Great snakes. I never heard a man get so excited. I just said winter weather was what...
Answer my question.
Yeah. Well, the Donner Party was heading west in 46 and dilly-dallied along so slow and got stuck in the snow right here in these valleys where we're at right this minute. Well, they got stuck here with snow 40 foot deep. No food, and, well, then they...
They what?
Well, they ran out of food. Some of them died. Most of them. And then, them that was left, they...
I know all about that.
That there stuff's all written down in books. It was a mountain man that got them out in the spring. What was left of them.
Yes. But what made you just happen to mention the Donner Party? That's what I demand to know.
Well, this being Donner country, it just come into my head quick like, I guess.
Very well, I see. But don't mention them again. Do you understand? Now, hand me my binoculars. I'm going to look for another tree.
Where's Bill?
He gone again. He come back from Wasatch Mountain, talk on phone, and take plane to New York City.
New York City? What on earth did he go to New York City for?
I look in bookstore.
Well, why?
Well, long story. But he hunt for clue.
Clue? Oh, wow. That means there must be a mystery somewhere.
Oh, plenty mystery.
Yeah, but there hasn't been any. Say, has all this got something to do with those men Bill went up to the Wasatch Mountains about?
Ah, you hit nail on head. See our map on the wall there.
Sure, it's our whole territory. Hey, Bill has a transparent overlay thumbtacked right over the point where the Wasatch Mountains are.
Ah, you look good. You get clue.
Let's see. This red line winding along, Bill has marked Route of the Donner Party, 1846. The black dotted line he has marked route followed by timber cutters DeLong and Caribou. This year. And both lines are the same. Who are DeLong and Caribou? And who are the Donner Party?
Caribou is what we call a mountain man. Maybe the last one left, although there used to be hundreds. They're men who want to live all their lives up in mountains, trapping, fishing, only coming out once a year in spring for more supplies.
And this DeLong?
He mystery man. Bill talk to him. Mr. DeLong get angry. Mr. DeLong have timber cutting permit, all legal, all okay. Permit say Mr. DeLong can cut timber in Wasatch Mountain. Mr. DeLong only cut old trees, everything okay. Mr. DeLong pick out tree, caribou chop down.
Well, what's wrong then?
Well, Mr. DeLong gets so mad when Bill asks question. Bill gets suspicious, something funny. He's not sure what.
Do you ask him for identification?
Well, he say he lumber expert, but he tell a big lie. Mr. DeLong, New York City book fella. Sell old book in old bookstore.
Oh, junk store.
No, he sell old book.
Oh, an antique book dealer. Rare stuff.
But Bill phoned Mr. DeLong, New York City address. Man there say Mr. DeLong sell him bookstore. Then DeLong clear out. Take only one book and come west.
I've been cutting timber for nearly 60 years, but I ain't never seen a system like yours. How many trees I cut down?
That one there is the 143rd.
You got that all written down in that little book of yours?
Yes, I keep a record. Get the saw out of your pack.
Sergeant. Say, I know you ain't told me nothing, and I ain't asked you nothing since we had that there flare-up. But I ain't a woodsman for nothing. I done noticed one thing.
I saw across the tree right there at the top, through that knot.
Sergeant, why, I noticed that when we find a tree with a dead top, you get snorting and cavorting like an old horse and fly time.
Saw.
Sure, but what do you want with jack pines that ain't no blasted good anyways, especially with dead tops, is more than I can see. There she is, needs a pick.
Get out of my way. Nothing. Now, let's get going.
Yeah. I was just admiring them little maple trees over yonder. See them? The leaves is beginning to turn. One more frost like last night.
Hurry up, I said.
I thought that'd get her eyes out of you.
My land, how come you got on that old beat-up outfit? Why, you look like an old-time bush Indian, turkey feather and all.
A gray wolf go on secret mission with Chilkoot.
Chilkoot? Who's Chilkoot?
Here I be, all dolled up in my mountain clothes and ain't wore for 40 years. This here buckskin never wears out.
Your name isn't Chilkoot.
Oh, yes it is. For this here secret mission that me and Grey Wolf are going on, we made up the name of Chilkoot. And I'm the last of the old mountain men from Alaska. It's supposed to be, that is. And this here busted brave is me down-and-out Injun pal.
What?
Well, Bill sent telegram and tell us dress up like old forest pack rats and go find DeLong and Caribou.
And then we don't let on we're part of the U.S. government. And we get their confidence. And we see if we can find out just what they're up to. Then we report back to Bill.
Bill saying telegram, we keep this secret.
Sure. So you dress up like real old-timers and try to get the information Bill needs without letting DeLong and Caribou know what's up. Hey, did Bill wire you any new clues?
Just one, and it don't make no sense to me.
What's that?
After Mr. DeLong's cell store, he went to every single second-hand bookstore in New York and bought every book that had anything to do with story of Donner Party.
Donner Party? Is that the clue?
Well, I left a history book about the Donner Party on Bill's desk, Henry. You'll want to read it.
Wish that wind had stopped blowing. Winter's coming, I guess. Kind of a ghostly sound, though. Especially when a guy's all alone in the house. Oh, well. Might as well read about that Donner Party. Let's see. Grey Wolf has the place all marked here for me. In the year 1846, a group of pioneers bound for Oregon found themselves trapped by snow in the Wasatch Mountains. Winter came early that year and was marked by exceptionally deep snow, often 40 feet or more. Unable to go forward, the Donner family and their friends made what camping arrangements they could. And in spite of repeated efforts to get across to California, most of the unhappy group died of exposure and starvation. best record to the terrible adventure was left by Tasman Donner's journal, Tamsin being a child of 8 at the time. Parts of this journal were apparently lost. The Breen family were reputed to have taken along many thousands of dollars in jewels, but this fortune has never been found. Overcome by fear and despair, deranged by shock and horror, some of the Maroon Party enacted the most dreadful chapter in American history. To stay alive, they ate the frozen bodies of their comrades. Oh, my. They what? Oh, man. I guess I'll sleep with the light on tonight. Bill might come back unexpectedly, and it'd look better if I had a light on, just in case.
Them there trout looks powerful good sizzling there in that there skillet there.
Oh, I sure do.
We've been camping with them fellers for 5 days now. You found out anything yet?
Oh, not much. We make friends. Mr. DeLong talk more later, maybe.
X is quit.
Yeah. They come for supper pretty soon now. I eat good supper and maybe talk more.
Yep. He sure hangs on to that old book, don't he? Never lets go of it, sleeps with it.
Must be Clue.
Yep. But I can't see.
What's the matter, Stumpy?
I got a crick in my neck from looking up at the tops of all them trees like Mr. DeLong does.
Crick in neck, Clue.
Huh? What's that?
Yeah. Why does Mr. DeLong all time look at tops of trees?
Well, I don't know. Hey, here they come. Now I gotta remember my name is Chilcoot. Like I forgot yesterday. We sure got 'em fooled. They think we're just tramps out to catch fish and loaf. Howdy, boys. Draw up a log and set. The supper's ready.
Thank you. Thank you. A well-cooked meal will taste good. We are lucky you happen to be camping out right where I'm working.
Yep. Pass your plates, gents.
That there fire feels good, too. Beginning to get cold, I hate.
Nonsense.
Yeah, it gets cold powerful early around these parts. 'Tis early cold and early snow that fooled the Donners.
The Donners?
Yep. Now we're camping right on one of their campgrounds right this very minute.
What?
It's a fact.
What do you know about the Donners?
Well, more than any man living, I reckon. Why, I've known folks that knowed the Donners. I've talked to folks that talked to the Donners before and after. I know more than what's wrote down in the books. I know that.
Tell me everything you know. Everything.
Well, now, I just might and I just might not.
If you can tell me anything about the Donners I don't already know, anything, just one single fact, I'll pay you $1,000 cash.
Yeah, it's a heap of money. You must be mighty interested in them Donners and their party.
I am, yes, I am.
Are you looking for that Breen jewelry of any chance?
Yes, I am. That's it, the Breen jewelry, of course. Certainly, that's what I'm looking for, yes.
Many men hunt for that. Some say Swiss hid it and come back and got it. Some say Indians took it. Some say it lost in snow. Many men hunt, but never find.
The Donners, what about them?
There's plenty of Breen still in California, and that jewelry'd be there.
They could have it.
What?
I mean, we could share it and make some sort of arrangement. I'm just interested from a historical point of view. Is that all you can tell me about the Donners?
Yep. Now do I get the 1,000 iron men?
You've offered nothing. I pay nothing. Sun's setting.
Oh, half hour daylight yet.
Oh, good. Hand me my binoculars. I'm going to try to find that tree. Don't want to waste any time. I'll be back by dark. And maybe I'll find it before then.
Oh, Mr. DeLong plenty worried.
Yeah. Sooner or later, he's going to run plumb out of trees. And even I can't chop down every tree in the Wasatch. Why he's having me do all this chopping beats me.
Well, we sleep now. We go home tomorrow, Chilcoot.
What? Are you talking to me? Oh, yeah, a little hard of hearing since I fought them there grizzly bears. We going back to back to Alaska tomorrow, huh? And so I reckon Bill give me a medal or something for being the best international secret agent anywhere. Why?
What'd you find out?
Well, not much. We found that thing Mr. DeLong is after. It's something he's ready to give his life for.
Correct.
He has a small piece of old-time parchment paper with some old writing on it that he values above everything.
Correct.
This big clue. But he don't let us see. Also, he lie when he say he look for lost jewelry.
Correct.
I wire all this to Bill. Maybe he fit puzzle pieces together.
Did you tell Bill about them trees?
I did.
Correct. Even I thought of that, but the caribou ain't never going to figure it out. That crazy DeLong critter is looking for something he thinks maybe one of them Donners hid in a holler tree.
But who'd climb up 60 or 70 feet or more to hide? Say, that snow. It was over 40 feet deep and
they was on top of the snow. And the trees has growed since then, so 40 foot of snow plus the way a tree'll grow.
Hey, sure, anything hidden in a hollow tree back there in that 1846 winter, why, it'd be 50 or 60 feet up.
Sure, I had that figured out all along.
Duffy, you know what?
What?
I think maybe you are the world's greatest secret agent.
Cold this morning. Cold. Colder than before.
Yep.
Winter due pretty soon.
Yep.
I don't have too many days left. I think Hey, that tree. That tree over there, look. The top is bent and twisted. Cut it down, cut it down.
No.
Hurry up. I'm not paying you to loaf. Get busy, faster. Get a move on. Don't just stand there. Faster. This is the tree. I know it. I just know it. Hurry up. Here it is. Right where it's been for 100 years, hidden in this hole in the tree. A little lead cylinder, sealed tight. And now to read what's written on this little scrap of paper. Yes, just as I thought. Yes. Now we can get started. Caribou, get ready to... What are you pointing that rifle at me for? Put it down. We've a journey to make.
Not till you do some talking. Stand still there.
Why, I'll...
Stand still, I said. While you were scrambling over them there bushes, this here little book fell out of your pocket. And this here old paper. I done read it. It was writ by Tamsin Donner. It tells how they hid the instructions in an owl's nest in a holler tree, wrapped up in a sheet of lead.
Caribou, I don't know what
you
you're...
had me chop down all them there trees until you found them instructions. Now, you read me what's writ on your paper.
All right. I imagine we'll need each other. This paper has 4 words on it, that's all. Here they are. Cave on Hastings Ledge.
Well, come on.
Where are we going?
Well, Hastings Ledge, of course.
Is Bill back yet?
No, but he sent letter. Say he think he know what Mr. DeLong look for.
That old jewelry?
No. Bill say Mr. DeLong talk too much and brag. Tell how we find paper in all book. Give him clue. Start look for what he trying to find.
What, did the paper say what it was?
No. Bill think paper not say. Bill ask all men, bookmen. They tell how Mr. DeLong read all book about Donner Party. Then Mr. DeLong talk too much. Bill read book too. Hunt for clue. He find clue.
The jewelry clue?
No. Mr. DeLong, book fellow, book expert. This give Bill idea. He find out Donner family take along Bible. This Bible never found after trouble.
Oh, but you don't mean to say that Mr. DeLong was...
Mr. DeLong hunt for that Bible. Donner family have old Bible 400 years old by now. Very old Bible called Coverdale Bible.
But...
Oh, Mr. DeLong want that Bible. He want it bad.
But what's... This?
Coverdale Bible. It worth $60,000.
So when you come across that first paper, you figured it was a clue to them there jewels.
Yes, that's it. It's the jewelry. We can only get...
That looks like your cave, right up ahead there. See it?
Yes, Yes, hurry.
There she is. And there's your box. Tucked away back here on that little shelf of rock.
At last. At long last. High and dry and safe and secure after 100 years. And I found it.
Yeah. And I just decided to give you 1/10 of the value.
What?
Yep. And this here Sharp's rifle is my argument. You get 1/10 value of them there jewels, and
Oh, yes, sure, that's fair. Yes, you can have most of the money from what jewelry we find.
Huh? Well, bust her open.
And there it is. There it is.
What do you mean? Ain't nothing but an old book. Where's the jewelry?
There isn't any, I guess. Just this old book, as you say.
Give me that. All this work for nothing. I'm going to fling this old book into the canyon and get out.
Give it back. Give it back, I say.
I'm going to... What's that? Rock slide. Our finding yelling started a slide. Let's get out of here fast. I'm saving my hide no matter what.
I can't move. My foot's caught. Help me. Oh, please, help me. Two days pinned under this rock. No water. Dying of thirst. Alone in the wilderness. I can't move. And here's the Coverdale Bible. Worth $60,000. But worth nothing to me now. Nothing. That's odd. The Bible lays there under my hand. Open at the book of the Psalms. I am weary of my crying. My throat is dried. Mine eyes fail while I wait for my God. O God, Thou knowest my foolishness, and my sins are not hid from Thee. Oh God, I've been wrong all along. I wanted this Bible not for the word it contains, but for the money I could sell it for. Oh God, forgive me. Thank you, God. Thank you.
And then what happened?
As soon as I determined that DeLong was hunting for that Bible, I flew out to talk to him and try to reason with him so he wouldn't senselessly cut down all those trees.
And?
I found the caribou down in the canyon with 2 broken legs. He'll recover all right. A sadder and wiser mountain man. I found DeLong pinned under a big rock. I pried him loose, and he was better than ever.
Better than ever?
Before he was pinned by that rock, he was a pagan. But when he got out, he was a Christian. Lying there, helpless, dying, hopeless, he read the Bible and was converted.
And now?
And now the Coverdale Bible is back with the Donner family with DeLong's blessing. DeLong plans to write a book about the last secret of the Donners and his Christian adventure. In fact, he's already hired a man from the West to help him.
Who?
The caribou. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
there is a creature alive today who has survived millions of years of evolution without change, without passion, and without logic. It lives to kill. A mindless eating machine. It will attack and devour anything. It is as if God created the devil and gave him jaws. This is Universal's extraordinary motion picture version of Peter Benchley's best-selling novel, Jaws.
I just found out that a girl got killed here last week, and you knew it. You knew there was a shark out there. You knew it was dangerous, but you let people go swimming anyway.
You yell barracuda. Everybody says, huh? What? You yell shark. We've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
Is it true that most people get attacked by sharks in 3 feet of water, about 10 feet from the beach?
Yeah. What we are dealing with here is a perfect engine, an eating machine.
We're not only going to have to close the beach, we're going to have to hire somebody to kill the shark.
Bad fish. But I'll catch him and kill him.
Did you hear your father? Out of the water now!
This shark, swallow you whole.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
That's a 20-footer.
25. 3 tons of them.
Hurry up, he's coming straight for us. Don't screw it up now. Don't wait for me. Now! Shoot! What's the tail? Give him room! I can't, he's trying to run! Oh! Cut quick! I can't hold it! Hurry! Break it up! Brody! Everybody out of the water!
None of man's fantasies of evil can compare with the reality of Jaws. Roy Scheider, Robert Shaw, Richard Dreyfuss, Jaws. See it before you go swimming.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gracie. I just want to remind you that in order to keep up the great work it's doing, the Red Cross must raise $200 million. They're depending on us to give it to them. You know it's the Red Cross that furnishes life-saving blood plasma to our wounded boys, and that's just one of the many wonderful things they do. So please, let's all dig down and give every penny we can to the Red Cross.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, Alan Ladd, with Jimmy Cash, the Swan Tet, and Felix Mills and his orchestra. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it seems there's a little stag poker game brewing for tonight, and George is just dying to play. But he's afraid Gracie won't approve, so get a load of the subtle line he's handing the little woman.
Gee, honey, I've never seen you look as beautiful as you do today.
Well, thank you, dear.
You're much too beautiful for the clothes you wear. Why don't you go out and buy yourself some new clothes?
George, do you feel all right?
Fine. But I'm worried about you, dear. You've been seeing too much of me. Why don't you go out with the girls tonight and see a movie or something?
A movie?
Yeah. Enjoy yourself. And if you're wondering whether I'll be lonesome, the answer is no.
That's also the answer to can you play poker tonight?
How did you know I wanted to play poker?
Well, I suspected it during breakfast. When I pushed that stack of pancakes in front of you, you said, gee, did I win the pot?
Well, how about it, honey? Can I play? It's just a little penny ante game.
I'll bet it isn't. I'll bet you play for hundreds of dollars. Who's going to play?
Well, there's Jack Benny and...
Well, even if it is a penny ante game, I don't like the idea.
But all the fellas are going to play. Besides Jack and me, there's Alan Ladd.
Alan Ladd? That roughneck? Do you think I'd let him associate with my darling Boopsy boy?
But, honey...
I'll bet Alan Ladd doesn't even play fair.
He does, too. He's a man's poker player. He plays for blood.
You call that fair with you and Jack Benny?
Now, look.
Alan Ladd's got all the capital.
Yes, sweetheart. Alan Ladd happens to be a very refined and cultured gentleman.
He's a wolf.
A wolf?
Yes. And it didn't take Veronica Lake long to find it out either. In their first picture together, Veronica combed her hair over one eye. But not in their next one.
Proving what?
You have to keep both eyes on that man.
Look,
No,
honey.
Judge. Besides, it won't stop with a poker game. You'll probably all wind up at a burlesque show. And you know what will happen when those girls see Alan Ladd walk in? They'll all start yelling, take it off, take it off.
This is ridiculous.
Well, you know how Alan Ladd likes to take off his shirt. And the first thing you know, you'll catch cold.
I'll catch cold?
Well, certainly. You'll get jealous when everyone ohs and ahs at his big chest. So off will come your shoes.
But, honey...
No poker, George. Mama knows best.
Well, what'll I tell the fellas at the cigar store? They'll kid the pants off me.
Well, if they do, you call me and I'll pick you up in the car.
Oh, fine.
I'm driving to the beauty shop anyway.
You're not going to touch the car, Gracie. Every time you take it out, you bang into something.
But, George, what do you mean?
Have you seen the fenders lately?
Yes, and they're beautiful. Pleats are very fashionable this year.
Don't take the car out of the garage, and that's final. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Burns.
Hello, Stanley. Let me have a Perfecto Royale cigar, please.
Just one?
Yeah, and a 3-cent stamp. Here's your money.
Oh, thank you.
Don't I get any change?
No. One Perfecto Royale cigar and one 3-cent stamp. That kills your nickel.
Well, okay. They cost a little more that way, but they don't dry out so fast.
Really? How interesting. By the way, Mr. Burns, are you going to play poker with us tonight?
Well, I don't think so, Stanley. You see, I've got a big business deal on, and there's an air raid warden's meeting, and some important people are coming from out of town to confer with me.
Your wife won't let you out, huh?
All right, my wife won't let me out.
Oh, that's too bad. Alan Ladd's in the phone booth now calling the fellows. He'll be disappointed, really.
Hey, Stanley. Oh, hello, George.
Oh, hello, Alan.
Hey, I was just going to call you. All set for the game tonight?
Well, no, Alan. You see, I've got a big business deal on. There's some out-of-town people coming for a conference. And...
Oh, your wife won't let you out, huh?
Okay, you guessed it.
Look, George, why don't you remind Gracie who's the boss around your house? Remind her who pays the rent and buys the groceries, and remind her who gets out and earns the dough.
You think that'll do any good?
Sure. She'll realize how hard she's been working, go to bed early, and you can sneak out.
Well, I'll just skip it tonight.
Hi, Alan.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, George. You playing with us tonight?
No, Bill. I've got a big business deal on.
Your wife won't let you
let
out.
me play. Yes. I didn't think it would work.
Hey, Bill, with Lucky George out of the game, maybe you and I can hold hands for a change.
Well, would you like to, Alan?
Well, naturally, every poker player likes to hold beautiful hands.
Well, grab on, boy. I just washed mine with Swan.
What?
And Swan, the white floating soap is not only great for your hands and face, Alan. It's wonderful for bathing the baby or for dishes and light laundry. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one, a great wartime buy.
Now, look, Bubbles, I don't want to hold your hand. I want to hold cards like George. Hey, how does George always manage to pull in the pot?
Well, he just takes a deep breath.
Funny.
Bill, I'm talking about George having beautiful poker hands.
Well, sure, Al. Every time his wife starts to poke her hands in a dishpan full of Swan suds, George pulls them out and does the dishes himself. He can tell you long-lasting Swan suds not only make short work of dishes, but Swan is so mild and gentle, it leaves your hands looking smooth and lovely.
I'm sorry I brought this up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to phone my wife and tell her about the game.
You mean you haven't asked her yet?
Ask her? Look, George, women are the weaker sex. Men are the stronger. I don't ask my wife. I just say, look, baby, I'm playing poker tonight. That's that.
Gee, I could never do that.
Ah, sure you could. You're a member of the stronger sex.
I am?
Sure, of course. You look like you haven't paid your dues lately. Well, excuse me, I'll telephone.
Gosh, I wish I could be like Alan Ladd. Tough and two-fisted, the boss. Bill, do you think it would be wrong if I opened the phone booth door just a speck and listened how he handles his wife?
No, George, he wouldn't care.
I'll be real quiet.
Oh, but Susiekins. Please let Daddykins play. Yes, Lammykins, I'll do it. You just leave your stockings in the bathroom and I'll wash them out when I get home. No, I won't smell of nasty old cigar smoke. George Burns isn't going to play. Then it's all right? Oh, goody. Huh? You. Oh, don't make me say that. All right. I of ooh. Bye. Well, I told her.
Oh. Sure. Who'd you say with the stronger sex?
Men.
You're a little behind in your dues, too, aren't you?
Tonight, Jimmy Cash, our tenor, will sing an old waltz ballad. Diane. Jimmy?
I'm in heaven when I see you smile. Smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can see
Well, hiya, Gracie. What are you doing downtown?
Oh, I just came out of the beauty shop, Bill. My goodness, they're busy. They even tried to save time by talking me into a Republican hairdo.
What's that?
Well, they just have you walk between two electric fans and you come out looking like Mr. Wilkie.
That's a great idea.
Bill, can I give you a lift home?
Gracie, I thought George wouldn't let you drive the car anymore.
Well, he doesn't know I've got it. Get in, Bill. I don't know why George should be nervous about my driving. I'm a wonderful driver. Oh, how do you like that? That parked car ran right into us.
Oh, yes, it deliberately pushed his fender into your bumper, Gracie.
Yeah.
I hope George didn't hear the crash. You know, he's right there in Stanley's cigar store.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. Whoever told you could drive a car? Well, I might have known. Another crazy woman driver. Well, speak up. What have you got to say for yourself?
Well, sure, and it's too frightened I am to speak. The fire darting from your blue Irish eyes the way it is.
Well, now, is it a Colleen from the old sod, or do me ears deceive me?
Ah, faith, officer, how could ears as large as those deceive you?
Oh, 'tis sorry I am that I frightened you, McCushla. The big blabbermouth of me roaring at you like that.
Ha-ha, roaring, you say. Like music it was. Sure, you have the voice like the notes of an organ, and teeth like the keys of a piano.
Go on now, you wouldn't be pulling the wool over me eyes, though, would you?
That I would. 'Tis handsome you'd be in a sweater.
Oh, Colleen, now.
Can we go now, officer?
Quiet, foreigner. All right, miss, all right. You can drive away now. I'll just take down your license number just in case Alan Ladd wants to know who backed into him.
Alan Ladd? Was that his car?
Oh, sure. That's why you only dented the fender. His car is just as rugged and tough as he is.
Oh, gosh. It's a good thing Frank Sinatra wasn't parked there.
Hey, George, isn't there some way we can talk Gracie into letting you play poker tonight?
I'm afraid not, Alan. Gracie thinks you're a roughneck.
Oh, but that's silly. I'm just an average guy. I pay my taxes, save a little money.
Then you're not an average guy.
Oh, darn those pictures I play in. Everybody thinks I'm a hoodlum.
Say, that gives me an idea. Maybe you can scare Gracie into letting me play.
Hey, you think it'll work?
Sure. All women think Alan Ladd is a dangerous man.
Oh, I don't know. There's one woman who sends me dog biscuits every week.
Dog biscuits?
Yeah, she thinks Ladd is Lassie's husband.
Well, come on, Alan. Let's try it.
Okay. Oh, here's my car, Will. Holy smoke, look at that fender.
2-1, it was a woman driver.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Ladd, but I saw the whole thing. Here's the license number now. It was a pretty little Colleen who backed into your car.
I know it. A woman driver. That's why I won't let Gracie drive the car.
Oh, well, it doesn't hurt much. Come on, let's forget it.
Forget it? Are you crazy? That's why women drivers are like they are. Guys like you let them get away with murder.
But, George, I don't want to make any trouble.
You're right, Mr. Ladd. You're right. Forget the whole thing.
Forget it, nothing. Sue her for every penny she's got. Yeah, and sue her stupid husband, too. He's a dope for letting her take the car.
Why don't you keep your big fat mouth out of this? Or shall I run you in for impersonating a man?
Well, anyway, think it over, Alan. I'll see you at my house pretty soon.
Okay, George.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, dear. You're late.
Yeah, I just ran into Alan Ladd.
You too?
Huh?
Oh, now, George, before you say anything, I want you to know that you can play poker tonight, and you can go to the burlesque show, too, and you can associate with that nice gentleman, Alan Ladd.
Well, gee, how come?
Well, because my big, strong dream man is the boss around here. You're a ferocious lion, and I'm just a teensy kitten.
I'm a lion?
Yes, roar at me, George.
Huh?
Oh, you're so ferocious. Oh. Now, dear, run along and play poker.
Well, okay, I'll tell Alan Ladd not to bother.
Bother? Bother about what?
Oh, he was going to come by and scare you into letting me play. He'd have been here by now, but some dame backed into his car.
Some dame?
Yeah, he doesn't know who she is.
Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah. Well, so long, dear.
Come back here, George.
Huh?
No poker.
But you just said I could play. You said I was a lion.
So was I, but now I'm telling the truth. Come in.
Ah, see, you're that dame who won't let your husband play poker with me, huh?
Alan.
Now get this, sister. I say your husband's playing poker tonight.
Alan.
And what I say goes, see?
Alan.
He's leaving here with me, and if you so much as open your yap, it's curtains, see?
Alan.
I'll take you for a ride.
Alan.
I'll put you on the spot.
Oh, what's the use?
Why, I'd just as soon rub you out as look at you. Get that?
You're cute.
Hey, aren't you scared?
Yeah. Oh, I'm frightened to death.
Alan, I've been trying to tell you. Gracie knows you're just putting this on.
Oh, that's fine. Well, why didn't you stop me sooner? That performance I just gave used up a whole ration book of ham.
I'm sorry. And Gracie says no poker.
Women. You know, I've got a notion to take your advice and prosecute the one who backed into my car.
Good. Let's phone her right now and check her license.
No.
What?
Play poker.
What, you said I couldn't?
Oh, of course you can. You're the boss. You're the big, strong line. Roar at me, dear.
Oh,
there he goes again.
Time now for Felix Mills and the orchestra with the Swantet and a new hit, When They Ask About You.
When I go for a walk and meet old friends we knew, we sit around and talk, then they ask about you. What's the good if I say that you and I are through? I tell them you're okay. When they ask about you, they wonder where you've been and why we never call. I take it on the chin until the teardrops fall. They don't mean to be smart, but if they only knew, they're stepping on my heart when they ask about you. When they ask about you,
Well, Gracie is trying desperately to get George and Alan Ladd out of the house before they discover it was she who backed into Alan's car.
Now, run along and play poker, boys. And, George, don't stay down on your knees too long rolling those queens.
You're thinking of bones.
I know, George's are so brittle. Well, goodbye, dear.
Wait a minute, Gracie. You've been acting very strangely. 1 minute you don't want me to play poker, the next minute you do. First you're hot, then you're cold.
Yeah, and I have spots in front of my eyes, too. And dizzy spells.
I know. This one has lasted about 10 years now.
Well, you run along, dear, so I can lie down and rest.
Hey, wait a minute. I think I see the whole thing.
You do?
Yeah, sure. Hey, George, come here. I want to talk to you a minute alone.
Oh, dear.
Hey, George, I thought I recognized those symptoms.
I don't understand.
Well, of course you don't. You've never been a father before.
What? You mean Gracie is...
Sure. My wife acted just like this.
Holy smoke. Wait here. Gracie, have you been keeping something from me?
Yes, dear. But now I suppose Alan Ladd has told you.
Yes. Yeah, he did. Sweetheart, when is it going to happen?
It happened this afternoon.
What?
Oh, now, don't get excited, dear. It doesn't look bad at all. Just a little dent in the rear.
But it couldn't have happened this afternoon.
Yes, it did. Right in front of Stanley's cigar store.
Honey, you're delirious. Here, sit down and rest.
Well, Gracie, did you confess to George?
Well, I tried to, but he won't believe me.
Well, he will when it looks up at him and says, goo goo.
But it's only a Buick.
She's delirious, Alan.
Well, the first one's often making just like that.
But this isn't the first one. I've had dozens.
You've had dozens of babies?
Babies? Oh, is that what you've been talking about?
Certainly. What have you been talking about?
Oh, well, run along and play poker, dear.
Yeah, I think we'd better, George. I'm beginning to get a little dizzy myself.
But you still haven't found out who backed into your car.
All right, I'll call now.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
Hey, fellas, how about the game?
Be with you in a minute, Bill. We're checking up on my car.
Oh, you found out, huh?
Found out what?
Well, you found out that Gracie...
Use a Swan, the white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face and for bathing the baby. For dishes and light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, no, that wasn't what I was going to say. I was going to say that...
That Swan is great for bathing the baby. You always say that, Bill.
No, I was going to tell Alan that I saw it all.
Oh, well, naturally, when you bathe the baby, you see it all. And, how babies do love those Swan suds. Swan's pure as fine Castiles, you know, and so mild and gentle, too.
Well, yes, but I meant how he... Oh, by the way, Gracie, you forgot to say that if Swan's so mild and gentle, it's kind to a baby's tender skin. You know it must be great for your complexion.
Sure. Well, so long, Bill.
Well, you see, what I meant, though, was how you backed up and broke...
Oh, broke that bar of Swan in two? Well, wasn't that a scream? And Bill went racing out of the door to put half in his bathroom for his tub and shower, and I put half in my kitchen for dishes and cleaning. Show us how you raced out the door, Bill.
Well, but Gracie...
Come on, race. Oh, gee, Mr. Ladd, I thought sure he was going to give away that it was me who backed into your car.
What?
Gracie.
Oh, run along and play poker, dear.
So you drove the car against my strict orders?
Oh, now, George, come on, let's forget it. Be glad that Gracie wasn't hurt.
Yes.
Yeah, I know a woman who smacked into a car so hard she broke her eardrum.
Gracie is not hurt, are you, dear?
Eh? What did you say, dear?
Oh, fine.
Speak up. I can't hear a thing since that accident.
Alan, come here a minute. I want to talk to you. Alan, I want you to swear out that complaint.
You want your wife put in jail?
Yes.
You must have some money saved up.
It's just for a little while, to teach her a lesson. As soon as the game is over, you can go down and dismiss the charges.
Yeah, but the game may last a couple of hours. Think of Gracie alone with those policemen all that time.
I know it's tough, but they'll get over it. Now get going, Alan. And I'll meet you at the poker game as soon as Gracie's arrested.
Okay, she's your wife.
I'll get it, George. Oh, hello, officer.
Well, now, Colleen. Oh, Faith and I never expected to see the likes of you.
Well, Faith and I never expected to see the likes of you. Oh, this is my husband. I'll bet you never expected to see the likes of him either.
Sure, and it's sad I am to do what I have to do.
Never mind the blarney, officer. Do your duty.
Very well. Little Colleen, I must take your husband off to jail.
What?
Oh, George.
You're supposed to take her.
Are you the owner of the car that backed into Mr. Ladd's?
Well, yes, I'm the owner, but she's the one...
The owner is legally responsible. Now, come along quietly now.
But, officer, there's a mistake. Officer, listen.
I call.
Me too.
Here's my dough.
Boy, what a pot. Too bad George is missing this game.
Yeah. What do you got, Alan?
Small straight.
Beats me.
I'm dead. I drop.
Well, I guess I win another pot.
Gracie will be with you again in just a second. Meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that just about the best care in the world for your complexion is plenty of mild, gentle soap and water. You know that. And you know, too, that Swan is pure as fine Castiles. And it's plenty mild and gentle, too. It must be for so many doctors to recommend it for bathing the baby. So the next time you buy a bar of Swan, break it in two and use one half for your hands and face. And you can use the other half for the baby or keep it handy in the kitchen for your dishes or any other soap and water job you might have. You'll find dozens of uses for Swan, the white floating soap that's 4 swell soaps in one. And now, here are George and Gracie.
Oh, George, just wait till you hear who our guest star is going to be next week.
Who?
Paul Lucas.
Oh, he's wonderful.
Oh, sure, he just won the Academy Award, the Oscar.
Yeah.
You know, George, I think you ought to have an Oscar.
Really?
Yeah, it's too bad they only give them to actors.
Good night.
Our guest tonight, Alan Ladd, appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Lady in the Dark. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station again next Tuesday, same time, when we'll have as our guest Paul Lucas. The following week, Rita Hayworth. This program is broadcast to our men and women in the armed services all over the world. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS, next Tuesday night. And now until then, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night.
Jaws 2. The terror continues. In all the vast and unknown depths of the ocean, how could there have been only one?
Chief Brody, can we go, please?
I think we may have another shark problem. Are you serious?
Roy Scheider.
Hey, look, there's my dad! The whole beach looks incredible.
Lorraine Gary. And Murray Hamilton.
Look at this. That's a shark.
Out of the water now!
Look, Brody, you started a panic on a public beach. Now, what if somebody decides to sue us? That's a shark. Did you ever stop to think about that?
And I know what a shark looks like because I've seen one up close. And you better do something about this one because I don't intend to go through that hell again.
Don't press it this time.
Mike is out there.
None of man's fantasies of evil can compare with the reality of Jaws.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Check and double check. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed's secretary, Lenore Case, sat with Mike Axford in a small Italian restaurant, having lunch.
Well, Michael, I've enjoyed my lunch very much. I don't know when I've eaten so much in the middle of the day.
Sure, and I'm glad you decided to come with me, Casey.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I was sure I had some change in my pocket somewhere.
No. Here's where I pay for our lunches. Is that it? Oh, I might have known.
Oh, no, Casey. That's any way to talk. You know, I wouldn't bring you here expecting that. And even if I don't have any change, I do have my paycheck that I just got.
Paycheck already? I know it's payday, but you must have been the first to get a check.
I was, and a good thing, too. I had to talk to paydesk into giving me mine early. They usually don't pay off till quitting time.
I know. That's how I knew that you got the first one. Now, shall we go?
Yeah, sure. I'll pay the meals check as we go out and get Tony to cash me paycheck. Come on.
It's a good thing you know Tony, or we'd have to wash dishes. I'm almost broke.
Well, it's Mr. Axford. This the one of your sister, just like the one you bring her last week?
Uh-huh.
Tony, you must have been seeing someone else last week and thought it was me.
You're no fool, Tony. This the girl she has...
Sure. Let's forget the past, Tony. Look, I want you to cash me paycheck.
Sure. I'll look at the register to see if there's enough money to cash you the check. Already I cashed you 2 paychecks from your paper today. But for you, I cash you this one.
Fine. Take out for the lunches. Here's the meal tickets.
Here's your change.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Tony. Does a man have to be own heart, yeah?
Axford?
Huh? Something wrong, Casey?
I was wondering who got 2 paychecks ahead of yours, that's all. Oh, I guess it's none of our business, though.
I'm a bit curious myself. Say, Tony, before you close that register, could I see whose checks you cashed from the Sentinel?
Sure. Take a look.
James Hobbs, $100. And the other one's to William Inwood, and it's for $100, too. Hey, Casey, I don't know anyone by them names, do you?
No. Let me see them a minute. I thought for a moment there were checks paid to someone outside the paper. But it says payroll check on each one, and they're signed by Mr. Rogers. I guess they must be new people on the staff we haven't heard of, Axford. Thank you, Tony.
It's all right. Come in some more.
Let's go, Axford.
Oh, yeah. You better be getting back. But, Casey, I'd sure like to know who the new guys are who are getting $100 apiece. That I would.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was talking to Miss Case and Axford in his office.
It's a good thing you and Axford don't go to lunch together every day, Miss Case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but really we were gone only an hour.
I wasn't thinking about the time. I thought perhaps Axford rooked you into paying for the lunch.
No, Reed, is that any way to talk?
Well, from experience, I happen to know, Axford, that you're usually just out of change.
Well, this time he did all right, Mr. Reed. He had his paycheck with him.
I heard you're always the first one at the pay window, Axford.
Oh, he wasn't quite the first one this time. 2 others cashed their paychecks at Tony's before Axford did. James Hobbs and William Inwood.
Hobbs? Inwood? Who are they? I never heard of them.
I bet you don't know half the people you pay out money to, Reed.
Well, you ought to know them, at least by name, Mr. Reed. Well, the amount of their take-home check was $100 each.
I still think you're mistaken about them. I'll soon find out.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Rogers, maybe you can set me straight on 2 Sentinel employees. I want to know what department they're in.
What are the names, Mr. Reed?
One is James Hobbs and the other William Inwood.
Wait just a minute, please.
He's looking them up.
I guess he signs too many checks to remember all the names.
Just so he remembers mine every payday, that's all I care.
Money mad.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yes?
We haven't either a Hobbs or an Inwood on the Sentinel payroll.
You haven't? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's all, Rogers. Thanks. You 2 are talking through your respective hats.
Oh, no, Mr. Reed. I took the checks in my hand. I looked at them closely. There were Daily Sentinel payroll checks, and the names were Hobbs and Inwood.
That's right, Reed. We both looked at them.
I'll call Rogers back.
Yes, sir?
Rogers, have you any way of checking to see if you made out payroll checks to the men I mentioned, James Hobbs and William Inwood?
The checks were dated today, Mr. Reed.
The checks were dated today, Rogers.
I can check, all right. I'll call you back in a few minutes, Mr. Reed.
Thanks.
Strange Mr. Rogers hasn't heard of those two men. I should think if he signs their checks each week, he'd remember them.
A minute ago, you said he probably signed too many to remember. Remember?
Oh, stop stammering, expert.
Well, who's stammering? I just said you said he probably
I just changed my mind, that's all.
Okay. You changed your mind. Then tell us what's so strange about Rogers not remembering.
Oh, pipe down, Michael.
I think it's strange, too.
You do? It is a start, ain't it?
So now you're a yes man.
Say, listen, Casey. For 2 pins, I wouldn't take it lunch. If I hadn't already taken you.
Makes sense. Or does it?
Oh, to Ashford, it makes sense.
Well, Rogers?
No payroll checks have been made out to either Hobbs or Inwood at any time, Mr. Reed. In fact, no checks of any kind have been made to their names.
Well, thanks, Rogers. That's all for now.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Then what about those Daily Sentinel checks Tony has in his cash register?
I don't know yet, but we're soon going to find out. Come along, Axford. We'll go to Tony's and get another look at those checks. And you say, Tony, that both men showed you a Sentinel press card as identification?
That's all right, Mr. Reed. They tell Tony they come anew to work under the Sentinel. I asked her for to show Tony a card or something. That's how I cashed the check.
It's a jeep, that's what it is.
That's, what do you call it, the jeep?
A fake, a racket, a phony, that's what.
What Axford means, Tony, is that the checks aren't genuine. They're no good. Let me have the checks. I'll see you get the cash this afternoon.
Whatever you tell her, Tony, Mr. Reed, it's so good. Here, you take the checks.
Well, thanks, Tony. I'll send the money down to you.
Sure.
Come on, Axford. We have work to do.
A short time later, in Britt Reed's office.
Yes, Miss Case?
I've told Mr. Rogers to hold back the checks and to pay off in cash today. He called the bank about stop payments on any payroll checks of ours dated after last week. And we'll have to have a new supply of different payroll checks day after tomorrow. Is there anything else, sir?
Get the police commissioner on the phone for me.
Yes, sir.
What do you want me to do, Reed?
Well, after I talk to the commissioner, you can take Tony's money, then go down to police headquarters. They'll want to see those checks. You can carry them along.
Yeah. And believe me, they better do something about stopping those crooks, too. Imagine them jipping the Sentinel.
I don't have to imagine. They are jipping the Sentinel. Hello?
The police commissioner's on the phone, Mr. Reed.
All right, switch the call to me, Miss Case.
Hello?
Commissioner, this is Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, yes, Mr. Reed. What's wrong?
Well, we ran across a couple of what seemed to be Sentinel payroll checks. Almost perfect in every detail, even to the signature. But they're forgeries. Each was made out and cashed for $100. No telling how many others are being passed.
That's serious business, all right. I'll get the men working on it right away.
Mike Axford is coming down with the checks, and your experts can look them over. I'll send along one of our real checks with Roger's signature for comparison.
Good. You can be sure we'll do everything we can to catch the men responsible, Mr. Reed. We'll put out a warning to all merchants right away.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm sure you'll do all you can.
You can count on that, Mr. Reed. Bye.
Bye. Axford, tell the police at headquarters that Tony couldn't give a very clear description of the men. Maybe they can get something out of him if they want to question him.
Okay, Reed.
You better get started. And if you find out anything down there, let me know right away.
Sure. That I will, Reed. I'll be seeing you later. So long.
It was late afternoon when Britt Reed walked into the city room of the Daily Sentinel and approached the city desk.
Hello, Gunnigan. Anything new?
Hiya, Chief. Where you been the past 3 hours?
I had a luncheon date at Civic Club. Why?
Miss Case was looking for her. She had a phone call from police headquarters.
You did? What about?
They called to ask that we kill the story about the phony checks till we get the go sign from them. Said that they are keeping it off the radio and out of the papers for the time being.
I wonder why they want the story.
Say that they've notified the business associations about the check, and they've contacted all the cops and cruisers and on the beats to tip off the city merchants. Then if somebody walks in to cash one of those checks, bingo, his goose will be cooked.
Say, that's a good idea. If the crooks don't know we found out about the checks, they'll go on cashing them.
Yeah, I guess you're right there, all right. Steady, Des. Steady, Sandal.
Finnegan, this is Mike Ashford. I'm at Cops headquarters.
So what?
I got news about them phony Sentinel checks. Some guy tried to cash one at a big store downtown. The store Dick grabbed him, and Sarge is on the way over with one of the boys to bring the crook to Cops headquarters for a drilling. So tell Reed. He'll be glad to know.
Holy mackerel, that's fast work for the cops, all right. I'll tell the chief. He's right here.
Okay, I gotta go. I'll call you back when they break the case by grilling the guy they caught. So long.
Hey, wait a minute. I wanted to... Oh.
What's up?
Chief, the cops sure went to work on that phony check business. They've caught a guy passing one of them, and they're taking him in.
Swell.
Yeah, they'll break the case wide open. They should have the whole gang rounded up by early tonight.
The trouble with mugs like you is that you don't know when to stop. You'd already passed almost 50 of them checks up to noon today when we found out about them. The last one you tried to pass was a break.
Dry up, will you? He thinks he's tough, Sarge. He'll get over that when we grill him.
You won't get nothing from me, copper.
We know there's others working in that check racket with you. You'll spill the beans all right before we're through. You'd be a fool to take the rap along.
Oh, stop your preaching. You tire me out.
Okay, Jim. Here's headquarters. Park right in front.
Right, Sarge.
Keep your eye on him, Jim. Have your gun handy. Come on, you.
I'm getting out. Stop pulling, will you?
Look out, fellas. Get down!
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. As Sergeant Burke and his prisoner stepped from the police car, the officer behind the wheel shouted a warning.
Look out,
and a
Sarge!
speeding
Get out!
sedan swerved toward them with a blazing machine gun aimed through one of its windows.
Sarge, are you hurt? Grazed my shoulder a bit, but I'm okay. That was close, all right.
Our prisoner, Sarge. Look.
Let me go. Hey! Let me go now. Get out of my way. Hey, look out there. Sir, what's happened? Is that the guy you were bringing in?
Yep, that's him, all right, Ashford.
Is he hurt bad, do you think? What do you think? Holy crow. You don't mean he...
Ashford, the guy is dead.
Well, Cliff, we did a good job on Lou. He's dead. And dead men tell no tales.
Still that stuff, Will Evans. You know as well as I do that Lou wasn't going to squeal.
Couldn't take any chances, Cliff. Anyway, he should have been more careful. Then he wouldn't have been caught. Good thing I was tailing him and saw the pinch.
I still say there was no need to gun Lou down.
Now, listen, Cliff. The cops are going to grill Lou. How long do you think it would have been before they broke him down? Lou couldn't have taken it, believe me.
You told me we were going to pick off the cops and give Lou a chance to beat it. But you deliberately aimed at Lou and filled the poor guy with bullets. Joe Calvert and Eddie Forrest aren't going to like it either when they get the news.
Joe and Eddie? Look, those two and Lou have been well paid to pass the checks for us. Lou was dumb enough to get caught. But being either of the others, he would have taken it instead of Lou.
Joe and Eddie worked with Lou and me when we ran the fake mutual racket a few years ago. They know Lou wouldn't squeal because he got picked up at that time and held out against the cops for 2 days till they got him sprung. They didn't pin a thing on us.
Well, it's too late now. Lou's gone. You might as well forget it. Stop blowing your top about something that can't be helped.
Okay. I'll pipe down, Evans. But I won't forget what happened to Lou. You can bet on that.
Meantime, Britt Reed had left the Cecil building and gone to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, was waiting. The two men discussed the happenings of the day.
And now that the man police pick up has been killed, there's no clue to gang?
That's right, Cato.
Miss Reed's apartment?
Cato, this is Ashford. Let me talk to Reed.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Oxford.
Hello, Axford. What's new?
I suppose you heard about the killing?
Yes, I heard it over the radio, and of course the Sentinel put out extras on it.
Sure. Well, Reed, Sarge wanted to take Tony down to the
morgue to see if he could identify the corpse as being one of the guys who cashed one of them checks today in Tony's place.
Well?
Tony said he didn't think so. So there must be several to the mob that's passing them.
Yes, I'm sure there must be.
But that ain't all, Reed. I recognized the dead guy.
You did?
Sure. And we verified it with his fingerprints, too. It was back in the days when I was on the force. I picked that guy up for passing fake mutual tickets at a racetrack. He was mixed up with a bunch of slick workers at the time. Maybe you remember. Clifford, the racketeer, and his pals Calvert and Forrest.
Oh, yes, I do remember. The police never could get anything on them in the way of direct evidence.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, I guess this bug, Lou Morris was his name, must have got mixed up with the wrong bunch this time. They didn't waste any time bumping him off to save their own necks.
That's right, Axford.
I wasn't sure you heard about the killing, so I called. Thought you might like to know I identified the victim, too.
Well, thanks for calling, Axford. And keep me posted.
That I will, Reed. Though the cops are sort of stymied right at this point. Be seeing you. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Oh. Clifford, Calvert, and Forrest.
What do you think of, Mr. Britt?
I think I've got something, Cato. Listen. Cliff Clifford was a racketeer who used to own a roadhouse. He sold out some time ago. Before that, he had worked in a bank and was discharged for some discrepancy or other.
Well, Axford mentioned this Clifford?
Just to recall that the murdered man at one time worked along with Clifford and two others, Calvert and Forrest.
Who are they?
They used to have a cheap printing shop. The whole bunch were mixed up in some racing ticket racket, but it was never proved. Then racing went out, and the case was forgotten.
What that have to do with present case?
It struck me that the same group might have come together again, perhaps with others, to work this check racket. Clifford's bank experience would be helpful. And if Calvert and Forrest still have their print shop, they'd be in a position to get the necessary equipment.
Well, you think gang work from print shop, perhaps?
I doubt it. That shop was investigated too many times in the past. Get the phone book.
Yes, sir. It's right on the table.
Bring it here. I'll look through the classified section.
Here, phone book.
Let's see. Printers. Here it is. Now the name. I think they used to use the name Calvert. Yes, here it is. Still listed. Calvert and Forrest, commercial printers, 10 Water Street. Come on, Cato. I have a plan that may break this case. First, we'll see if one of those men is still at the print shop office. Let's go.
Calvert, a thin, shifty-eyed man, was in the small back office of the print shop, talking on the telephone.
Yeah, this is Joe, Eddie. Sure, I heard about Lou. That's why I called you. What? I don't know. That's what I want to talk to you about. Well, come on down here to the shop where we can talk private, huh? Yeah. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. So long.
So Eddie Forrest is coming down, eh?
Hey, what the...
Too bad about Lou Morris, eh, Joe?
What do you know about Lou? Did you have to... I mean... I don't know what you're talking about, Hornet.
Same old Calvert, aren't you? Still hooked up with Clifford, I suppose, running that phony check racket.
So, maybe I am. What's it to you? You tried to pull a fast double cross on us once before, Hornet. Got us all picked up by the cops. But the evidence didn't stick. We all got off.
You're going to tell me where Cliff hides out.
Am I? Even if you did get to Cliff, you couldn't bluff him. You can't tie him into anything without evidence.
Come on, you're going with me.
Hey, let me go. I ain't going nowhere.
You need help, perhaps? We'll take this lug to the car, tie and gag him, then we'll wait for his partner to show up. We'll take Forrest, too.
Hey, wait, what are you going to do?
After we make you tell us where Clifford's hideout is, well, who knows? Take him.
No. No, wait for this will help.
We'll take him to the car. He'll come to in a short time. Let's go.
2 hours later, close to midnight, Clifford and Evans were playing cards in the cabin hideout which they shared.
I'll get it, Cliff.
Who is it?
Nobody. Whoever it was must have... Hey, there's a big package here.
What's the
devil can that be?
We'll soon find out. What? Look here.
Old clothes. Why should anyone...
Cliff, don't you recognize these suits?
Say, they look like the suits Joe and Eddie wear.
They are the suits they wore. Here's a printed note.
What's it say?
The bodies won't be identified, but the clothes might. You can get rid of them better than I can. I knew where to send them because I followed you after we made the deal. When you're ready for that other job, you know where to contact me. Remember, that will be for cash, too. Signed, the Green Hornet.
What does he mean? I don't quite get... Evans. What do you know about this?
Not a thing. Something's happened to Joe and Eddie through some deal the Hornet made with somebody who... Oh. Maybe I do know what it's all about at that, Cliff.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you do, Evans.
No. No, what I was thinking can't be right. Some kind of trick.
Sure. I guess it is some kind of trick of that.
Look, Cliff, I'm going to run up to the gas station with the car. We might have to use it. I won't be long.
Okay. I'll wait here for you, Evans.
I'll be back shortly.
That dirty double-crossing skunk. I had the Hornet to give Joe and Eddie the works, huh? And I'm to be next. I'll fix him. All right, I know telling the cops everything. They accuse Evans of killing Lou. And now I want him to come out here and lay for him. I'll lay him out on the next plane. Try to trick me, will he?
A short time later, Evans was talking into a payphone at the gas station.
Police headquarters? Here's a straight tip. Go to the cabin on the point up the river. You'll get the killer of Lou Morris. Yes, it's the truth. It's Clifford. He's heading that check racket, too. That's right. There's a trapdoor under the couch. All the equipment he used is there. He's there now. It's the truth, I tell you. My name's not important. Goodbye. Now I'll get to the airport and take the first plane out. So long, Clifford.
Hey, Sarge. You haven't said why you feel sure the crooks are at the airport.
Look, you went to the cabin with us, didn't you?
Yeah, but why
did you... find all that evidence. The check writer and other counterfeiting and check writing equipment, didn't you?
Sure I did,
And
but
that
why...
note tipping us off that a guy named Evans was the head of the gang. But what you didn't see us find was another note saying go to the airport and signed by the Green Hornet. Step on it, Cassidy.
A short time later, Cliff Clifford hurried onto the airfield toward a plane which stood with motors warming up, ready for a takeoff. As Clifford went up the steps and into the plane, he suddenly stopped in amazement.
Evans. I've heard you.
What are you doing here?
So you decided to take a sudden trip, huh?
You followed me here to finish your job. Is that it?
Finish it, job. What are you talking...
Hey, that's the guy. Clifford, right there.
Get him up, Clifford. We want you.
Cops. So that's it. You brought the cops after me. Well, you're the one they want, all right?
You killed Lou.
You were in the car with me.
Both of you are coming with us.
Not me.
Look out! Good thing you missed. Well, don't take them all, boys. No. These are the killers we want.
Hey, Sarge. Flash just come over the radio in the waiting room. 2 men was found tied up in an old warehouse. They confessed to being in with a phony check gang. They were double-crossed by the Green Hornet.
What do you know?
Well, that does it. Guess we got them all by now.
Yeah, I guess you did. But 'twas the Hornet led you by the nose to each of them, Sarge.
Hornet? I ain't seen or heard of the Hornet.
Holy crow. Listen to that. You're hearing the Hornet right now, leaving after making sure you got the gang. Now, there's the guy you ought to have in the force. It takes a crook to catch a crook every time.
That's the Magee, 24 killers arrested, fake check racket broken, Green Hornet
popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Instinctively, man has always been drawn to the sea. Its beauty, its mystery, its secrets. But there is also a vague uncertainty, a sense of intrusion into an alien world, where man is unwelcome and completely at the mercy of the most terrifying predator on Earth. Man's deepest fear has risen again. Jaws, the revenge. This time, it's personal.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. When gold was discovered in the western United States, thousands of prospectors headed for the new territory. Along with the honest miners came gamblers, confidence men, and criminals. Gun law ruled the boom towns, and it was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice that the local sheriffs made any real attempt to preserve law and order. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Kirkwood! Zelda's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Gold Nugget was the largest cafe in Kirkwood. Although it was still afternoon at the time our story opens, the place was crowded, with the greater part of the crowd around the table where 5 men sat playing poker. Spark Weber, the dealer, looked impatiently at Carl Vaughn, a heavy-set man, owner of a small gold claim not far from the town.
Well, Carl, we're waiting on you. You drawing cards or not?
Give me one.
There you are. Your bet, Roof, you opened.
100.
Tippy?
I'm calling and raising 100.
How about you, George?
I'll stay.
You staying, Carl?
You bet I'm staying. But not for no penny ante this time. I knew my luck was going to change, and it done that same. I'm calling the 200 on the board and raising it 1,000.
What are you talking about?
Carl, you must be loco.
What's that critter holding?
If you aim to find out, pay for it.
By thunder, I'll call you. You ain't bluffing me out.
I'm throwing down. This kind of a game's too doggone rich for my blood.
I ain't scared. Carl, I got a notion I got you and Tippy both skinned. And there's my 1,000 to back my opinion.
Well, that's all the betting. Now, let's see what you got that you're so doggone proud of, Carl.
4 queens. Thought I was bluffing, did you? Well, I reckon that showed you.
Hold on.
Huh?
You don't take in them chips till you see what we got. All right, George. You beat?
What good's a full house against 4 of a kind?
There you are, Tippy. Now, what do you got to say about me taking the chips?
Plenty. Suppose you look at my hand.
I'll be doggone. What? You got 4 kings.
Which same beats 4 queens all to pieces.
Blasted tin horns.
Hey, what?
Even.
Have you gone crazy, Carl?
I'll show you how crazy I am. Roof, you and me have been sitting here getting cheated all day.
Cheated?
We've been sitting in a game with a blasted tin horn gambler that's been fixing the cards. We ain't had no more chance of winning than if we'd been playing blindfold. And I'm going to fix...
Just 1 second. You're using mighty strong language, Carl. The kind of language that calls for proof. I'm a professional gambler, but I play a square game. Have you got different notions?
I never said it was you, Spark.
All right. Then you mean me or George here? Which is it?
And I never said it was you, Tippy. Or George neither.
Then who in blazes do you mean?
Name the polecat, Carl, and we'll give him what he's got coming.
You bet we will.
This is something I'm going to take care of my own way.
Carl, you've either said too much or too little. Either way, you've got some explaining to do.
Sure, I'll explain. Spark, you and Tippy and George there all make your living by gambling. It wasn't till this last hour that I got the suspicion in things. But after that, I kept my eyes open. And I'll say this much. One of you 3, I ain't saying which one, has been playing crooked. I reckon the fella I mean savvy's all right without my naming him.
Doggone it, Carl, why won't you name him?
Because I'm for doing things legal. I'm telling the sheriff what happened here, and he can make the arrest. You fellows would just try to start a lynching party.
But the sheriff ain't in town.
He'll be back by night.
Blasted, you gotta name the man you mean. You can't leave it like this. You're leaving all 3 of us under suspicion.
I reckon you can stand it till the sheriff takes action.
Then just remember one thing, Carl.
Yeah?
When you go to the sheriff, be blame sure you got proof of what you're saying. Just calling one of us a crook won't get you nowhere, less than it's to Boot Hill.
I got the proof. Come on, Roof. Oh, excuse me, Injun.
That all right. You not bump Tonto.
Where you going, Carl?
Out to the cabin where my claim is. I got some work to do there, and I'll come back here tonight.
Thanks, Carl, but I reckon I'll stay in town.
Yeah, suit yourself. And you other fellas.
Yeah?
If the one of you that's guilty don't aim to be jailed, I'd suggest making tracks out of this part of the country before the sheriff takes action. Good afternoon.
Tonto, leaving town shortly after Carl Vaughn's departure, returned to the well-hidden camp he shared with the Lone Ranger and told his friend of the quarrel in town. The masked man took the news more seriously than Tonto had expected him.
Tonto, are you sure the names of those 3 gamblers who were Tippy, George, and Spark?
Not right.
Tippy Phelps, Spark Weber, and George Marshall. Tonto, those are 3 of the most dangerous men I know. Each one is a gambler, a crooked gambler. Each one has several killings to his credit. Carl Vaughn. Isn't he the man who has that place beyond the cliff trail?
Why you ask?
I've been wondering if Vaughn realizes how foolish he was. He told those men he was going back to his cabin. Everyone there in the cafe knew that Vaughn was returning alone. Moreover, one of those 3 gamblers knows that if Vaughn ever gets back to town and places his evidence before the sheriff, he'll be jailed or hung.
Not right.
And I wouldn't put it beyond any one of them to attempt to keep Vaughn from talking. Tonto, we're riding.
What do?
We're going to put Carl Vaughn on his guard against any attempt on his life.
Here, Silver. Good idea. Here, Scout.
Silver and Scout are both heavy horses. It'll be bad business taking them by way of the cliff trail. It's the only way we can get to Vaughn's place. Steady, old fellow. Well, we'll try it, Kemosabe. Come.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
As the masked man and Tonto approached Carl Vaughn's cabin, the gathering dusk made the old cliff trail doubly dangerous.
At the far end of the trail, however, the ledge broadened, and it was here they drew rein. Whoa, Silver. There's his cabin, but there's no light inside. They've started back for town already. Wait. Isn't that his horse over there, in that lean-to?
That it, all right.
He must be home. Come on. He may be sleeping. I don't like waking him up. But he should be warned. Here we are.
Him not hear you.
Vaughn, are you in there? Vaughn, it's friends. Door's unlocked. Tonto, we'll have a look in here first.
It's plenty dark.
Wait until I light a match. You can see where his bunk is.
There, feller, on floor.
Quick. That's old lamp on that table to your left, Kemosabe. Light it and bring it here.
Tonto, do it.
That match didn't last long enough to get a good look, but I think he's been shot.
We get here too late?
Yes, he's dead, Kemosabe. Can you get the lamp lit?
No. Light lamp now. Right here. Here, lamp.
Good. Just set it there. Shot through the heart.
You think gambler feller do this?
Unless Vaughn had other enemies. We can find out about that in town.
Now what do?
The most important thing at present is to see if the killer left any clues behind him.
That's plenty hard. Trail not show track?
No, and this shelf the cabin's built on won't show tracks either. It's stone, and the wind sweeping down from the north have kept it free of topsoil. A dozen horsemen could ride up here without leaving prints. Maybe something inside the cabin, though. Tonto, this other table. Do you see this?
What you find?
Look here.
Him drink coffee.
Coffee pot is still warm. That isn't what I meant, though. Vaughn didn't use 2 cups just for himself.
That right.
He's had a visitor here. A man who probably first made an attempt to be friendly and then murdered him. We can't be sure of it, but it's probable. This is what could have happened, Kemosabe. One of those 3 gamblers knew he was guilty, knew that Vaughn was accusing him, although he mentioned no name.
Maybe that right.
May not be right, but it's reasonable. Vaughn couldn't have had many visitors here, not when they had to come by way of the cliff trail. The murderer, however, would have an urgent reason for making the trip. He had to come here, or clear out of the country. Listen, Tonto. We're returning to town. I'm reporting this murder to the sheriff. I think the killer can be trapped if the sheriff will listen to me, and I'll see that he does.
And what's your plan?
I'll tell you as we ride. First, however, we want to leave everything as we found it. Put the lamp back on the table where it was. See that anything else we may have disturbed is replaced. Hurry, Kemosabe. If this murder isn't solved tonight, it may never be solved. When everything had been replaced in Vaughn's cabin to the Lone Ranger's satisfaction, he and Tonto remounted and headed their great horses toward Kirkwood, scarcely more than a half-hour's ride. Avoiding the light thrown up on the main street by the numerous cafes, they approached the sheriff's office from the rear. Then, leaving Tonto on guard outside, the Lone Ranger entered without knocking.
What the? Matt!
Sheriff Temple?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm here to report a murder.
A what?
The murder of Carl Vaughn.
No.
I just came from his cabin, Sheriff.
Look here. You can't just walk in
Don't
here.
go for your gun.
I...
You're covered. You listen to me whether you want to or not.
Gosh, stranger, that was the fastest draw I've seen in all my born days.
Don't force me to use this gun.
Well, even if you have got the drop on me, I'm still a law here. What were you doing over to Carl's place?
I rode there as soon as I learned that his life might be in danger. I got the news too late, however. He'd been killed before I arrived.
Who done it?
That's what we're going to find out.
And how do I know you didn't drill him, if he is killed? How do I know you ain't up to some slick game of your own?
You'll have to take my word for that.
The word of a masked man.
I'm not an outlaw, Sheriff. What's more, I had no possible motive for killing Vaughn and then reporting his death. If I were known to you, I might do it to mislead you, but you don't know me. I'd have nothing to gain by that kind of a trick.
Maybe so.
Has anyone told you of the quarrel in the Gold Nugget Cafe?
Yeah, I heard about it.
And you know that Vaughn planned to bring you evidence proving that either Spark Weber, George Marshall, or Tippy Phelps was running a crooked game.
That's what I was told.
Now, tell me some things I want to know. Who else might have wanted Vaughn killed?
Who else? Shucks, Carl was one of the best-liked fellas around here. I'd say he didn't have an enemy within 1,000 miles.
Another thing. Did he get many visitors at his cabin?
You just bet he didn't, not having to ride the cliff trail to get there.
And, Sheriff, that means one of those 3 gamblers Vaughn played cards with is his murderer.
What you mean is you figure they didn't want him to tell me what he knowed.
One of them didn't. Where have those men kept themselves since Vaughn left town? Have you seen them?
No, they made themselves scarce. This ain't the peacefulest town in the state, but just the same, folks deal sudden around here with crooks. They've been circulating around some, but keeping on the move.
In other words, it isn't likely that any one of them has been in one place long enough to prove an alibi for the time when Vaughn was shot.
Most likely not.
In that case, all three are equally under suspicion.
Uh-huh.
Sheriff, will you help me find out which one of them is guilty?
Stranger, I like your style. I don't know why you're wearing that mask, but you don't sound like no outlaw to me. You bet I'll help you. I'll have my deputies round them fellas up right now, and we'll work 'em over till they'll be doggone glad to talk.
No.
Well, but you...
I know those men, Sheriff. They're gamblers, professional gamblers. They face too many real dangers to be influenced by physical fear.
I don't know how else to go about it.
I believe I do, however. Listen to me, Sheriff. I have a plan to trap the man we want.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, having convinced the sheriff that he really desired to bring Carl Vaughn's killer to justice, outlined a plan to which the lawman enthusiastically agreed. At the end of their talk, the Lone Ranger rejoined Tonto, while the sheriff quietly made his way down Kirkwood's main street. Following the masked man's instructions, he told no one of Vaughn's death. Instead, he stopped first in one cafe and then another, until finally he found Tippy Phelps in the cafe known as the Royal Flush.
Howdy, Phelps.
Huh? Oh, evening, Sheriff.
Step over this way, will you, Tippy? I'd like to have a couple of words with you.
Now, look here, Sheriff. I ain't done nothing wrong.
Who said you had?
Why, I thought maybe that...
Quit thinking and do like I told you.
Sure, Sheriff.
Over here where folks can't hear what we're talking about.
Sheriff, if it's about that argument in the gold nugget, there wasn't nothing to it. Honest, there wasn't. Carl was just mad about losing his cash and started a fuss. He thought there was something crooked because his luck was bad.
Well, I've got to say concerns, Carl, but it ain't got nothing at all to do with that poker game.
No?
I just now heard something. Something right interesting.
What was that?
I'll tell you. But if you open your mouth about it, I'll nail your hide to the jailhouse.
Oh, I won't say a word. Honest, I won't.
I've been tipped off that Carl's been killed.
Killed?
Right.
But who done it? How'd you find out? When did it happen?
I don't know who done it nor when it happened. As to finding out, it's a fact that I don't even know who the feller is that give me the word about it.
Then how can you be sure
The feller was masked.
Masked?
Uh-huh. He come in my office and sort of hinted that if I rode out to Carl's, I might find out he wasn't living no more. Then he lit out.
Well, I'll be doggone. Sheriff, I'll bet that fella had a blame good reason for wearing a mask. And I'll bet he had just as good a reason for lighting out after he seen you.
Yeah? What would you figure that reason would be?
Maybe he killed Carl. Maybe he's tricking you somehow.
Tippy, I'll tell you. That's just how I had it figured myself.
You did?
I don't know what his scheme could be, but I'm free to say it wouldn't surprise me none if it was a mighty slick one.
Then why don't you go after him and bring him back? Jail the polecat and make him talk.
That's what I aim to do.
Then come on. I'll help you find him.
Nope. I can handle that part by myself.
Well, then...
Hold on.
Yeah?
Do you think you could do me a favor?
Well, I'd be glad to. What you want done?
While I'm taking after the masked feller, you go out to Carl's cabin.
Huh? Me go out there, ride that trail at night? Gosh, Sheriff, that'd be mighty risky.
Not if you're careful.
Well, what do you want me to go there for?
Well, I figured if you was willing to make the trip after what happened this afternoon, why, that'd go a long ways toward proving it wasn't you Carl meant when he talked about one of you fellers cheating. If it was you, of course, then I don't reckon you'd be so anxious to have the killer jailed. You'd probably figure he done you a favor.
I'll go, Sheriff. Sure, I'll go. I was just wondering, that's all.
Thanks, Tippy. Now, here's what you're to do. These are orders, and if you don't follow them, I'll make you wish you had.
Just say what you want, and I'll do it.
Go out there and come back again without telling nobody about the killing. Nobody, understand that?
I won't. I'll give you my word.
Then if you find Carl was killed, don't touch nothing. Just look things over good so you can tell me about it. I'll want to have a look for myself later on without nothing having been moved around.
I savvy, Sheriff.
And if you do make tracks, get there as fast as you can and come back pronto. I'll be waiting for you at my office.
Right.
On your way, then. Get.
Tippy Phelps left the cafe at once and rode out of town in the direction of Vaughn's isolated cabin. He was gone less than an hour and a half, and when he returned, the sheriff was waiting for him in his office.
Back already, Tippy?
Sheriff, you heard right. Carl is dead.
Well, I can't say as I'm surprised. I couldn't see where that masked feller would say he was if he wasn't. He wouldn't have nothing to gain by it.
Where is that masked hombre? Did you get him?
I seen him.
Well, then where is
Suppose you let me ask the questions. What did you find out there?
I just told you.
Uh-huh. But what I mean is, where was Carl? What did the cabin look like? Had there been a fight or what? Them's the things I want to know.
Well, there wasn't no fight. It looked to me like Carl never had no notion what was going to happen till it hit him. He was laying right square in the center of the floor. The bullet caught him in the chest, and all it took was the one shot to finish him.
I see. Notice anything else?
Nothing except 2 tin cups and a coffee pot sitting on the table like he'd had company. But as far as there being any real clues, there just wasn't any.
Well, thanks for your trouble, Tippy.
Oh, shucks, that's all right.
Now, I reckon you can walk down the hall there.
Huh?
Back where the cells are.
What do you mean? Why should I go back there?
Because I'm locking you up.
Locking me up?
You heard me. Get going.
Hey, what is this? Are you accusing me of killing Carl? Is that what you're doing?
Come on, move along.
Sheriff, you can't do this to me. I never killed nobody.
Haven't said you did, have I? Here, down this way.
You can't tail me without telling me why.
I'll take that chance. Now, hold up. I reckon this cell will do all right. Wait till I unlock the door. And if you're loco enough to try and make a break for it, why, just go ahead. I never did feel like there ought to be a law against shooting gamblers.
Blasted, I don't savvy this.
Don't try to. Get inside.
You'll be sorry for this, Sheriff.
I won't worry about it. Yeah. Guess that'll hold you for a spell. See you later, Tippy.
Hey, where are you going?
To look up the next one of you fellers. I'm sending him out to Carl's place, too. And don't bother to waste your breath on questions, because I ain't answering any.
Let me out of here. Doggone it, let me out, I tell you. I ain't killed nobody. You can't put me in jail for nothing. Let me out.
Well, there's George Marshall right across the street there. George! Hi there, George. Hold on a second. I want to talk to you. Hey there. Wait, I want to talk to you.
The sheriff, using the same pretext that had sent Tippy Phelps to Carl Vaughn's cabin, sent George Marshall, the second gambler, on the same errand. When Marshall returned to town, the sheriff greeted him with the same questions that he had put to Phelps.
So that's just the way it was, George? Carl laying there in the middle of the floor and a bullet in his chest?
That's right, Sheriff.
Then, there being nothing else to ask you, you might just as well go on back and join a friend of yours in there.
Go back where? To the cells?
Ain't nothing else back there that I know of.
What in the world do you want me to...
Gamblers are the stubbornest fellers. I never seen such fellers to argue.
You aim to lock me up?
George, a lawman ain't supposed to play favorites. I locked Tippy up, so I figure I'd better do the same for you. Now keep your lip buttoned and remember, I'm the law.
With Tippy and George in jail, the sheriff once more left his office. Spark Weber proved more difficult to find than his companions. But at last he too was located and given his instructions. This time, however, when Spark had answered the sheriff's questions upon returning, he was not put into a cell. Instead, the sheriff walked toward the outer door and...
Is there anything more you want me for, Sheriff?
You just sit where you are, Spark. All right, stranger, everything's ready.
Done, Tonto. You can bring the others out of their cells, Sheriff.
Sure, just close the door, will you?
Sheriff, that must be the masked fellow you was telling me about.
That's him, all right, Spark. But you'll have to excuse me for a couple of minutes. I got a surprise for you, too.
Say, what's going on here? The sheriff told me he was looking for you on a charge of murder. And now you walk right in here as though there weren't anything the matter.
Yes?
You are the fellow told the sheriff Carl was killed, aren't you?
I am.
And by thunder, the sheriff must have lied to me. He sure don't act like he suspicions you done the shooting.
You'll understand more about this in a moment, Spark.
I don't like this. There's something blame funny.
Don't move. There we are. Keep an eye on him, Tonto.
Me watch him.
Now, look here. What right have you or that redskin got to
Quiet.
keep? But I'm telling you,
Here come two men I believe you know.
Tippy and George Marshall. What in blazes are you fellas doing here?
That's what I aim to find out right now.
Sheriff, this calls for some explanation.
You reckon it does at that? But as long as the whole thing was the masked feller's ID, why, maybe he ought to make 'em.
Your idea, mister?
One moment. What we did tonight was done to trap the murderer of Carl Vaughn.
I never killed him.
Neither did I.
If you're trying to say I drilled Carl, you're off your head. I never shot him, and I don't know who did. Now try and prove any different.
This afternoon at the Gold Nugget, Carl said that one of you three men had been cheating at cards.
Well, what of it?
He also said that he was coming back to town tonight, and when he returned, he'd see that the sheriff jailed the man he referred to. In the meantime, he refused to name anyone.
Because he couldn't. We was playing a square game. He was just a hard loser.
If one of you hadn't been cheating, Carl would never have been killed. There would have been no necessity for his death, unless one of you feared what he might prove if he were allowed to reach town alive.
You don't know what you're talking about.
As a matter of fact, knowing your reputations, I don't doubt that all three of you were cheating during the game at one time or another.
We ain't worrying about what you think. Get on with it.
I will. When Tana told me about your quarrel in the cafe, I rode to Carl's cabin at once, hoping to warn him to be on guard. He was killed before I could reach him.
How do we know you didn't kill him?
Because we already know the guilty man.
You're doggone right we do.
The killer was clever. He left nothing behind him to show which one of you he was. Not a single clue. If he hadn't betrayed himself later, he could have gone free.
Betrayed himself?
We gave him the chance to do that when he was sent to the cabin. The cliff trail is dangerous even in daylight. At night, it's doubly so.
Well?
The sheriff asked each one of you to go to the cabin and observe what you saw there, disturbing nothing. Two of you, the two who were innocent, had to make the trip over the cliff trail in order to make an accurate report.
Say, I'm beginning to savvy this.
I thought you would about now.
The only man who didn't have to make the trip in order to give a report was Carl's murderer. The murderer knew what had happened without going to the cabin. He could pretend to leave town for the cabin and hide out for the length of time it would have taken him to get there and back. After that, all he had to do was to tell the sheriff he'd been there. He thought the sheriff would take his word for it, and he would be in the clear.
And that means?
That means, when each one of you started out, the sheriff, Tonto, and I trailed behind you. We followed long enough to know whether you attempted the cliff trail or not.
I went to the cabin. That proves I never drilled Carl.
And it proves I didn't either.
But it proves that Spark did. Spark's the killer. He's the man who didn't think it necessary to go all the way. And because he wanted to dodge the danger of that trail, he'll hang.
No, I won't. Stand clear. I'll shoot the man to try and stop me.
I thought I had that polecat's guns.
He pulled a derringer from his sleeve.
So you thought you had me. You thought you'd trick me and was going to see me hung.
You will hang.
Not for a few more years, I won't. But, stranger.
Yes?
For tricking me the way you done, you're paying. You're going just the same way Carl done. Now, blast you. Oh, my arm! My arm's busted! The masked hombre got in the first shot even when Spark had the drop on him.
Bring that fellow here, Tonto.
Me bring him.
My arm!
Isn't hurt. I only shot your gun from your hand.
But I wouldn't have given a hoot if the masked feller had blown you to pieces.
My arm, I tell you.
Quit that noise. And save it till you see the rope waiting for you when you really have something to holler about.
How about us? How about holding me and Tippy in jail without no reason?
The masked man told me what to do with your kind, and I'm starting on you.
Why, what do you mean?
It's you crooked gamblers that have made Kirkwood the kind of town it is. Well, that's being changed. I'm running the whole bunch of you out. And if you don't go willing, then me and the masked man will see you go just the same.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In 1977, Voyager 2 was launched into space to the outermost regions of the universe. It carried an invitation in all languages for alien life forms to visit our planet. Someone, somewhere, listened and accepted our invitation. Get ready. Someone is coming. Someone like no one she has ever known before.
Can you clone a living organism from the hair of a dead man?
We're hypothesizing a technology that's probably 100,000 years ahead of us.
He has powers we cannot imagine, and the face and touch of the man she loved.
I send greetings. What's the matter with you?
How much English do you understand?
I understand greetings in 54 planet Earth languages.
Do you seriously expect me to tell the President that an alien has landed, assumed the identity of a dead house painter, and is presently out tooling around the countryside in a hopped-up 1977 Mustang?
You're not from around here, are you?
Think of what it would mean to talk to a being from a civilization like that. Think of what we could learn.
You don't understand. There isn't much time, please. He doesn't want to hurt anybody. Can't you just leave him alone?
What the hell ever happened to good manners? We invited him here.
So far to come, so much to do, so little time to fall in love. Look up. Company's coming. John Carpenter's Starman.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
To Box 13, care of the Star Times.
Carl! Carl, what are you doing?
Nothing. I ain't doing nothing.
It's just a book holiday. Somebody sent a book to Box 13. Why?
And now, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Susie. Susie, come here a minute, will you?
Did you call me, Mr. Holliday?
How did you guess?
I heard you.
All right. Now that we've cleared that up, how about this book?
That one?
This one.
It came in the mail for Box 13.
You're sure?
Sure, I'm sure, Mr. Holliday. The wrapping paper's right in the wastebasket there. I'll get it and show you. Here.
Address printed. Block letters. Shaky hand. Susie, did any letter come with this?
Just the book.
Ex Libris. Robert and Chase. All right, Susie, we've got a problem. Somebody sends me a book from the library of Robert and Chase. Why?
Maybe it's a bestseller.
Yeah, in its day it was. Still is. The poems of Sir Walter Scott.
Do you like poetry, Mr. Holliday?
Love it, Susie. Just love it. Listen. If thou wouldst view fair Melrose aright, go visit it by the pale moonlight. The gay beams of lightsome day gild but to flout the ruins gray. Pretty, huh?
What's it mean, Mr. Holliday?
Susie, you're asking the jackpot question. The book's broken to fall open at this poem.
Why?
We're in a rut. There's one way to get out of it. If anyone calls for me, I'll be in the morgue. Star Times.
Sure. Robert N. Chase. We've got plenty about him, Holiday.
Well, let me have it.
You ought to remember him.
Vaguely, I do. All right, Mac, what do we got?
Headlines. Lots of them.
Headlines, huh? What's he been doing?
Same thing he's been doing for the past 10 years.
He's in a rut, too.
6 foot deep.
Dead?
Here. You read all about it, Dan.
Socialites dead in tragic blaze. Oh, sure, I remember now. But 10 years ago, I was cutting my reporter's teeth on a police beat.
Yeah, that's right. A cop wouldn't get a juicy story like this to cover.
Son near death. Daughter at school escapes tragedy. Last night, fire swept the Robert N. Chase mansion. Blaze, unnoticed until too late, spread rapidly. Injured son not expected to live.
He did, though.
Uh-huh, I see. Mildred Chase, 18, was attending a college function when the flames took the lives of her parents and swept rapidly through the palatial country estate, Fair Melrose. They were... Fair Melrose?
Yeah, that was the name of the estate.
Fair Melrose. Mac, the Chase girl, got anything on her?
What paper didn't have?
What do you mean?
You know, too much dough, spoiled kid, wrong company. She ran smack into the gossip stuff almost every week.
Know where she is now?
Well, she dropped back after the fire. It kind of cooled her off.
Oh, she's been a good girl ever since, is that it?
Well, that's it. I tell you what, Dan, drop upstairs to see Mona in society. She can give you the dope.
All right. Thanks, Mac. Say, you must come and visit my morgue sometime.
I like this one. I only read about characters. I don't have to bump into them.
Ah, but mine move around, Mac, and sometimes too fast.
Oui, monsieur.
Ah, free French are engaged.
You wish to see someone, monsieur?
Yes, Miss Chase. Miss Mildred Chase.
You have an appointment?
Is that an offer or a business question?
Monsieur, if you will tell me...
Paulette, what is it?
There is someone here, mademoiselle.
I don't wish to be disturbed.
I'm sorry, monsieur. But Mademoiselle Chase, she is not home.
Oh, I see. Then you've got a talking piano.
Oh, please, monsieur. I cannot let you in. You are mademoiselle.
Yes, I did. But if you will go in and tell Mademoiselle that Sir Walter Scott is waiting to see her, I'm sure she'll listen. What do you say?
Where?
Vive la France.
All right. You wait here. But I cannot promise.
Yes? What is it? What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Chase. I have to see you.
Well, I don't know you. I've never seen you before.
Well, lots of people haven't. But my name's Dan Holliday.
The name means nothing to me.
It means everything to my mother.
What do you want?
I'm sorry, Miss Chase, bursting in like this. But I've come to see you about Fair Melrose.
Who are you?
Oh, I told you. Dan Holliday. Occupation, fiction writer.
And are you writing now, Mr. Holliday?
Maybe. Oh, is this yours?
Mine? That book?
Here, take it.
Where did you get this?
You don't know.
No. Where did you get it?
But you do recognize it.
Yes. It was part of my father's collection. I asked you, how did you get it?
Through the mail. It was addressed to Box 13, care of the Star Times. Or doesn't that mean anything?
No. Nothing at all.
You should read the classified ads, Miss Chase. Box 13. Adventure wanted, will go anywhere, do anything.
Thank you for bringing the book back to me, Mr. Holliday.
You don't have any idea why the book was sent to me?
I don't know any more about it than you do.
Maybe you don't.
That's right. Colette will show you
Was there anything suspicious about the fire that destroyed Fair Melrose?
Mr. Holliday, I don't know what you have in mind, but that was a cruel thing to say. A hateful thing. You're not proud of it, are you?
I'm nothing one way or the other, Miss Chase. But that book was sent to me. It was broken to fall open at the poems about Fair Melrose. I'd just like to know why.
I know nothing about it. All I know is that fire took my mother and father.
It's very sad, Miss Chase.
And my poor brother was left a hopeless invalid, completely paralyzed, unable to speak, to move.
Where's your brother now?
At Fair Melrose. The place he always loved.
But I thought it was destroyed by fire 10 years ago.
Yes. but one wing remains standing.
Your brother is there alone?
Yes. That's where he would want to be. And I arranged for someone to care for him.
Oh, I see.
And now, Mr. Holliday, I'd like to forget all this.
Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you, Miss Chase. I was merely curious about that book.
I know nothing about it. All I want to do is to forget. To forget.
What you want this hour of the night?
I'm looking for Fair Melrose.
Eh? What for?
Will you tell me how I can get there? I'm lost.
Stay lost, then.
Just a minute, please.
Get your foot out of the door. Get.
Don't be afraid. I'm not going to harm you. I just want to know the way to Fair Melrose.
What for?
I've got business there.
You're lying. Nobody's got no business there. Nobody.
All right, I'm nobody. Is your house on the ground?
Well, it should be. Been here for 30 years.
Oh. Nice little cottage you've got here.
What you want to go up there for?
To look at it.
What for?
Huh. Nice waltz we're having.
Young fella, I asked you a question, and you ain't answered.
All right. I want to find out about the fire.
Well, ain't nothing nobody needs to find out about it. 'Twas a visitation of the Lord. 'Twas a judgment on the sin that was going on. Heaven rained fire that night and wiped out the last of Babylon.
I'm not sure I got all that.
Oh, the wages of sin is death. Now you know.
Wait a minute. Were you here that night?
Me and Carl.
Carl?
My husband. He was down here and seen the fire eaten up like the vengeance of the angels. We seen it, young fella. 'Twas a judgment for the years of sin. We didn't have to do no more caretaking after that night. Providence took care for us.
You and Carl, caretakers, is that it?
That's right. Only one wing to take care of now. Only one wing, and him.
Oh, the brother.
Yes, him that can't move or talk or hear. That's where they brung him, and that's where he stayed. Now, you get. I talked enough.
I wonder. How do I get up there?
You're still going up, huh?
More than ever now. Which way?
Straight up the canyon, turn left. It's top of the hill.
Thanks.
Well, maybe you should have picked a lighter night. Yes, one with a moon.
Maybe she's right, Holiday. This is definitely no night for a picnic. And who said it's going to be a picnic? Hello? Anybody here? Hello? And the same to you with feathers on. Hello? Oh. Light a match, Holiday. Don't be so stupid. Is anyone here? Mr. Chase? Oh, Mr. Chase. Holy mackerel. Who are you? Answer me.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Nice baritone voice you got there, Holliday.
Kling. Inspector Kling. Where am I?
Hospital.
What for?
For your head. There's a little dent in it, about 2 inches deep.
Oh, I remember. Where is he?
He? Who?
The body.
Oh, the body. What body?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How did you get in? Who found me? Who told you all about this?
The old girl, caretaker's wife. She found you.
Oh. Kling, I saw a body in Fair Melrose.
Holiday, I don't know what merry-go-round you're on, but keep up this way and you'll get the brass ring through your nose.
How do I get out of this place?
Walk out.
Thanks.
What are you going to do now?
Why?
I want to know where to pick up the body.
Keep in touch, Kling.
What have you got in mind?
A date. A date with a beautiful young lady. Slightly hysterical and more than a little mysterious. But interesting.
What do you want here again, Mr. Holliday?
More to the point, what do you want?
Will you please leave?
Every time I come here, I get invited to leave.
I don't know what you're doing, Mr. Holliday, but it's none of your business. You ought to...
I went to Fair Melrose last night.
What for?
I wanted to see it. And your brother.
You mustn't see him.
Why not? What did he do, Miss Chase?
Please leave him alone.
All right. Did you go to Melrose last night?
No. I haven't been there for 10 years.
You weren't there the night of the fire either, were you?
No, I wasn't.
All right. I'll take your word for it. Now, mind if I ask you one more question?
If you'll go, I'll answer it.
It's a deal. What are you afraid of?
Nothing.
That's your answer?
Yes. I'd almost forgotten that horrible night until you came here. For 10 years, I've lived away from it, keeping it away from me. Now you've brought it all back. Don't you have any pity?
Lots of it, Miss Chase. For a lot of people. Particularly you.
What do you want to see him for?
I've got to. I want to talk with him.
He can't talk. He can't hear.
He's in the only wing left by the fire?
Well, that he is. You still want to go up to see him?
Yes, I do.
Oh, the chases. Devil's brood, all of them. Devil's brood. The young'un with her temper, screaming at her mother and father. And him that's upstairs now, always fighting with his sister. The fire was a visitation and a judgment of Providence. There he is.
Oh, no.
Well, that's him.
You stay here. Mr. Chase. Mr. Chase.
Can't hear you, can't hear you, can't.
Shut up. Mr. Chase, I'm Dan Holliday. Box 13. Box 13, do you understand?
Nodding his head. That's all he can do.
Mr. Chase, you wanted to see me. You sent me that book. You had Carl send it to me. Is that right? Nod your head if that's right. Good. Now, why?
He can hear.
You can hear me a little, can't you, Mr. Chase? Good. Why did you send me that book? Why did you want me to come here? He wants me to look around, Bertha. At what? At what?
Ain't nothing in here. Ain't nothing.
Look, Mr. Chase, I'll walk around the room. I'll watch you. When you want me to stop, nod your head. Understand? Good. Now watch me. Here, this trophy case. Is this it? What about it? What do you want me to see in this? Good. Bertha, come here.
I ain't coming in.
I said come here, come on. Take a good look at this trophy case, Bertha. A good look.
I don't see nothing.
There's a plaque missing from its place. There's heavy dust around behind all those cups and trophies, but there's a clean spot here where a plaque stood. No dust, Bertha. No dust. Someone took a plaque from here not more than a few days ago. Did you?
I ain't touched nothing. Never touched nothing.
Mr. Chase. That plaque, whose was it? Yours? No. Your father's? Mother's? Mildred's. It was hers. But someone took it. Mr. Chase, try to understand. Try to answer. Please, you've got to.
He can't.
Mr. Chase, try hard. Try hard to hear me
Let
again.
him alone. He can't do no more.
Stay with him, Bertha. Don't leave him for a minute, do you hear? Oh, hello there.
Hello, Holiday.
Inspector, I'm in a hurry.
No, it looks like it. But you can spare a poor cop a couple of minutes to explain something, can't you?
What?
That body. We found it. In a ravine about a mile down the road.
All right, you found the body. Now I'm in a hurry. I gotta go.
Not so fast, Holiday. There are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you.
Later, Kling, later. You know where to reach me.
Holiday. Come back, Holiday. I say come back here.
Ride me care of box 13.
You saw my brother, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, I saw him. Oh, please keep playing.
I don't know why I let you in here.
I do.
Can't you leave me alone?
Please. The piano. I like to hear it.
What did you find out?
So you don't know why anyone would have taken that plaque from the trophy case?
No!
Your brother managed to tell me it was yours.
Where was it?
In the lower right-hand corner of the trophy case.
Lower right-hand corner. Lower.
That mean anything?
Well, it was a plaque I won for dramatics at Merrifield Academy.
I don't get it. What value does it have?
It isn't worth anything except
Except what?
the plaque was presented to me at a dinner at Merrifield.
So, go on.
The dinner was the night of the fire at Melrose.
Then the plaque would prove you were at Merrifield the night of the fire.
Yes.
But somebody wants people to think you were at Fair Melrose. Were you?
No. How many times do I have to say that?
That's enough. Who hates you, Miss Chase?
My brother.
Your brother?
They all hated me. My mother, my father, my brother. Sometimes I think I hated them. Watching me, picking my friends, cutting me off from the friends I picked. I couldn't stand it
I see. All right, Miss Chase. We'll forget it for now. But can I come back this evening?
Why?
I said before I wanted to help you. That still goes. Miss Chase, it still goes.
Please sit down, Mr. Holliday.
Thanks, Miss Chase.
Do you have anything to tell me?
A few things, yes. But first, is there anything you want to tell me?
Tell you? Why, no.
You sure?
Positive. What could I tell you?
A story.
I don't know what you mean.
All right, I'll explain.
Must you play the piano?
No, but I'd like to. Miss Chase, let me tell you a story.
What about?
Well, I don't know whether it's exact or not. You see, I have to guess a lot. Fill in details myself. But this story's about a girl, an 18-year-old girl. That is, she was 18 10 years ago.
And what's that got to do with me?
Oh? You might be the girl, Miss Chase. Wild, with a temper. Bad temper. She had a lot of fights with her parents. Mostly about the friends she had. The way she ran around.
What are you trying to say?
That one night, this girl set fire to her home in a fit of temper. After a fight with her parents. Maybe she didn't mean to do what she did. But the fire destroyed her home almost completely. It meant the death of her parents, and it made her brother a
You're making this up. You're guessing.
I said I'd have to guess.
I was at Merrifield the night of the fire.
For a while. I checked. Found out you left early enough to get to Melrose. And you brought a plaque with you. The The one you'd won for dramatics.
Well, I brought it to Melrose later. The next day or the next. I don't remember.
No, that's no good, Miss Chase. It's too hard to believe that anyone would walk into a ruined home and put a plaque in a trophy case. I say you took it to Melrose, then had the fight with your mother and father.
You're lying.
I don't think so.
I took it there after the fire.
And why is it missing? Want me to look around your apartment for it, Miss Chase? Or send for the police to look for it?
No.
Why not, if you haven't got it? Why are you afraid to let me look for it? So I am right. Now let's get on with the story. For 10 years you held the secret. There's nothing to connect you with the fire at Melrose except that plaque. For years, that fire's on your mind. Day after day, you have to live with the secret, wondering if there's anything that will connect you with that night. But there's nothing. There's nothing. Then you remember that plaque. It will prove that you were at Melrose, because the date engraved on it is the same as the date of the fire.
No. I tell you it's not true.
So there's only one thing to do. Get that plaque out of Melrose. But you didn't count on one thing. Your brother. Day after day, he saw that trophy case. Day after day, it was the same. Never changing. Like the four walls he had to stare at. But suddenly it's different. There's something missing. He racks his brains and he remembers. He remembers the plaque that was there. When he was able to read, he must have read about the fire. How you escaped the tragedy by being at school that night. How lucky everyone said you were. He read how you were presented with a plaque for dramatics. And his tortured mind puts two and two together. And he arrives at the conclusion that you were at Melrose. Home. The night of the fire. Well, Miss Chase, did you like that story?
There's nothing you can prove.
Maybe not. But how about Carl's murder? You killed him. Because you thought Carl was me last night.
No. What are you doing?
Calling the police. It's for them now. I think they'll prove you killed Carl. They're good at that sort of thing, Miss Chase. Very good.
No, please. What do you want? Money? I'll give you money. Anything, only don't call them.
Why not?
Please.
Hello, Inspector Flink.
They hated me, all of them.
Okay,
I hated
hold
them, and you. I hate you.
Look out.
Look out. Oh, no.
Hello, Kling. Holiday. Come to the Sunview Apartments now. I just rang down the curtain on a 10-year dramatic act.
It must have been awful thrilling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, sure, Susie. About as thrilling as throwing dirt in a guy's face.
Oh. Well, here's some more mail for Box 13.
Later, Susie, later.
But here's something maybe you ought to look into.
What?
If you subscribe to this book club, you get a free set of Sir Walter Scott's poems.
Oh, fine. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, with an original story by Frank Hart-Tausig. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production.
Like the sea, which pounds with incessant violence against the shores of their rock-bound world, life with all its dramatic force beats within the hearts of these two. For woven into the twisted fabric of their fate is a story you'll remember as long as you can thrill to a devotion deep enough, rich enough to overcome all obstacles. The story of Belinda. Belinda, who knew a love of indescribable beauty, but who carried a strange secret in the silence of her heart. Belinda, searching, ever searching for happiness and understanding, but ready to fight with primitive fury to protect what she loved most.
Wherever you're going.
Why?
To tell them.
To tell them what?
What you've done. So they'll know how low a man can get.
You think I don't know what it means being lonely like you are? If you only knew what it meant to see you smile for the first time. Bringing happiness to one single human being. Well, Linda, don't let me think I've failed again.
You've no right to go on this
All right, I'm a father.
But act like a father. You're the one person that can give her what she needs most. Help, comfort, understanding. I understand how you feel, and I don't blame you. But believe me, it's blotted out of her mind.
First time a man kissed you, wasn't it?